Derbyshire. The Derbyshire players, the fielders, are assembling in front of the pavilion over on the far side. A bit of low-level cloud around, but I think that's going to burn off, and the forecast is good for the day. And there we are, the chaps are waving from the Spencama, even without being asked. They're that well trained over there. Marvellous. Our regular 2 listeners are in place and ready for the day's play. I just hope they've got their hats and their sun cream, and that Julian isn't going to show us his earrings or his tattoos today, as we were talking about yesterday. But thank you all for listening yesterday. It's the same commentary team, sorry about that today. Myself, Adrian Harms, Dave Fletcher and Nikki Chowdhury. We had good fun yesterday, and I'm sure we're going to have good fun today, but our main interest here is describing the action on the field, and Sussex in a really strong position. 391 for 4. I spoke to Daniel Hughes at the close of play yesterday, who I have to say is a lovely bloke, and he was talking about his innings, and he did say he had his eyes on 100 before lunch. He said, when I got to 91, I thought, this isn't going to happen too often, but it wasn't quite to be, but he batted magnificently. And Sussex were doing with John Simpson on 25, Tom Alsop on 69. Fletch is with me. Morning to you, Fletch. Helps if I switch the mic on.
Morning.
Lovely to see you. I just wondered who you spoke to yesterday.
David Lloyd, the skipper, and I did ask him the question. If you arrived today, saw the pitch as it was at the start of day 1, would you make the same decision? And he said yes. And interestingly, as the umpires make their way out to the middle, Paul Baldwin and Ian Blackwell, I did bump into a Sussex cricketer. Ooh. No names, no pack drill. Mm-hmm. Yesterday evening, and said, well, it seemed an interesting decision, felt like a batting day. He said, well, we would have done the same as Derbyshire.
Right.
So, yeah, not a bit of flack for Derbyshire's decision to bowl first. What David Lloyd did say is that they didn't bowl particularly well in that first hour, which I think was self-evident, as Sussex got off to an absolute flyer yesterday morning with your man Daniel Hughes and Tom Haynes, who batted beautifully, the pair of them. It was interesting when you asked him about the 100, because it was I'm talking to David Griffin about the day's play last night, as you do, and we were both in agreement. We would have loved to have seen him get 100 before lunch, because it just doesn't happen that often, and it would have been fantastic. I've never seen it. Griff will have seen it in the past. There aren't that many Derbyshire players who've done it over the course of their history. It would have been great, but not to be, sadly, not to be. And
I was reminded, Fletch, of we have seen one here this year, which was Louis Kimber, when he smashed Sussex all around the county ground back in that memorable day, back in June. But I'd forgotten about that, and that says much about my memory. I am slightly concerned, though, Fletch, that you and Griff were with a Sussex player last night, because that maybe doesn't augur too well for them. I'm not saying at you like having a pint, but I hope he hasn't been sort of nobbled in any way.
No. He was leaving the establishment that we were sitting outside at the time. I have no idea what I'm sure it was just a soft orange juice or something like that, I would have thought. He's the consummate professional.
He is. Anyway, we're about to go. I have to say, a couple of people got in touch with me yesterday and said how disappointing they thought the crowd was yesterday. And I rather thought there might be a few more in the ground today, because it's a beautiful day. The school kids are pretty much on holiday until, I think most schools go back at various stages next week. But for a side of the top of Division 2 of the Championship, it's not a great crowd. So let's hope a few more come drifting in. But for the meantime, it's going to be De Pavillon. Darren De Pavillon, who's coming in around the wicket to bowl to Tom Alsop, who lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by keeper Brooke Guest, and there is no run. And as I'm sitting talking to you at the moment, I would say it looks like there's almost less people in the ground today than there was yesterday, but hopefully a few more will drift in, because Sussex, top of Division 2 of the Championship. It does look like a 3-horse race with Middlesex and Yorkshire on their coattails, but if Sussex could win here and there's a result in the Yorkshire-Middlesex game, Sussex will again re-establish a pretty comfortable lead with 3 games to go, 2 of which are here at Hove. De Pavillon is back to his mark and is in around the wicket, bowls to Alsop, and he runs straight through the crease, does De Pavillon. He looks back as if to say he lost his footing there. And the umpire Ian Blackwell at the Cromwell Road end of the ground signals a dead ball. So the field, there are 2 slips, a third man, Point cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, a deep mid-wicket who's actually sitting on the advertising hoardings, and a fine leg. Zach Chappell just down in front of us. Dupavalon is ambling his way back to the far end of the ground and is making his way in towards us, right arm around the wicket. He bowls to Alsop, and Alsop scores the first run of the day, tucks that through mid-wicket and picks up a single. Does Tom Alsop. He goes to 70. The scoreboard is ridiculously quick here at Hove. Nicky Chowdhury was saying yesterday just how quick it is, and already that run to Tom Alsop had gone up almost before the fielder had touched the ball. 392 for 4. A very good morning wherever you're listening. You could be listening via the BBC website. Another way you can listen is via a new way of listening to us, via your smart speaker, or certainly most smart speakers. As in comes Dupavalon, bowls, and Simpson plays a lovely shot. Back foot drive through the offside, no question about that. Too wide again from Dupavalon, and Simpson is on up and running. He goes to 29, Sussex to 396 for 4, within sight of what would be their 4th batting bonus point. Yep, just say to your smart speaker on BBC Sounds and ask it to play Sussex v Derbyshire Day 2. And if you've got a smart speaker, or some smart speakers, hopefully you'll be able to hear us. Fletcher's laughing. I'm struggling with that,
Banging on
Fletch.
about.
Yeah, I am.
About the smart speakers.
You may also be watching via the Sussex live stream if you are. Good luck today to the regular operators, who is Jack, who's joined by his assistant Harry today. So good luck to the fellas. As in comes Dupavalon, bowls outside the off stump, let go by Simpson, and there is no run.
Well, that Harry seems a decent sort. I'm not so sure about Jack, but he seems a decent sort.
He does seem a decent lad, Harry, and Jack is moving to pastures new.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, and Harry's taken over the controls.
Anyway. I think they had a work experience at one point yesterday afternoon. He looked terrified, absolutely terrified.
Yeah, we had all sorts. We had the former head of local sport for the BBC here yesterday. It was
the great and the good.
Yeah, we had a commentary box full of people as in comes Dupavalon around the wicket. Bowls to Simpson, who drives, and that's going to be the second boundary of the morning. And this is rather reminiscent of yesterday morning. A couple of boundaries in the opening over, and John Simpson, who's Sussex highest scorer in Championship cricket this season, a lovely shot, and what that does do is bring up the 400 for 4, and Fletcher's pointing to something.
I'm pointing at David Lloyd in the slip cordon, who's basically showing what he feels by when he's looking to the ground. He's only just lifted his head up now. He said yesterday they hadn't bowled to the plans, and clearly going for 9 runs in the first over of the day isn't necessarily bowling to the plans either, I'm afraid.
Dupavalon makes his way in around the wicket, bowls, and Simpson's going to get more runs here. It could go for another 4. It's racing out towards the Spenkama pavilion, towards the bat. I think it is going to go for 4. So 13 runs off the opening over of the morning. Sussex off to a flyer. Simpson goes to 37 off 60. Sussex 400 for 4, and what that does do is bring up the 50 partnership between these two of 99 balls in 63 minutes. And Derbyshire will be wanting to make the most of this new ball. It's a Kookaburra ball. We were talking about it yesterday, how after sort of 20, 25 overs, it becomes increasingly difficult for certainly the seamers. This ball is currently 60. No, they took it with 8 overs to go.
88 and a half overs they took it.
Yeah, so they, it's only 7 and a bit overs old. So they'll be looking to cash in here if they can. But a good start for Sussex.
Yes, we can see how shiny the ball is in the hand there of Jack Morley at mid-off, the left arm spinner. He bowled pretty well yesterday, I thought. The young man picked up a wicket. Zach Chappell will be bowling from the CN to begin with. 2 slips in place. They're the only close catches, really. Man on either side of the pitch as well. As in goes Chappell and bowls to Alsop, who turns that straight to the man at mid-wicket, and he's caught. That is the tamest dismissal you're ever likely to see, and Tom Alsop goes. A low catch, didn't have to move at all, Nye Donald at mid-wicket, and the first ball of the second over brings Derbyshire a wicket, a much-needed wicket at that, and Sussex are now 404 for 5. Alsop goes for 70.
Well, I have to say, Fletch, I was busy making some notes, and I actually didn't see the dismissal.
He's basically clipped the ball off his stumps, straight into the hands of the catching mid-wicket, who's, 3 pitches away on the leg side. Bizarre dismissal, really tame, and Nye Donald will never get a simpler catch. And to get rid of Tom Alsop is a huge bonus for Derbyshire, because you said it yesterday, and the boys next door, when we were chatting before the start of play, were saying how well he's batted.
Yes.
In all formats this season. He really has been one of those players who potentially could play for England, certainly on the Lions tour when that comes around, but of course he's not tall enough to play for England, so because you have to be 6'5" these days. Here comes Finn Hudson-Prentice, a familiar figure to Derbyshire supporters after the club kick-started his career 3 or 4 seasons, or longer than that now, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a good while. It just seems like yesterday, but he's one of those characters, Finn, who if you get the chance to speak to him, because he's a very engaging young man, and he's not that young anymore. He is good. He really is good to talk to. Really is good to talk to. 2 for 65 now, Zach Chappell. Well done to him. That will be a nice boost. And immediately the day becomes unlike yesterday.
It does.
When Derbyshire failed to pick up a wicket and conceded 161 runs in the first session.
One thing that Daniel Hughes said last night was, he said, we haven't won this game yet, and we need to make sure that tomorrow we press on and really press home this advantage. Don't want to lose a clatter of wickets first up.
Chappell bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who pushes this first delivery out into the offside to the man who took the catch, but it's Sammy's at cover. It's Nye Donald, and there is no run. Well, I would fervently hope, it won't happen, I'm fairly certain, that Sussex will get to 450 and pull out, because ultimately they have to win this game. They need to take 20 wickets, and you might as well start trying to take 20 wickets sooner rather than later, for my money. But
I think
teams tend to be a bit more conservative than that. Chappell is in, bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who defends this one into the onside, this time up towards Lewis Rees, who's fielding at mid-on.
Just a bit of advance information that Pete Fitzboyden, who is the new Sussex Chief Executive, is going to join the commentary at 12 o'clock today for half an hour. So if there's any burning questions you have for Pete, please drop us a note, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, and we'll do our best to get those questions to Pete. That's between 12 and 12:30 today.
As this next delivery is driven into the offside by Hudson-Prentice. That's Pat Brown fielding at point. So where's Anuj Dal then?
Oh, is he not on?
I can't see him. Why can't I see Anuj Dal? I can't see a 12th man either, which is slightly concerning.
I'm sure they haven't got 10 out there, Fletch.
No, I'd be worried if they had. Oh, he's there. He's on the mid-wicket boundary. There's Chappell bowls, and that almost beats Finn Hudson-Prentice for pace as much as anything. And he manages to get his bat on it, and there is Dahl coming from the shadow of the scoreboard, such as it is a shadow. And Hudson-Prentice off the mark with a single.
Well, he batted, he fielded beautifully yesterday, Anuj Dal. We reckon he saved, well, I'd have said he probably saved 25 runs fielding out there in front of the scoreboard, because a lot of the time the ball was playing out towards the boundary and he was cutting it off and it was just going for a single. He was terrific.
Hudson-Prentice famously not got a century, has he?
No, he hasn't.
He's got a 99, I know, I saw it as this next delivery is bowled to Simpson, who just pushes it up defensively towards Lewis Rees. The first over from Zach Chappell from the CN comes to a close. He took a wicket, he conceded 1 run, and Sussex are 405 for 5. For those watching bonus point territory. We've now had 98 overs, so another 12 overs. Derbyshire need one more wicket for a second bowling bonus point. Of course, Sussex need another 45 runs in those overs to get to the maximum batting points, but ultimately they won't make a scrap of difference at the end of the season, so they might as well do away with them, of course.
You're obviously not a fan.
I think they're a waste of time.
Right.
Absolute waste of time.
So it's going to be Du Pavillon who's going to come in from the Cromwell Road end. Finn Hudson-Prentice taking strike, and well, Derbyshire feel pleased they've picked up a wicket in this second over. Tom Alsop gone for 70, and the new man Hudson-Prentice is going to face Du Pavillon. He's on 1. Du Pavillon is in bowls. Hudson-Prentice is hit on the pads. There's a stifled appeal from David Lloyd, the skipper, at first slip, but that was clearly from where we're sitting, which is right behind the bowler's arm. Was going down the leg side, and there is no run. It's not a great crowd, is it, Fletch? It's,
I thought it was all right yesterday, but clearly you've had correspondence that suggests otherwise.
Yeah, I heard about 800 yesterday. I just thought on a Friday, you know, last sort of week of the school holidays, there might be a few more in, or you know, maybe being lovely weather, people have decided to head to the beach. As in comes Du Pavillon over the wicket, bowls, and Hudson-Prentice forward to ball of good length, much better from Du Pavillon. Hudson-Prentice stretching forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run.
Why would you not head to the beach? Can we go? We might as well, man.
Well,
they wouldn't miss us. Nicky can hold the fort. We'll be all right.
One of our colleagues, Nicky was down here for that game. Richard Ray is very keen on his fitness, isn't he, Richard?
Mad, and absolutely mad as a fish.
You know, he'll sort of run 10k and swim in the. Sorry. Well, it's a funny story to that, actually, Nicky. The answer is no. Richard was trying to entice me into the sea. In comes Du Pavillon, bowls. Hudson-Prentice drives slightly loosely, actually. It's fielded in the covers and there is no run. I just thought he was reaching for that little bit outside of his off stump. And he comes down and does some gardening. No, I didn't. And my excuse was I didn't have my swimming gear. But Leicestershire did come down here for a one-dayer, and it was a lovely sunny day. And I bought my trunks. And Richard had to leave at the end of the day fairly sharpish, so I got out of doing it as well.
You have to have those ones down to your knee, though, don't you, to have your tattoos? Yeah.
You'll be pleased to know they weren't Speedos or anything like that.
Oh dear.
It then comes Du Pavillon, bowls, and Hudson-Prentice is forward. This is a much better over from Du Pavillon. He's pitching the ball around middle and off. He's making Hudson-Prentice play, and there is no run. Two slips. Point, cover, mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, 2 men sat back on the leg side. There's a deep backward square and a fine leg. There's Du Pavillon walking back up the hill, and he turns and makes his way in down the slope. Here and bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who covers up again. Another good delivery. Hudson-Prentice having to play, and that's all you can ask when you're bowling to a new batter. He clips it to mid-wicket. There is no run. We have to remember this ball is still relatively new, having been taken. It's after 88 overs and 1 ball, Fletch.
88 overs and 3 balls.
Right.
Bizarrely.
Yeah. And they want to make the most of the fact that these Kookaburra balls, it becomes far more difficult for the bowling. I think in the end it actually became quite difficult for the batting side yesterday, because it's difficult to hit the ball too far. And that's when the runs slowed down a little. Du Pavillon in, bowls. Hudson-Prentice defends out into the offside, and that's a good over by Darren Du Pavillon, who's now bowled 16 overs, 4 maidens that'll click over to in a minute. Has taken 1 for 71. Sussex 405 for 5. If you just joined us, the man out this morning, Tom Alsop, who added just 1 to his overnight score, but he was caught rather tamely by an Irene Donald off the bowling of Zach Chappell for a well-made 70.
David Griffin has flagged up to me, and I've checked it. He suggested I check these somewhere out on the ground. That was Zach Chappell's 49th first-class wicket for Derbyshire. He's only been here since the start of last season at Derbyshire, so has been the best bowler that Derbyshire have had in the last 2 campaigns, and he begins a new over, and that one is driven out into the offside towards extra cover. And it's Dahl races around the boundary, picks up, and they get back for a second. Simpson moves on to 39, 407 for 5. The over rate, look, Adrian, +5.
Yeah, incredible.
Because they finished at about a minute past 6, so it should be level, surely.
It was great last night, wasn't it? I mean, it was a good day's cricket. Finished at 6 o'clock. I went over to do my interviews. Daniel Hughes was waiting, so it was everything was just.
I had to wait a little bit for.
Well, understandably.
For David Lloyd, but
Daniel was out waiting, and so it was great. You know, we were sort of done and dusted, and all the work was finished.
Bless him, I don't think he looked at his phone either. As Chappell is in and bowls, that one is turned into the leg side by Simpson to Nye Donald. There's no run, and after I'd finished the interview, as we walked back round, because the players obviously had to come to the bus, which is just behind us, so walking around the boundary, what does David Lloyd want to talk about? Burton Albion, Wrexham and Tranmere.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Talking about how difficult it is to get out of the National League. We'd watched an Oldham game the other week. Pressure on these sides to get out of the National League and back into the Football League is enormous.
Yeah.
As Chappell goes in again and bowls. That one is driven. That'll be 4 runs this time off the bat of Simpson, who moves into the 40s. That was a beautiful shot out towards the extra cover boundary. Moves to 43. 411 for 5.
It's a very reassuring sight for Sussex supporters this season to see some of the quality of John Simpson walking in at number 6. And it's made a huge difference. Not only is he a top class wicketkeeper, 300 is from your skipper, just what you need really.
Absolutely. Just taking a moment or two here as the discussion goes on behind him. David Lloyd is moving out of slip and into point, which is going to allow Anuj Dal to go a little bit straighter on the mid-wicket boundary. In fact, he's been told to go even straighter. He's no longer in the shadow. And here comes Zach Chappell to bowl to Simpson, who drives again.
Go back into the club to finance different things. And as I say, final shout out, the chief exec coming to have a natter with us at he's not coming in, he's coming in at 12 o'clock, 12 till half 12, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. If you've got a question for Pete Fitzboyden, in comes Dupavillon, Simpson up on his toes, and he drives that nicely through the covers, picks up another single. He goes to 53, 421 5. John Simpson averaging 65 with the bat for Sussex this season. 3 centuries, won a big double 100 against Leicestershire, and he's closing in on 1,000 runs for the season. You've got to give a lot of credit to Paul Farbrace and the recruitment here, but picking up someone like Simpson was a really, really good bit of business as far as Sussex are concerned. As Dupavillon, the sun has momentarily disappeared. There's sort of some high-level wispy cloud around as Dupavillon is in, and Hudson Prentice is surprised by delivery. He manages to work the ball down to the third-man boundary for 4, but he wasn't completely in control of the shot. Bit of extra bounce there from Darren Dupavillon, and Hudson Prentice picks up his first boundary. He goes to 5, and Sussex to 425 for 5. Bit of noise in our effects mic this morning. I'm told there's an old players reunion today here at Hove. I can see Ashley Wright, Luke Wright's brother.
They look like players, don't they? They look like old players.
Sitting down below us. So they don't get too raucous down there.
I don't mind that.
There'll be some good interviews to be had later on today.
Like every bit of gossip.
Yeah. As Dupavillon is in, bowls. Hudson Prentice pulls. Is he going to be caught? No, he's not. On the bounce to deep backward square leg, and Hudson Prentice goes to 6, the total to 426 for 5. You never know, there's always a little bit of gossip around, isn't there, Fletch? It's always worth keeping your ear to the ground.
Absolutely. We all love a bit of gossip.
We do. Simpson back on strike on 53. Interesting that Gus Atkinson has scored 100 for England, batting at number 8. Wow, that takes some indeed, doesn't it? Dupavillon in and bowls, and Simpson drives crisply through the offside. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2. Simpson is very, very quick between the wickets. And I think that was a wise decision as the throw came in from, who's that out there? It's Pat Brown.
Yeah.
Thank you, Fletch. Yeah, England 393 for 7. Atkinson 107 not out in 105 balls at the end of Du Pavillon's over. 17 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 82. Sussex 427 for 5. Simpson on 54. Finn Hudson-Prentice on 6.
And it'll be Zach Chappell to continue from the CN, unsurprisingly. Runs away from us to Simpson, who lets that wide-ish delivery go past him. Quite right too. No need to play any unnecessary shots. They're very much within striking distance of that 450, which is clearly what they want. And will the skipper, who's out there in the middle, then pull out? You would hope so, but teams tend not to, for whatever reason, which is a bit of a shame. As Chappell is in again, bowls a full delivery that's driven by Simpson out to the cover boundary where it's fielded by Anuj Dal, and they go through for a single. Simpson moves to 55.
I guess to a certain degree Sussex won't want to bat twice here if they don't have to, but in terms of the weather forecast, it's changed a little bit.
It's got better for the weekend now, isn't it?
I think it's better for tomorrow. I think
some thundery showers around.
Yeah,
is
there
that
is.
what you saw this morning?
Sunday, yeah.
I saw that. I saw that. Of course, if there's any lightning, then players are off the field for half an hour.
Yeah, they are.
Quite right too. Chappell to Hudson-Prentice, who turns that one neatly backward of square on the leg side. It's Anuj Dal, of course it is, racing around to do the fielding. Another single to Hudson-Prentice. He moves to 429 for 5.
Just to say, Yorkshire in that game against Middlesex, which Sussex supporters will have half an eye on this week. 396 for 5. Johnny Best on 119. George Hill, very fine all round at 17 not out.
Fourth ball of the Chappell over is guided into the offside by Simpson. He looks a little bit disappointed in himself there. It went straight to David Lloyd at point. Yes, now I'm trying to work out how many runs have been added already, but he's 860 odd. Johnny Simpson in the championship runs, leading the averages from Cheteshwar Pujara. This one is driven straight down the ground by Simpson. That's 4. Hits the rope and bounces into the wall away to our left-hand side. Jack Morley's going to do one of those acrobatic jumps over a fence here. I do like that. No, he's not, because Lewis Rees has done a slightly less acrobatic climb over the fence. Now they're going to have to look for the ball here.
Yeah, I think Sussex might be. This happens quite a lot, you know. I just wonder whether Sussex maybe ought to have a steward posted at this end of the ground.
Might be an idea.
Nicky's just showing me a photograph. I think, is that Tom Haynes? Is that with you? What? When was that taken? Oh, where we are. We ought to show Tom that. Just something about Gus Atkinson's century.
Friend of the stars.
Gus Atkinson becomes only the 6th player to hit a century, take 5 wickets in an innings, and take 10 wickets in a match at Lords. Sorry, so Gus Atkinson becomes only the 6th player to hit a century, take 5 wickets in an innings, and take 10 wickets in a match at Lords. Not this particular match, but in general, in a game at Lords. That's not well phrased, actually, on the BBC website. But the others are Gubby Allen, Keith Miller, Stuart Broad, Chris Wokes, and Ian Botham.
That's not bad company, either.
That is good company, isn't it?
Not bad company at all.
We'll have to give that to our listeners when
I think you should.
when they come to us.
Very soon.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. As if by magic. Chappell is in and bowls to Simpson. It's a short delivery. He ducks underneath it. Goes through to the keeper. It's the end of the over. 433 for 5. Hudson-Prentice has 7. Simpson has 59, and we've had 102 overs.
Well done, Fletch. We've got our update to give to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex and Surrey in a few moments' time. 435. Fletch, or 433?
433.
Thank you. Your glasses are better than mine.
I paid for mine.
Yes, yes, so did I, and they're not. Well, I paid quite a lot of money for mine. Well, comparatively. We've got a change in bowling. It looks like Anuj Dal is coming on from the Cromwell Road end, and I think that's that Jack Morley warming up in front of the Clock Tower scoreboard. So Derbyshire have picked up a wicket, but John Simpson looking in terrific form as skipper. He's on 59. Yes, good morning to you, Peter. We're in the glorious surroundings of Hove this morning, and Sussex continuing to pile on the runs here. They're 435 for 5. John Simpson, the skipper, is batting beautifully. He's on 59. Finn Hudson-Prentice is on 7. A wicket has gone down this morning out of Tom Alsop, who only added 1 to his overnight score before he was caught for 70. Surrey continuing on their merry way as well at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. They're 357 for 5. And in the Test match, a real landmark innings for Surrey's Gus Atkinson. England 395 for 8. Atkinson, who's perhaps better known as a bowler, batting at number 8, has scored his maiden first-class century. Wonderful effort by him at Lord's at the headquarters of cricket. So well done to Gus Atkinson. England 395 for 8. Atkinson now, Peter, is 107 not out. Do you know, it could be a surprise, Peter, but they'll be nice, you can rest assured. I'll probably make you jealous later.
Anuj Dal's first 2 deliveries have been defended by Finn Hudson-Prentice, so you haven't missed any action at the start of the Anuj Dal over. And for the first time today, Adrian Harms tucks into the biscuits. And Nicky Chowdhury joins us as Dal bowls this next delivery. It's driven beautifully by Hudson-Prentice. He's only going to get a single out. It's going to be fielding by Lewis Rees. 435 for 5. Nicky, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Yes, good form, as ever.
Go for a swim this morning?
No.
No?
No.
Didn't fancy taking the plunge?
Water's for ducks, I think you're fine. Or gulls, in this instance. No. It was still light when we were, well, just about light. So sort of 8:15 last night when we were walking along the front back to the hotel. Very nice indeed. Although as it got darker and darker, it's amazing how many lights there are out at sea. There's the wind farm and various ships, if indeed they are ships. Oh, Anuj Dal's lost his run-up. So he'll go back to the top of his mark.
It does make me quite sad at the moment, actually, that we're losing light.
Yes, it's not good, is it?
It's,
I don't like it. I don't like it.
Not quite coming to terms with it yet.
No. Dal bowls to Simpson, who drives out square on the offside. He'll only get a single. Pat Brown is out there sweeping on the cover boundary. 435 for 5. Simpson up to 60, and Jack Morley is definitely getting ready to bowl. No question about it. He's now on the floor, loosening his hips. I imagine. I have no idea what that does for you, but I imagine it loosens your hips or something. Here's Dal to Finn Hudson-Prentice. Oh, that one's kept low, and it's actually got the bottom edge and gone through to the keeper, and Hudson-Prentice is out. That one definitely kept low. Hudson-Prentice beaten as it takes the edge of his bat. Good sharp catch by Brooke Guest behind the stumps, and Sussex are 435 for 6 now. Hudson-Prentice goes for 8.
My word, that really did keep low. Just watching it back on the replay, it's taken Hudson-Prentice completely by surprise.
Can you tell on the replay? Because I couldn't tell with the naked eye. Sometimes you can't even tell on replays if it took the bottom edge or the top edge. Oh, I won't be able to see. I'm blind as a bat. No idea. I think it's nicked the inside to the bottom edge. It was a good sharp catch by Brooke Guest, standing up as he does often to Anuj Dal's first wicket of the match, and Derbyshire, although they are going for a few here, 8 from 17, incidentally. Finn Hudson-Prentice with the 1 boundary. They'll be relatively pleased with the way things have gone so far this morning, given how appallingly things went yesterday morning when they conceded 161 runs. Yes, they've conceded 44 runs this morning already, but they have picked up a couple of wickets. Although the downside to that is that Sussex, when they're bowling, which you wouldn't imagine to be a million miles away as Jack Carson comes out to the middle, will look to be taking quick wickets as well.
Well, what happened, Fletch? Adrian bit into his biscuit.
Adrian's
and
biscuit
lost a
again.
wicket.
Yeah, it's the unlucky biscuit. Adrian,
you're going to have to go on a
have
fast.
another. I did get a message off one correspondent yesterday saying I ought to buy Adrian a box of hobnobs to bring Derbyshire more luck, which of course is
A summer supply worth of hobnobs.
is amusing and at the same time absolutely nonsensical. Second bonus point, incidentally, for Derbyshire. Hurrah! They've now got 7 overs and 1 ball in which to claim another 3 wickets, which seems unlikely, but you never know. You never know. You do know, but you never know. Jack Carson just taking his guard. His darling conversation, far end of the field with Lewis Rees and Darren Dupavillon, who's polishing the ball furiously. It's a slip and a gully. Lloyd at gully now. Jack Morley at point, continuing to warm up on the boundary. I didn't get called for the half 11, so I'm assuming I haven't got one. That one is pushed into the ground by Carson and fielded by Dahl in his follow-through. 2 runs from it and a wicket on his first over of the morning. He's now bowled 12 overs, 1 for 44, Anuj Dahl. And for the first time today, we're going to see spin from the C end. It's going to be Jack, Morley. I was hoping they might put his figures up on the board before I finish this sentence, but it doesn't look like they're going to. With Carson yet to get off the mark, Simpson has 60. And his figures are 27 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 89.
And he's going to be bowling from the C end this morning, where we lost 2 wickets. The wicket of Alsop dismissed for 70. And then Hudson-Prentice, well, he got one that stayed quite low and got dismissed for 8 this morning. Sussex 435 for 6 as Morley just adjusts his field as he gets ready to bowl to Simpson with a slip in place, deep point, extra cover mid-off on the offside, and he's ready to go now to Simpson, who's forward and pushes at it as it's fielded at mid-off. On the leg side, we've got a mid-on, a short mid-wicket, a mid-wicket, a deep square leg, and a 45. As here's Morley to Simpson. This one's tossed up, and Simpson's forward drive straight back to Morley. Fields off his own bowling. I'm expecting it to get quite busy though, because it's a Friday, the weather's good, just give it a bit.
People will be here.
People will be here. Come down. As here's Morley now. This one's a short one, and it's been turned down to deep square leg. And it'll be a single. Sussex 436 for 6. Carson on to strike. It's a great day to come down. If you're wondering if you should, you should. Make your way down to
I
Hove.
have to. I'm contractually obliged to be here, so I don't have any choice in the matter, really. Not that I'd rather be anywhere else.
I think tomorrow you should take a plunge in the sea before you come in.
There is genuinely no chance of that happening.
Nothing. No amount of bribe. No. We'll see.
You won't.
Morley to Carson. This one, he's just lost his run up there. Umpire signals dead ball.
I don't know why they signalled dead ball. It's not really a dead ball. It hasn't even been live.
Well, we're alive now as in he comes, and this time Carson's forward and pushes it to extra cover. It's fielded by Lloyd.
Nearly done by the skipper. Jack Chappell's already run to the boundary.
Morley's in this one. Carson looks to turn down towards 45. It's gone straight to the fielder. It's not as bright as yesterday, but I'm sure it's going to clear up. It's like a little bit of haze as Morley this time on the off stump, and Carson makes space and cuts it down to deep point. They'll come back for 2. They run hard. Oh, good piece of fielding out in the deep. And that is going to conclude the over as well. Sussex 438 for 6 this morning. I think last time I was here, it was really misty in the morning, and it was meant to be a really hot day, and then Adrian told me there was a certain terminology for it. Something came off the sea.
Sea fret.
Fret, there we go.
Yeah.
I learnt a new word that day.
Yeah, and then forgot it.
I forgot it. Well, you reminded me again. Got a memory of a goldfish.
Sea fret. Can't beat a good sea fret. Keeps everybody cool in the height of summer. In the morning, generally, then it sort of, the sun burns it off, and
it did look quite cool.
yeah. There are many things
it was
living by the seaside that are cool.
It was bizarre. It was just how it was just like lingering around the ground, and there was nowhere else. No fret today.
Nothing to fret about.
Yet.
Here's Anuj Dal, 438 for 6, bowling to John Simpson, who drives that one out towards the point boundary for a single. He moves to 62. 439 for 6. Dal bowling from the Cromwell Road end here at Hove. The house at the far end is covered in scaffolding. A bit of extensive work going on there.
Restricts the view to the ground.
You could always sit on the scaffolding, couldn't you?
Health and safety.
Next delivery to Carlson is pushed up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Dupavilon. Because it looks like there's even more scaffolding, because there is the television scaffolding, which will be in use later next week. That's sold out quarter-final of the Vitality Blast. And Lancashire are the visitors. 439 for 6. Dal bowls, Carson drives, but again doesn't really time it. Up towards Lewis Rees at mid-off.
So I heard you mention earlier thinking perhaps a declaration around 450.
Once they get to 450, they might as well stop, but they won't, because teams don't. But as Adrian says, if they just want to bat once, they might try and get to 500 by lunch, which would be a bit of a tall order. This one is pushed by Carson out into the offside, and there's no he's not showing too much in the way of aggression just yet, Carson. 2 off his first 7 deliveries. 439 for 6. I think as the years have gone on, teams have become less inclined to declare early, as he doesn't play an aggressive shot now. That's a really well timed shot, nicely stopped of a fashion on the boundary. It was down towards backward square leg. It was Zach Chappell who managed to get down eventually and stop the ball from going to the boundary, and it was thrown back in by Pat Brown. They go through for a couple. 441 for 6. Well done to Zach Chappell. The Tin Man needs oiling. The Tin Man in the Wizard of Oz. This one is pushed out into the offside by Carson. 442 for 6. Nicky gave me a quizzical look.
I haven't watched the.
Well, you need to. It's an absolute modern classic. 442 for 6 at the end of the over. The Tin Man. He's basically, if you're a bit stiff, you look like a Tin Man.
Okay.
From the Wizard of Oz, who was, I mean, it wasn't tin, obviously, it was a film, but he was very...
Your mobility is restricted, basically, okay.
Basically, yeah.
I get the reference.
That's about it, really.
Yeah, there's quite a few things I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it's a cultural reference from the 1950s, I think, so even I wasn't born then, but... Nor was Adrian.
If you give me a Harry Potter reference, I'm not going to get it. A Star Wars reference, it goes over my head.
Yeah, no, I'm not a Star Wars man. Or a Harry Potter man, really.
Morley to Carson. Carson's off the back foot and just pushes it to Lloyd at short extra cover. There's a lot of scaffolding around the ground actually. There's that house that you just pointed out, and then to the left of the apartment block there's more. Oh, it's a beautiful delivery from Morley. It beats the bat. There's a bit of bounce, there's a bit of turn, and Carson also looks to be taken by surprise. That's gone straight into the gloves of Guest.
Not happy about that.
That's going to be some good signs. Encouraging signs for spin. As Morley in again, and this time straight to delivery, and full delivery that Carson blocks out. Plays it to mid-on.
Turn and bounce. Interesting.
I'll be happy to see that. Morley in once again, short delivery, dragged down, and this is cut away down towards deep point. It will just be the single. Protection is there. Sussex 443 for 6. Simpson to face as he taps his bat in his stance. Crouch low, ready to go. Morley in this time turned into the leg side at mid-wicket. It's a dot ball. You can hear lots of chatter going on from our effect. So much gossip.
It's the old boys.
Morley in, and this one's a full delivery. It's pushed to mid-on. There will be a single as mid-on's fairly deep. Sussex 444 for 6, and that's going to conclude the over as well. Simpson with 63, Carson with 6 to his name. Always like to be like a fly on the wall listening to those sort of conversations, you know, when it's like a reunion and people discuss what went on.
I think they're just excited to be out of the house, to be honest. Just the two other games in the second division, of course, going on now, because that game at Bristol was abandoned as a draw yesterday. The pitch was deemed dangerous. Interestingly, Gloucestershire picked up no points from the match. So not even points for a draw, according to any of the sites I saw, as Anisdale begins a new over. Simpson pushes that one out towards the point boundary. Single is taken. Simpson moves to 64, 445 for 6. Now, Yorkshire have moved on to 421 for 5. They're in the 108th over there, so they might not get maximum batting bonus points unless they really step on it. Glamorgan 149 for 2 as Dahl bowls to Carson. Nice stop in the covers by Harry Kane, prevents a run from being taken. Diving to his left. Glamorgan 149 for 2, trailing Leicestershire by 102 at Sophia Gardens. Surrey's march towards the championship goes on. 390 for 5 now at Trent Bridge. And comes Dahl again. That one is pushed off the back foot up towards a straightish mid-off by Carson. No run.
How many consecutive years would this have been?
This will be 3, won't it?
3
this year when Surrey win the title. Well, one day, but which they almost inevitably will. Yeah, decent run. Today's the anniversary. I think it was 1996. I saw on Twitter as Dahl comes in and bowls. That one is guided out towards the backward point region. Morley will run around and keep the ball in play, and 2 more runs to Carson, who moves up to 447 for 6. I think it was 1996 or 1997. Griffel, he'll have me here because it was his tweet. The anniversary of the last time Derbyshire were top of the county championship. They didn't go on and win it, of course, but they were top. Long time ago. Next delivery from Dahl. Pops on Carson. He manages to keep it down. And almost in homage to the game yesterday, Ian Blackwell immediately looks across to his fellow umpire, Paul Baldwin, and does the sort of cutthroat sign as if to say, no, it's too dangerous, let's get off. Interesting. Very good from Blackie.
I did go back yesterday and watch some of the clips from that game.
It was all right, wasn't it? Comes Dahl again, bowls that one is cut away, and I thought it would have been. I thought he'd given up on it there, Jack Morley. He hadn't. He'd just run around to pick it up. There's only a single taken. Carson moves to 9 and pinches the strike. Sussex 4-4-8 for 6.
Yeah, I did watch some of those clips, and the ones that popped really did pop.
Well, Vasconcelos has got a broken finger, hasn't he? And it looks like he'll miss the quarter final as well now. As Ravi Bopara, as Adrian informed us yesterday, got his broken finger out in the Cayman Islands.
What were your thoughts, though, watching?
When he saw the Keogh delivery, I mean, it really reared on him, didn't it? And he's sharp, is Singdale.
He is, yeah.
I think he's among the quicker bowlers in the second division, certainly. And he took his bottom hand off the bat, then he chucked his bat away. It was quite dramatic, the way he did it.
It looked painful. As Morley's in to Carson now, and this one's hit uppishly down the ground. It's gone all the way to the boundary. Morley sticks a hand out to his left, but it was pretty far away from it. That's been hit hard down the ground. Sussex 452 for 6. Carson moves on to 13.
Maximum batting bonus points for Sussex. They have all 5.
Morley in again. This is a flat delivery, and Carson turns this into the leg side. Dowell's on the move in the deep, covering ground from deep square leg. It will just be the single. 453 for 6. As some of the Derbyshire support staff are making their way around for a lap round the ground.
And as predicted, Sussex have not, as they should, declared. You need 20 wickets, Sussex. Might as well start getting them now.
Morley to Simpson, who's forward and drives this straight back to Morley. Although not to be superstitious or anything, but I've just noticed the Derbyshire support staff have walked left round the ground.
That's right, that's that's the wicket's way, isn't it?
Morley in again, and this one straighter, just defended off the back foot to mid-wicket.
Who is Harry Moore, who's on the field as a 12th man for the first time. You'll easily spot Harry Moore, A, because he's 17 feet tall.
It's extremely tall.
And B, because he has no sponsor's name on the front of his Derbyshire top.
Morley in again, and Simpson defends to Lloyd at short to mid-wicket.
The reason being he is 17 and it is a betting company on the front of the shirts. He is not allowed to wear betting company's logo on the front of his shirt because of his age.
Morley in again, and this one tossed up a little bit as Simpson is forward, lunges into a defence to conclude the over. Sussex 453 for 6. Carson's on 14. Simpson with 64.
Carson's been out there for so long, the full 20 deliveries now. He needs a towel down and a drink. Dear, oh dear. Yeah, in the same way that you can't buy junior football shirts, can you, with betting companies' sponsorship of football clubs on the front. That's been banned now, quite correctly, in my opinion. 2 more overs in which Derbyshire, two more overs for Derbyshire to pick up 3 wickets, which isn't going to happen, to get maximum bowling bonus points. Wayne Madson's just had a lengthy chat with Ian Blackwell. I don't think their careers will have overlapped. They might have done. Their careers will have overlapped, but I don't think his Derbyshire career will have overlapped with Ian Blackwell. And Alan Jal begins a new over bowling to Jack Carson, who pushes that one out into the onside, and Aaron Donald does the fielding, and there's no run. I think it was Donald who was briefly off the field because Harry Moore is no longer out there for Derbyshire. Always good to see Harry, though. Hopefully we'll get to see him in a championship match, yet to make his red ball debut for Derbyshire. Played several of the one-day cup matches. Dials in again, balls to Carlson, is struck on the pad, bat and pad. Ball goes out into the offsider. It's fielded by Harry Kane. He was part of the side that won at Taunton. In fact, he hit the winning runs at Taunton as Derbyshire completed a rare victory over Somerset. Back in the halcyon days when Derbyshire were winning games of cricket. Here comes Dahl again. That was been whipped into the leg side, just backward of square by Carlson. It's fielded by Pat Brown out there, and they go through for another single. Carlson moves to 15, 454 for 6. Of course, our midday guest will probably not want them to declare, because that might extend the days, the game into Sunday. The old chief executive's ploy. Get the full 4 days in, boys. Swell the coffers.
Tactical.
His Dahl bowls to Simpson, who rather skews that out into the offside square. Picks up another single though, out to Brown. 455 for 6. As we will make way for the big into the hard, all the questions that need asking will be asked, and some that probably don't, in all honesty. I know how these things work out over half an hour. Here comes Dahl and bowls. That one is defended off the back foot by Carson, out towards Donald mid wicket. Adrian's limbering up.
I can see his list of questions. The list is endless.
He's getting ready.
He's getting himself all pumped.
We need to know if the chief executive has any piercings or tattoos, of course, because we need to know that of everybody who walks into the commentary box. Just to give him a heads up. We won't tell him any of the other questions. Dahl bowls. That one is played nicely into the leg side. A long way in front of square, actually. He's played it much, much better than I imagined he had. And Pat Brown does really well running around the boundary to keep it down to a couple, but Carson moves to 17 at the end of the over. Simpson's got 65 and Sussex are 457 for 6. Now this could get complicated, because before the chief executive arrives, I'm almost certainly going to have to go next door and do my update. So if you do that, and then I do this, and then when the chief executive comes, you keep switching me off, Nicky. I don't know. There is something about that. You can switch me off now. Thank you very much.
You can come back on, Nicky, because Pete's not here yet. So when he comes, you may have to natter for a couple of minutes. I'll just give him a quick briefing as to the do. In fact, here he is. So I'm going to leave you with Nicky for a minute. I'm going to have a chat to Pete off air, and then you do this over.
Morley to Simpson, who's forward as he defends this one, slightly tossed up. A little bit of flight, and Simpson's on the front foot. He's ready to go again. Left arm spin. This one's a shorter one down the leg side, taken swiftly by Guest with the gloves. Field is pretty much the same, apart from mid-on has been pushed out onto the boundary. As Morley is in, and this time Simpson's forward, turns the ball into the leg side, and it's fielded at 45. Morley at the top of his marks, ready to go. Gets through his overs pretty quickly. This one tossed up, and Simpson's forward. Attempts to drive, and that's gone through straight to Guest with the gloves. There's a slight breeze around the ground. Flags are waving. Not as strong as yesterday though, as Morley's in this one. A bit more flight, and Simpson's forward, strong in defence. Slightly firmer defence as well, as it's hit to extra cover. Simpson taps his bat. He's in his stance, ready to go once again. Crouch low. And this time off the back foot, pushes it down towards long on. We'll take the single. There's always a one there at the moment, as that concludes the end of the over as well. Sussex 458 for 6. Carson with 17, Simpson with 66, and Adrian's back, and I'm going to make way.
Yes, thank you very much, Nikki. As the first hour play has gone by, Sussex advancing with their overnight score of 391 for 4 to 458 for 6. And I'm delighted to be joined here in the commentary box by Pete Fitzboyden, who is the new Chief Executive of Sussex County Cricket Club. I suppose I want to get things right. First of all, Pete, is it Pete or Peter? I don't want to be too familiar.
I prefer Pete.
Right.
I think it's only my mum calls me Peter. So.
Oh, is that right? And is that when you're in trouble as well?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've got a brother called Tim, and he was generally Tim, but if he misbehaved, it was Timothy.
Timothy, I can imagine.
It's going to be Anuj Dal who's going to carry on. 15 overs, 1 made, 1 for 56. A bowl to the left-handed John Simpson. He comes in around the wicket and bowls, and Simpson defends into the offside, and there is no run. So I guess the obvious question is, what was appealing to you about the role when you applied for it, Pete?
Well, I came here in the late 2000s when I was living in, well, Kent, but let's move past that part. And so I've been here a lot and absolutely loved the place. And when the job came up, I couldn't resist, I think is the summary. And yeah.
Dahl just wheels around at the far end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and Simpson cuts firmly, and that's well, it almost took Wayne Madson's hand off at Backwell Point. Simpson goes through for a single, goes to 459 for 6. Simpson to 67.
No, and certainly, I mean, cricket's been in my life since probably about the age of 10. Growing up in Somerset, my first ever first-class game was watching Viv Richards, Joel Garner, Ian Botham. I didn't realise it was quite such an unusual team at the time, but and so it's always been in my blood. And so those two things together was just, it's my dream job.
Anuj Dal is back to his mark. Now, I think have we got a broken stump or something? I think we have, you know. The umpires are just calling to the groundsman to bring out a new stump, which is pretty unusual. So we've got a quick break in play, which means we can chat to Pete even more. There we are. That's got to come out the budget, Pete. A new stump.
Every time there's a 6 out of the ground, I get bitter about having to buy a new ball.
Well, cricket balls are expensive.
They really are. They really are.
I mean, formerly in previous careers, Pete, you were chief exec at London Sport, and I was interested. Was that very much in terms of getting youngsters involved in grassroots sport? Is that?
It was on the back of the 2012 Olympic and Paralympic Games, and the Mayor of London at the time, Boris Johnson, wanted to make sure there was a legacy from those games, and not just for elite sport, but actually at grassroots, to make sure it transformed the city. And that's what London Sport was born to do. And it was a remarkable 3 years I was there, actually, just creating it from scratch and trying to really change the lives of Londoners. And it was really successful, and I think it made sure the Olympics actually left something for local people, which I think was a danger of not. And I think it was very much a political hot potato in terms of Olympic legacy and things, but I can hand on heart say it changed the lives of hundreds of thousands of Londoners, and it was a really great job to do, actually, really, really enjoyable, apart from Boris Johnson. But let's move on.
Yeah, we'll move on from that here on the BBC. The delay is because we think a stump is being replaced. So there's no cricket going on at the moment. You're listening to Pete Fitzboyden, who is the new chief exec here at Sussex. And after that, Pete, you spent some time at Cricket Scotland as well.
Yeah, that was it was part of my sort of 4 years of probably problem solving. It was a lot of short-term chief exec roles where I just went around solving problems in sport. And the one was Cycling UK was going bankrupt, and sort of went in there and solved that. We had bullying problems in Badminton England in the Olympic programme, so we went and solved that. And then latterly Cricket Scotland, and that was one of the biggest challenges. It really was a real right in the storm of a racism crisis, which I had to throw myself into and hopefully make better.
We are about to get underway after that brief delay to fix a stump, and it's going to be Anuj Dal who's coming in from the Cromwell Road end to bowl to Jack Carson. He's in and bowls, and Carson defends onto the onside. So you've arrived at Sussex, a whole range of questions. We may not get them all in the half hour, and thank you for your time, by the way. I really appreciate it. What sort of top of your in tray, and or maybe remains sort of near the top of your in tray, Pete?
I think the biggest thing is actually getting an agreed strategy. It sounds incredibly dull, but making sure we know what we're doing, and everyone agrees to it.
In comes Dahl over the wicket bowls, and Carson defends onto the onside, and there is no run.
And I think that's what we need to do. There are lots of different ideas, lots of things to get thrown into, but it feels a little bit like a new era at the moment, on the field, off the field. Let's agree what we're going to do and where we want the organisation to be in, not next year, 20 years. Firstly, make sure we're still here, and secondly, make sure we're still flourishing.
And Dahl, no slips in place. Comes in and bowls to Carson, who defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. And how difficult is that, Pete, in the current climate of cricket? There's all the debate around the 100 and franchises, which I don't begin to understand, but it all looks pretty complex at the moment.
It's complex, fast-moving, political in every way. I think what we've got to work out is how we regain a bit of control of our own destiny as an organisation.
Dahl in again over the wicket bowls, and Carson is forward, plays out into the covers. There is no run. End of the over. 4:59 for 6. Carson on 17, Simpson on 67.
Because I think it's fair to say when I came in to sort of look at the organisation, certainly the finances, which you can't escape, it's very clear we're not in control of our own destiny, really. I think it's 58% of our money comes from the ECB. We need to generate more money ourselves, not only to survive and flourish, but so that we've got control. And I think that's my big observation, and that's going to be almost unfortunately a big part of the strategy, to try and make more money, because not money for fun, money to reinvest in cricket obviously, and more players, more support structure, everything else, but money has to be a key focus of a lot of the strategy.
Jack Morley is going to carry on from the C end of the ground, the left arm spinner. There's a slip in place. He's coming over the wicket to the left-handed John Simpson. He's in and bowls, and Simpson plays defensively. He did play defensively down onto the onside and picks up a single down to long on. Simpson goes to 68, Sussex to 460 for 6. And you mentioned the dreaded word there, Pete, finances. I mean, what can you tell us about? We hear about a lot of cricket clubs, hopefully not Sussex, in not a great shape. So perhaps you could, in between balls, and it's not easy with Jack Morley, the spinner bowler, and just give us an indication of where Sussex are. In comes Morley, cut away by Carson through backward point. He's going to pick up one, and he's going to come back for a comfortable second run. Carson goes to 19, the total to 462 for 6.
I'd have to be a short answer with a spinner on, wouldn't it? But I think I'd take Sussex's financial position over almost any other county.
Really?
We've got. That doesn't mean it's great. It just means it's a lot better than others.
Morley in again around the wicket bowls. Carson defends to mid on. There is no run.
I think we're Sussex, we're debt free, which is great. We vaguely break even, which other clubs can't necessarily say.
Morley again. In and bowls. Carson, well, he's hammered that away over Cow Corner. I suspect that may have gone all the way for 6 runs. It has indeed clubbed away towards the corporate hospitality area. Jack Carson goes to, I think the scoreboards went incredibly fast, the scoreboard here at Hove. Carson goes to 25, the total 468 for 6.
But making more money is a key thing that we've got to do. We're in an okay position, but the business of cricket isn't incredibly healthy, certainly at county level.
Morley, just the one slip in place. In and bowls. Carson defends out to short extra cover, and there is no run.
I think when you look at cricket, and when I looked at our finances, we've got about 60 days of cricket at Hove, and only 7 make money roughly. And
Morley, final ball of the over bowls. Carson clips to mid wicket. There is no run. End of the over. 468 for 6. Carson 25. Simpson 68. Wow, that's extraordinary. Presume are they the T20 games?
They are the T20 games, and that's only if we do a good job with them. So what we've got to be very clear is that we need a very good strategy that makes sure we make enough money so that we safeguard red ball cricket. Because I think it's fair to say that's many people's passion, certainly mine as well. We need a T20, dare I say we need 100 that pays us 1.3 million a year, because it all helps to make sure what we're seeing today continues. We've also got to make more money outside of cricket. The cricket is a short season, it's obviously summer based, it's weather dependent. We need to make more money from an incredible place in the middle of Hove to pay our cricket bills, and I think that's going to be a big focus as well of the future.
So does that mean on a day like today, a county championship game, Pete, that Sussex would lose money on a day like today?
It would, unfortunately. And you look at the, even with a pretty good attendance today, it just, with the staffing, the fixed costs that we've got, it doesn't make money. That's not something we should be concerned about, and I think the attendance at Hove is a lot better than most counties, let's be honest. So we've got to work harder outside of the championship games to make sure it's subsidised and survives, and that's something that I'm passionate about. I think the ECB are passionate about, to make sure 4-day cricket continues to flourish, but we've got to work very hard to make it happen.
And how can you make that happen? As you say, there's only 60 days. We've got 6 months of winter as well. How can you make this pay its way?
A big part of it is, well, we need to be better at what we do, better sponsorship and everything else, better core cricket commerciality. But what I'm really interested in is some of the outside of cricket stuff, the ground development, having a conference centre that, in mid rainy December we're still making money. That'd be lovely. Could we have a gym here? Could we have a cafe, shops, all those kind of things that really sweat the asset we have in Hove to pay for what we're seeing here? And that's what I think we haven't done enough of. We've done a bit of, but I think there's massive potential.
Pat Brown is into the attack in his 9th over. Around the wicket, first time we've seen him today. Bowls to Simpson, who drills that away through extra cover and picks up a single. He goes to 69, 469 for 6. And on that topic, Pete, someone got in touch a couple of weeks ago about the development or possible development of the Cromwell Road end. Where I think planning permission has been given. I may be wrong. Where are we in that process?
Yeah, so the ground development plan was 4 stages. Stage 1 is done, Sussex Cricketer, etc., and the flats and everything else. So that's all done. The phase 2, which is Shark Stand Corporate Hospitality Centre, that's the next one, and phases 3 and 4, which is sort of the stadium stuff at Cromwell Road end. It's still in the plan, but what we've got to make sure is we do it sympathetically, and I'll talk about that in a second.
Brown over the wicket to the right-handed cast. He's in and bowls, short delivery cast and ducks underneath it through to keep a guess, no run.
In terms of those phases 2 to 4, we're just having another look at them, because the world's changed. It was pre-COVID when it was agreed, and is it still fit for purpose? Does it still give us the seats we need? The ECB requirements have changed. Do we need more seats, less seats? But for me, whatever we do, we've got to make sure Hove stays like Hove. I think on my first day I was warned, don't touch deck chairs.
Yeah, sacrosanct they are, Pete. As he comes, Brown over the wicket, bowls, and Castle flicks this away through square leg, picks up another single. He goes to 26, 470 for 6.
And on a serious note, I walk around the ground every match day, and I talk to people, and those deck chairs are Hove. There's a danger you try and do too much commercially with the site and lose baby and bathwater stuff. It's an amazing place. It's everybody's favourite away ground.
It is.
And we've got to make sure it stays there. And some of that is the quirks. So let's not develop the quirks out, that's what I'm trying to do, but make it more viable.
But with any development as well, be it the southwest corner, be it the Cromwell Road, then that all costs money as well, Pete. And I would imagine, the coffers are, you say the club are debt free, but that money's got to be found from somewhere. Is that another consideration? In comes Brown, around the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who lets that go outside the off stump, no run.
You're referring to the minor challenge of getting, 10, 15 million pounds.
Yeah.
Detail. No, there are lots of avenues we can go. Now, some of them are ECB grants. Some of them are potential receipts from the sale of the 100 franchises, which we'd be a recipient of. And there are other corporate partners we can go to for that money. I think raising that kind of money with a good business plan won't be a problem. It's something I've done before in previous roles. Ultimately, we need to.
Brown. Sun has gone in momentarily around the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who drives back down the track. Brown fields, and there is no run. So when can supporters expect decisions on that, Pete, in terms of ground development, or what's going to happen and what maybe won't happen?
It's going on behind the scenes at the moment, just reviewing those plans for phase 2 to 4. I would imagine probably before Christmas we'll have a direction of what we want to do, and then we've got to talk to the people who really matter, who are the supporters, the members, to make sure it's right for the ground.
Brown In again, round the wicket bowls to Simpson, who reaches for that outside the off stump, plays to backward point. There's a really good tumbling save in there by Jack Morley, and there is no run. End of the over, 470 for 6, Simpson on 69. Carson on 26. Live cricket here on the BBC. Adrian Harms in conversation with the Sussex Chief Exec, Pete Fitzboyden. And you mentioned there about the 100 and the franchises, Pete. From one day to the next you read the newspapers and nobody really seems to know what's quite going on with the 100. Is there a danger with some counties struggling for money that the deal that's done isn't the best deal? In the rush to get the cash, the counties might try and take the money quickly. I'm just wondering how that's...
I think it's fair to say during all the negotiations it was the haves and the have-nots.
Yeah.
It was the hosts and the non-hosts in pretty much metaphorical separate rooms.
Morley around the wicket bowls to Carson, who defends down the onside, no run.
But as you point out, even in the non-hosts, you've got some counties who really need money yesterday, and it's fair to say their appetite for negotiation was probably a little bit different to ours.
Morley again. Carson plays that firmly through the offside, picks up at least one and possibly two. Good fielding out on the cover boundary by Pat Brown, just the single.
I think the deal that's been struck is a good one for Sussex. It gives us money now, but the challenge, money's only good now if you spend it wisely, and that's what we've got coming up to invest in the ground to make sure we're sustainable for the next 100 years.
Morley again bowls to Simpson, who defends onto the onside. There is no. Does that mean a deal has been agreed, Pete?
It's been agreed by the ECB. There's no vote on it, and they're going out to market very shortly in terms of trying to get that investment.
Morley again in and bowls. Simpson drives back down the track, and I thought for a moment he'd been caught and bowled. John Simpson sort of made as if to walk towards the pavilion, but then he came back again, and it was a bump ball fielded by Morley. There is no run. I apologise because in between deliveries, Jack Morley gets through his overs extremely quickly. He's in and bowls to Simpson, who plays that firmly down the ground to long on. Running in from long on is Zach Chappell, as Simpson goes to 70 within 30 runs of what will be his 400 of the season. 472 for 6.
And I think with the 100, I appreciate it's not everyone's cup of tea.
Yeah.
But
final ball of the over. Morley in bowls. Carson defends into the offside. There is no run. End of the over.
But I think the truth is, us and other counties like us wouldn't be sustainable without it. You know, we get £1.3 million a year from, well, really not playing 2 weeks a year in summer, which is disappointing because we'd love to have cricket here, but the 1.3 million allows us to survive. You know, with the sale of some of the franchises, that'll give us money to invest in the ground. And I think whatever you think of the 100, it is bringing new audiences in as well. But I think it'd be a little bit better at getting kids interested and then passing them on to us so that they're, you know, lifelong fans of cricket. So I don't personally see it as a bad thing. There's different flavours of cricket, different things for different people, and without it, we'd have some challenges.
Let's talk about corporate hospitality, because I can see today there's an ex-players' day today going on down here with a load of players on the right-hand side. How difficult is it to get corporate hospitality? I guess for T20 it may be easier than Championship cricket, Pete. In comes Brown. Around the wicket coming into bowl to John Simpson. He's in and bowls, and Simpson plays firmly to backward point. There is no run.
It's definitely a tougher industry than it was maybe 10 years ago. I think, you know, the days of lavish corporate hospitality, inviting people from, you know, all sorts. It's changed, so it is tougher, but it's still there. We've been quite successful. The different challenges are at the weekend you can't sell corporate hospitality. People don't spend their weekends doing that kind of stuff. So a lot of it is fixture dependent, but we've done a pretty good job actually of selling most of our games out, especially T20s, which is good money.
Brown in again around the wicket bowls to Simpson, who steers this through the covers and picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Goes to 71, the total to 474 for 6. I
think the challenge with corporate hospitality is the expectation has gone up and up and up. You know, places like the Amex are phenomenal corporate hospitality, and we've got to keep up because really that's who you're competing with.
Yeah.
Hence the phase 2 development to really up our game is what we need to do. And to make sure we carry on making really, really good money to subsidise cricket.
An email is coming from Chris Day. Hello, Chris. He says, no question for Pete, just a big thank you. As a Sussex supporter, thank you for giving us our club back. Communication with supporters have been nothing short of superb, a real refreshing change, and finally the club is moving in the right direction on and off the field. Is he a mate of yours?
So I think that's my mum's pseudonym, isn't
Is it? Well, well, we ask for emails and we read them out. So there we are. Pat Brown is going to make his way. And the next question is from John Malone. And John's been in touch and he says, will the concerts be back next year?
Oh, we hope so.
And who are you looking to have at home? You're not having Oasis, are you?
At this rate, it might be me. No, absolutely. I'll talk about that in a second.
In comes Brown. Around the wicket bowls to Carson, who ducks underneath that through to keep her guessed there is no run.
Oh, the desire for concerts is huge in everybody, the local residents, supporters, everything. So we're doing whatever we can. The truth is the market's changed since COVID. The market for, we call ourselves a mid-sized venue, 20,000 capacity. It's tough. A lot of people are going to sort of 5,000 indoor venues or big stadia. The middle's getting squeezed. But we're very hopeful of getting some big names here next year. I can't tell you who.
Go on. So it doesn't begin with an O then. In comes Brown around the wicket bowls to Carson, looks to pulls out of the shot at the last minute through to Guest.
I have a mental image of Ian Waring listening somewhere here, scowling, and saying, please don't tell anybody. No, we're working with some really good industry people to try and make sure it happens, because everybody wants it, and not least financially.
Yeah.
You know, it really would be life-changing.
A decent earner for the club as well. Who else has been in touch? We do get people listening from all over the place. We had a listener yesterday, John Pengelly, who's a big Sussex fan, who's over in Greenland at the moment, sending lots of lovely photographs from Greenland while he's watching the live stream. So good morning, or rather good afternoon to you, John. Keith Ridge. In comes Brown bowls. Carson defends down the track. There is no run. Who's the curator of the excellent Sussex Museum. Has been in touch from southwest France. Very good morning to you. Why aren't you at the game, Keith? You're not allowed to go on holiday during the cricket season. But thank you for getting in touch. And just a word to anybody around the ground who's listening, if you want something to do during the lunch break, please go and have a look around the excellent Sussex Cricket Museum with the volunteers over there selling their photographs and books and all the rest of it. It's really well worth a visit. Brown back to his mark. Around the wicket in and bowls, and Carson defends again into the offside, no runs. So you spoke about concerts. What about outground cricket? That's something that's always a bit of a bugbear for supporters. Where are we with potential returns to maybe Arundel or Horsham or even Eastbourne?
We've been working with, we've been talking an awful lot with Arundel actually about how we can return it there. But we obviously had a national counties rather game this year, which was really successful, and we're looking to build on it. I mean, I would love to take it back to Arundel, and we're working very hard to make it happen for next year. And I think that's twofold. It takes cricket to people who wouldn't necessarily be able to come to home, and actually I think commercially it can really work. So I think that's what we're trying to make sure we do, that it ticks both boxes. But I've been to Arundel quite a few times now. It's phenomenal, and we really want it back there.
Jack Morley comes into bowl to John Simpson. Simpson on 71 defends into the offside. No run. And is that all about, Pete, it being commercially viable?
It is. I mean, we've got very tight budgets here. We can't afford to spend more money. So whatever we do...
Morley in, bowls to Simpson. Simpson defends onto the onside, no run.
Whatever we do has to make commercial sense, because there is a cost of taking cricket there. Of course there is. But even if it's a break-even work, we still want to do it. It brings more Sussex supporters to the game. Morley
in bowls. Simpson drives into the covers footed by Harry Kane, and there is no run. So that would be hopefully, I have to see how negotiations go for a 4-day game. Any plans for one day, maybe the 50 over to go?
I didn't say 4-day game.
Oh, right. Right, okay. Right, you didn't. That was presumptuous of me. In comes Morley bowls. Simpson clips onto the onside, back of the square. Picks up one. He's going to look for two. He's very quick between the wickets, is John Simpson. But it's just a single. He goes to 72, 474 for 6.
I think all of the outground cricket, my first ever game was an outground game, Somerset versus Kent at Bath Rec. It brings new people to the game, and it's something I want to bring back to Sussex. What we can't do is instantly go to 3 outgrounds around the county. Morley
in bowls. Carson cuts firmly to backward point. There's a slight fumble But I think Carson would have got through for the single anyway. He goes to 28, 475 for 6.
But what I would love to do is on that journey, let's get a competitive game and an outground next year. That's the aim, and build from there.
Thank you for that. Just wait as Morley is going to come with the final ball of this over the wicket and bowls, and Simpson clips again into the leg side, picks up his 73rd run at the end of the over, 476 for 6. If you just joined us here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby, Adrian Harms in conversation with the Sussex Chief Exec, Pete Fitzboyden. Can I ask you about women's cricket, Pete, because there was a lot of disappointment around that Sussex weren't announced as one of the Tier 1 sides. I mean, how deep was the disappointment for you, and where does women's cricket go from here?
It was incredibly disappointing. Given the heritage of women's cricket in Sussex, it was very disappointing not to be a Tier 1 county. I think it was the second week of my time here.
Yeah.
And all the messaging was a great bid, fantastic, really groundbreaking. You haven't got it, which is really, really quite tough to take. And we can only assume it was about the number of seats, which other counties have got more seats, we've got fewer. But I think that Lily Miller missed a trick in terms of why we developed so many fantastic women's players over the years. But that said, Tier 2 comes with about £250,000 worth of funding, and that will transform the women's game in Sussex. So, yep, we didn't get Tier 1, but Tier 2 can be great too.
Brown around the wicket in and bowls to Simpson, who drives firmly through the covers, picks up his 74th run, 477 for 6.
And an awful lot of the plans we have for Tier 1, we're going to do in Tier 2 anyway. It's our commitment to equality is really deep, and that's for any team here, whether it's a Sussex disability team, women's team. Paul Farbrace especially has been a real advocate of this, that it's one club. Multiple teams, one club. Everybody's equal. And that's where we're going to have a lot of women's games at Hove next year. We're going to have equal treatment, as equitable as we possibly can be, to really, well, firstly get more cricket here, but I think we need to give visibility to women's cricket. It's fantastic quality, and only by seeing it will it grow and flourish.
Certainly the 100 was this year. No, the best games, we were discussing it yesterday, were certainly in the women's game. Brown in again, round the wicket, bowls to Carson down the leg side, taken by a tumbling guest, and there is no run. The cynical side of me, Pete, when Sussex didn't get one of the Tier 1 teams was, oh, here we go again, the smaller counties are being marginalised. Is there a bit of you that thinks that is the case, and it shows just how hard, and I hate the phrase smaller counties, but Derbyshire, I guess, would be in a similar sort of a boat?
It does feel like there is, there in cricket and county cricket, there are the haves and have-nots, and all the haves get more and more and more.
Yeah. Brown in and bowls, and Carson defends onto the leg side. But he picks up a single back to square on the leg side.
I think the charitable bit of me would say, the ECB's got a tough job. It really has. That they've got a lot of counties to please. There's a commercial reality to what they're trying to do with the women's games, and maybe bigger counties have, in their eyes, more commercial potential. I disagree. We had a Sussex women's game here, Vipers rather, and we had 3,000 people in the ground, and it was, I kid you not, the best cricket atmosphere I've ever experienced.
Brown around the wicket, bowls to Simpson wide of the off stump, taken by Guest. There is no run.
And I think Sussex has the ability to do that, and to get 3,000 to a regional women's game is phenomenal, and we have the ability to do that. And I think what that does do is reinforce the fact that as and when we do get Tier 1 status, and hopefully at the earliest opportunity we'll get promotion and we'll be back there, it will be great when we do that. And we have the opportunity now to build over the next 3 to 4 years to make sure when we do get to the top, we're going to be one of the very best.
Good news, in comes Brown around the wicket, bowls to Simpson wide outside the off stump. Simpson steers that down to the sweep on the cover boundary. He goes to 75, 479 for 6. And I guess what supporters want to hear as well is that, we've got a chief exec who's fighting Sussex's corner, and I'm sure at Derbyshire and Kent and Northamptonshire, that's what supporters want to hear, that the big counties aren't going to get it all their own way all the time.
I know people don't know me very well, but if there's one thing I do, I fight. I may smile, but I'm a fighter.
Good. In comes Brown. Around the wicket, bowls to Jack Carson. Carson sways out the way at the last moment and the ball goes through to Brooke Guest, and there is no run. End of the over, 479 for 6. Can you stay with us for another 5 minutes or so, Pete? Is that okay?
Yeah.
I've got to do an update to the listeners on the radio in a moment, and then just a couple more questions, and because I know your time is, you're a busy guy down here at Hove. What else was I going to ask you about? We've spoken about Arundel, we've spoken about outground cricket. Yeah, we were talking earlier about corporate hospitality, and I think you said it's just a different market at the moment.
It is. It's tough. But, businesses are still in tough times. Post-COVID, real squeeze on finances. The first thing to go is corporate hospitality spend. But we're still doing well. It might be changing. We're selling a lot more to individuals who just want a more sort of premium experience. And we're still doing well, but I think we've got to up our game, facilities-wise.
A couple more questions have come in. In comes Morley bowls, swept by John Simpson. That's a lovely shot. That's going to go for 4 runs. The skipper goes to 79, and Sussex to 479 for 6. James Trollope has sent a question to the chief exec. Well, this is an interesting one. Are there any plans to charge or to change, or i.e. charge for the live stream? I know 1 or 2 counties have.
No, it's a good question. I think Kent do. I think they put it behind a paywall. We are reviewing it at the moment, because I think that one side of me says it's great to have more people have access to cricket.
In comes Morley, bowls to Simpson. Simpson defends down the ground. I say defends, he punches the ball down the ground to long on, picks up a single, he goes to 80. The total goes to 484 for 6.
But equally, when you can sit at home and watch it on a stream, I know some people don't come here, so there's a little bit of a cost to that. What I do want to do is know who people are, and that means asking people to register so we know who they are, and ultimately so we can contact them.
Morley in again, bowls, and Cousins hit on the pad. That's going down the leg side, fielded a slip by Madsen. There is no run.
So I think on the stream, which is an absolutely fantastic thing, let's see if we can strike a balance that doesn't put people off watching Sussex, but equally allows us to gather a bit of data and hopefully encourage people to come here.
Morley in again, bowls, and Carson plays onto the onside. There is no run, and people do talk about the stream a lot, and some companies have gone down the route of monetising the stream with their own commentators, that sort of thing. Any debate around that at all?
No, we are looking at how we can make better use of it. I think that there are no firm answers on that yet, and I think it would be very sad if we suddenly
Morley in bowl. Carson cuts firmly through the offside, takes his hand off the bat. He gets a single, he goes to, sorry Pete, he goes to 34.85 for 6.
And certainly talking to my counterparts at Kent, they saw a massive reduction when they put it behind a paywall.
Yeah.
Even what I think it was £4 or £5 a get, I can't remember what it is. But they saw a massive reduction, which, okay, you're making money, but all of a sudden you got fewer eyeballs.
Sorry, that's our update coming blast in our ears, so we'll get this out the way, Pete, and I've got a couple more questions and we'll let you go. As in comes Morley bowls to Simpson, who plays down the onside of the track. Morley fields off his own bowling and there is no run. Sussex are 400, I think that's 485, Pete. Your eyes are probably better than mine.
Yep.
485, thank you. Carson on 30, Simpson on 80. Sussex going along their merry way. So we'll wait for the weather forecast and then we'll carry on our conversation with Pete Fitzboyden here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. And there's a conversation going on between the Derbyshire fielders. Yes, Sussex continuing to pile on the runs here, Peter. 485 for 6. John Simpson, the skipper, is on 80 within sight of what will be his 400 of the season. Jack Carson is with him on 30. These two have added a 50 partnership for this 7th wicket. Meanwhile, Surrey continuing as well to pile on the runs at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. 423 for 6. And in the Test match at Lords, England all out for 427. A maiden century there for Gus Atkinson, the Surrey bowler, but also a batter as well. So there we are, that's our cricket update gone, so we can get that noise out of your ears. Peter's going to be Pat Brown, who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's in on bowls, and ducking underneath that is Carson, goes through to John Simpson. So just they're pretty much my questions, and thank you for people who've sent in questions. So a few things about yourself. We're going to have to ask a few personal things here, Pete. So I'm sure you have a favourite football team. Do you have to say Brighton and Hove Albion? Or maybe you're a rugby man, or I don't know.
All of the above, actually. I grew up in Bath, so I had no choice but to be a Bath fan. Clearly,
Right.
actually, I used to play for the club at junior levels.
Right.
So certainly a rugby person. But do I have to admit this on air?
No, you don't.
Football-wise?
No, you don't. Not if you don't want to. No, well, as long as you're not a Manchester United supporter.
No, Derby County.
Oh, wow, how interesting. Here we are, man, after Fletcher's in comes Brown, bowls, ducks underneath it. No, you're not just saying that
I'm
because we're
not
talking
just
to a
saying
Derbyshire
that.
audience.
And it was the most bizarre choice. Having grown up in Bath, I was a goalkeeper, big fan of Peter Shilton at the time,
Right.
and he moved to Derby, and I thought, you'll do. And ever since, through thick, thin, and good times, bad times, well, certainly bad times, I think, I've stuck with it. I think you can't change teams.
No, you can't. It's not allowed.
Once you're
I
cast
agree.
in stone, I think that's. But I've questioned it a few times. My children have not followed suit.
Right, okay. In comes Brown. Around the wicket and bowls, and Carson leans into that shot, plays a lovely shot actually down to third man. He picks up one, fielded on the boundary edge by Jack Morley. So that's your favourite football team is Derby. And what about a favourite band? Pete, we spoke about Oasis.
It is, yeah. It's actually Oasis.
Is it really?
Yeah. So
they are coming here. That's the surprise band, Fletch.
It's going to be the three of us on stage. It's an exclusive for you. No, I think it was just the soundtrack of my university years.
Right, okay.
Oasis. So it's marked in my diary tomorrow, 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Tickets are out.
Yeah.
And I
Multiple devices, Pete.
multiple devices, and I think I got a cat and hell's chance of getting any tickets.
Well, yeah, and I think they're very expensive as well. Anyway, in comes Brown around the wicket, bowls to Simpson. He lets that go, ballooning over his head through to keeper Guest, and there is which begs another question: which university, Pete?
So it's a cliche in sport, isn't it? But Loughborough.
Right. Okay.
I was at Loughborough for about 7 years.
Wow, you've spun that out.
It's a remarkable ability to do a degree. I was president. Did a masters, and really strung it out as long as I possibly could. And then they made me get a job, and which is a bit disappointing.
It always gets in the way. And I guess my final personal stuff about Pete Fitzboyden is your favourite meal, Pete.
Ooh, that's a tricky one.
You can think about that as Pat Brown comes running in around the wicket and bowls to John Simpson. That's down the leg side, taken by Guest, and there is no run.
I think if there was a meal I had to have every day for the rest of my life, it has to be fish and chips. But
Right,
good
okay.
fish and chips.
Yep, okay. Well,
And I'm open to recommendations from Hove, because I haven't found the best yet.
there was a very decent one up in Scarborough last week, I have to say.
A bit of a trek, but I'll give it a go.
Which we enjoyed thoroughly as Pat Brown wanders back to his mark. Got to just say, Pete, thank you so much for coming up and answering our questions. Really good to see you. And thank you for being so honest and open with your answers as well. And
Absolute pleasure. I'd love to do it more. So please, do invite me back.
we will do. We just see this over out as Pat Brown comes running in around the wicket and bowls, and Simpson drives beautifully through extra cover for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. We ought to leave maybe the parting shot with a word about your skipper. 84 not out within sight of his 4th 100 of the season. He's been a terrific acquisition for
Absolutely.
Sussex.
I think Paul Farbrace has done an amazing job in terms of recruitment and building on an amazing core team to build that experience. Because the stuff, of course, John scored hundreds of runs this year.
Yep.
Absolutely fantastic impact. But the stuff you don't see off the field has been great. That leadership, bringing the club together, he's been a massive part of the change and really the success you see on the field. And it's not just runs.
And just final question. I guess very excited Wednesday night, big game here, quarter-final, Pete. Sold out.
Sold out, absolutely.
And Sussex going to make money that night, hopefully. In comes Brown bowls and Simpson defends down the offside of the track. Pat Brown kicks the ball, actually. Now, that won't endear him to the umpire. The ball rolls into John Simpson's boot.
No.
It's the end of the over, 492 for 6.
I think the home quarter final was absolutely a phenomenal experience in terms of cricket achievement. But for us, actually, again, commercially, it's been a game changer. It's an extra fixture, sold out, that has turned us from potentially making a bit of a loss this year to hopefully scraping even. So it's small margins in terms of cricket, and it's really, really helped.
And I won't hold you to the actual amount, but I mean, in terms of the profit to the club for that game,
Yeah, it is a six-figure amount.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's huge.
It does, and that'll pay my bonus. So
Yeah.
that's, just joking, just to be clear.
Well, perhaps something will come to me as well. I don't know. Anyway, might buy your Oasis ticket anyway, or your hotel room. Anyway, Pete, thank you so much for coming. Really great to have Pete Fitzboyden, the Sussex Chief Exec, with us on commentary today, and thanks very much to Pete for taking the time to come up as Morley comes in and bowls to Jack Carson, who clubs the ball down the ground and picks up a single fielded down in front of us by Lewis Rees. And it's a single to Carson. He goes to 31, 493 for 6. Thanks very much indeed. It's great to get people up, chief execs, chairman, to talk about things around cricket.
Can I just say at this point that Derbyshire are debt-free as well?
Right.
Just sort of point that out.
In comes Morley over the wicket bowl, swept by Simpson as allowed appeal of all balloons to backward point. And there is no run. I'll get out of this chair in a minute. 493 for 6. Oasis fan, eh?
And a Derby County.
And a Derby County fan.
That's not suffered enough, man.
The
Bless
things
him.
you learn when you ask the question. In comes
Wow.
Morley, bowls, and Simpson defends onto the onside, fielded by David Lloyd, the skipper.
Very good interview, though, Adrian. Well done.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody, for getting... There's one or two questions I didn't get to, actually. I didn't realise they've come through, so I apologise if you did ask a question and it didn't get on, but I'll endeavour to do that next time.
Oh, we'll be back.
Yeah. In comes Morley. Simpson plays to mid-on, and there is no run.
I just wrote a few notes down, really. I was a Derby County fan, obviously, Oasis, fish and chips, yeah, man after my own heart. 7 years at university, Shirker. I've got a daughter who's going back to university, and she's already spent 5 years there, I think.
In comes Morley bowls. Forward comes Simpson, plays down the onside of the track, no run. Well, actually, I like what Pete said about, when asked about fighting the county's corners.
Yes.
Because I think that's so
Absolutely,
important that we've got people who understand what county cricket is about for the inverted commas smaller counties. In comes Morley bowls to Simpson. I thought he dragged that on, John Simpson. He may well get 4 runs. Off an inside edge, the ball is running down towards the boundary, and he picks up a couple of runs to Simpson. He goes to 80. Is the scoreboard gone up? It's very quick today.
It is quick, isn't it?
84, 493.
In the same way that Ian Morgan does at Derbyshire, the chairman, John Philby, you don't have a chairman like John who wouldn't fight the corner for the smaller counties. John is a huge advocate, I know, and he came in here. It might have been last year, might have been the year before. I had a good chat with him then, and in fact we both spoke to him.
Yeah.
I'd never met him before, but I had heard a lot about him, and I like what both Pete and John say down here on the south coast. And I would just take a little bit of issue about the money from the 100. 1.3 million, no question about it. The counties are getting that, and now they're selling it off. They'll get a share of that. From what we've heard, it's a suboptimal deal because some counties are desperate for the cash, as Pete pointed out. Not, as it turns out, Sussex or Derbyshire. But I just get my feeling is if they'd have spent the money that they've spent promoting the 100, the blast would have been perfectly adequate. But that's just an opinion, isn't it? David Lloyd begins a new over from the Cromwell Road end.
I'm going to make
First time today.
Yeah, I'm going to make way, and I noticed that Nikki, who's on her laptop, the screen page she's got is not sort of cricket, it's Oasis.
Hello.
She's after tickets for
Well,
tomorrow.
she's trying to work out who Oasis are as Lloyd bowls. That one has been smashed down the ground by Carson. That's going to go all the way for 6. It's going to go to the back of one of those temporary stands at the far end of the ground, the Cromwell Road end. That's an enormous hit. Back down the ground. Carson moves to 38, and the 500 comes up for Sussex. 501 for 6, and they're still not going to declare.
Oh, afternoon.
Hello.
Just looking at Oasis.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, they're not bad, but they should declare Sussex now. They've got enough. This one's turned down towards short fine leg by Carson. I'm sure it isn't in his mind, John Simpson, as the captain. He would put the team first. He is only 16 away from a century. Surely, and it's 15 minutes from lunch now, they would only have an over, I suppose, so there's no real point in them declaring before lunch, as that one is defended by Carson. Back to Lloyd. 501 for 6 is a very large number, next to quite a small number. Lloyd in again, and that one is pushed into the onside. Knight Donald does the fielding at mid-on. Drinks starting to be passed around amongst the ex-players down to our right as Lloyd bowls a flatter, quicker delivery, and it's just clipped into the leg side over the head of Knight Donald and out for a single. Well, Pat Brown will complete the fielding. Donald is one of the taller members of the Derbyshire team, and he leapt but couldn't get his right hand to the ball. Single off the final ball of the over. Carson moves to 39. Simpson remains on 84. It's 502 for 6.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right?
Well, yes. I think they think it's 5 o'clock here. No, it's an increasing gathering of ex-players to our right-hand side. Derbyshire have their ex-former players' day usually at Chesterfield, and that is very well intended indeed. Good to see some of the legends of the club returning. So I thought Jack Morley was going to start then, that's why I had nothing else to say really, but...
You? Nothing else to say, Fletch?
Well, I've got plenty to say, as you know, but I'll save all that for this afternoon.
Morley's just adjusting his field, that's why there's a little bit of a delay. He's now decided to send square leg out onto the boundary. You've got 3 men on the rope on the leg side as in comes Morley now, and this one's cut away down to deep cover, and will just be the single as Sussex move on to 503 for 6. Simpson on strike now with 84 to his name.
I think next time Pete comes up, it won't be next year because Sussex will be in the first division and we won't be here, unfortunately. Perhaps the year after when Derbyshire get promoted. I'd like to quiz him on his Derby County credentials. I'll get my listeners to send in a few questions.
Slip in place for the left-handed Simpson, who's forward and turns this into the leg side. It's fielded by 45. Got a long on in play. And a deep square leg, who's probably 7 to 8 yards off the boundary rope on the leg side. As in comes Morley once again, tossed up as Simpson is forward, lunges into a defence as the ball dribbles into the offside. The drinks are flowing and the conversations are as well, as Morley in again. This one's pulled away, slight drag down, but there is protection out in the deep. It will only be the single. Sussex move on to 504 for 6. On the leg side for the right-hander, we've got a deep square leg, a deep mid-wicket and a long on. As in comes Morley, and this time Carson's forward, defends to Lloyd at short extra cover. On the offside you've got a long off and a deep cover as well, so there's plenty of protection in the deep. As Morley round the wicket, tosses it up and it's driven down to long on, will be a single. And that is going to conclude the end of the over as well. Sussex 505 for 6, Carson with 41, Simpson with 85, 122 overs gone.
I'm sure that Brighton and Hove Albion fans will have seen this already, but Hull City have announced that Carl Rushworth has joined them on a season-long loan from the Albion. So there we go, bit of news on transfer deadline day. Still plenty of time, of course. 11 o'clock I think tonight the transfer window closes. Not a big fan of transfer window day either. In comes David Lloyd bowling to Carson, who clips this one backward a square on the leg side. They go through for a single. I have had an email from Mark Beecroft Stretton, which among the highlights of my day's play, as Mark will understand. He says, I write to you as I bear witness to a Surrey spanking of knots akin to that of an errant eaten first year by a highly irritated Latin master for non-conjugation of verbs. Rest assured that this will be the wave that capsizes HMS Trent Bridge as we sink into the wilderness of the second division, a phrase used by the Nottinghamshire commentator, the wilderness of the second division. as Lloyd is in. That one is a full toss, and it's sort of bunted up the ground by Simpson towards Jack Morley, who's fielding at long on. I'm sure there will be a resigned wave of recognition to Sam Connors as we cross paths as he rises to join Durham and the bright lights of Division 1. Keep up the adequacy. Thank you, Mark. Always strive for adequacy. 507 for 6. Carson on strike pushes this next delivery from Lloyd out into the offside, and there is no run. Although I hadn't realised you were a fully fledged Nottinghamshire supporter, which might explain a few things. Here comes this next delivery from Lloyd. It's dragged down and pulled away into the leg side out towards Brown, who fields. Another single is taken. Carson moves to 43, 508 for 6. Derbyshire will be in danger of bowling their requisite number of overs in a session again here if they're not careful, as this next delivery is pushed into the onside up towards long on, who has to come in off the boundary, by Simpson, who picks up another single. He moves on. I think the scoreboard stopped for a moment, surely. It has. 509 for 6 because Carson's on strike now. I think Simpson's moved on to 87. Next delivery turned into the leg side by Carson. There we go. Scoreboard catches up. That's the slowest the scoreboard has been for the entirety of this match.
I was just about to say it.
Final bowl of David Lloyd's 17th over. 1 for 60. He has. Carson has 43. Simpson has 87. And Sussex are 509 for 6.
The scoreboard's actually been so quick. By the time you actually look
Too
at
quick.
it, it's already done.
Yeah, too quick. Terrifyingly quick.
So quick that you think it actually hasn't updated. So then you'll do the mental maths in your head and then you realise you're already one ahead, because actually they've been rapid up there in the scorebox. It's going to be Morley to continue from the C end. And it has gone a little bit hazier. The sun is somewhere.
Oh, but now I know where the sun is.
Ah, Fletch. Morley into Simpson, who goes to sweep. And there is protection now in the deep. It will just be the single as deep square leg comes around to do the work. 510 for 6.
And there are many things I know nothing about. But I'm always pretty sure where the sun is. There's a chap on one of those
You're
weird...
going to point now like that's
It's
the
up there.
sun.
Yeah, it's up there somewhere.
Morley in to Carson, who's forward and defends, and it rolls back to Morley at a snail's pace.
If you look up there, Nick, to the left of that floodlight pylon, about level with the lights, there is somebody on one of those...
Parachutes.
yeah, paraglider, that's what it is.
Morley's in, and again Carson forward, defends. I can see that in a... You've got brilliant eyesight.
That's very kind of you. It's these glasses, the eyesight's hopeless, but the glasses are all right.
Just about see them paragliding.
Adrian's taken his back.
Morley's in, and it's a straighter delivery, flatter delivery, which Carson defends straight back down the line of the wicket. That would be so cool.
That's his
then.
glasses, not his eyes, incidentally.
Could you imagine if they were just like hovering above the ground?
Yeah. It's moving away from us, which means it's going to get harder to spot soon, Adrian, so...
Morley's in, tossed up, as Carson lunges forward into a defence, full face of the bat, angled towards the ground, and the ball dribbles back to Morley. Morley gets through his overs ever so quickly, as he's in again now, and Carson again defends into the offside. It should conclude the end of the over, and it does. Sussex 510 for 6, as Simpson's with 88, Carson with 43 to his name, and I feel like we've got a while till we see a declaration.
Yeah, I wondered about declare at lunch. I just think, because clearly there's no point in declaring now because it would be lunch.
But you wouldn't leave Simpson stranded on 88.
Well, he'd be leaving himself, wouldn't he? Putting the team before personal honour. There's a half century in the offering for Carson as well, of course.
Exactly. He's on 43 to 7 short there, and 12 shy for Simpson.
Derbyshire need to bowl another 4 overs actually to get through that allocation for the morning, I think. 32 overs a session generally. Darren Pavlon's just been brought in from long off to mid off as David Lloyd begins a new over, bowls to Simpson, who guides this out into the offside, and they go through for a comfortable single. 511 for 6 now. My less than adequate tablet decided, well, it switched itself off a moment ago. This one is defended by Carson back to Lloyd. No idea why. We're all back again now. 511 for 6. Lloyd. And he really become an off spinner this season, full time. He's punched into the offside and fielded on the tumble by Nye Donald. Andrew and Jocelyn will almost certainly be watching. I wish Andrew well. Nice mum and dad. That one is pushed back towards David Lloyd by Carson. Cabbage white flutters by. Haven't seen many butterflies this summer compared to normal. Lloyd bowls up and is turned nicely into the leg side, but Donald moves around from to his right to do the fielding. Final ball of the Lloyd over, then 1 run conceded from it so far. He bowls to Carson, who turns that into the leg side. Donald will field with his right foot. I like that. Love to see a fielder fielding with his feet. And Carson takes another single. He moves to 44, 512 for 6. Simpson remains on 89, and we have 4 minutes until lunch.
And the drinks are getting stronger down there in hospitality. The conversations are getting louder.
So there are a couple of soft drinks there. I'm not sure how they've worked their way into it, but there are some soft drinks.
How can you tell from here?
Well, I can see the paraglider, and he's about 4 miles away, so the drinks are fairly straightforward.
Sometimes it's all an illusion.
Oh yeah, sometimes you can't believe a word I say.
Morley at the top of his mark from the sea end. As he's in to Carson now, who's off the back foot and drives down to long on. Closes the face of the bat as he nicks a single. Reese comes in to do the fielding. Sussex move on to 513 for 6. Simpson comes on to strike, 89 to his name. As he taps his bat. 1 slip in play. Tossed up, and Simpson calmly defends off the front foot. I'm going to time the next over from Morley. I feel like he gets it done under 2 minutes. As he's in again, and this is a slightly flatter delivery, which Simpson again plays extremely late, defends as the ball bounces on the ground and rolls back towards Morley, who's already at the top of his mark once again. And is this time straighter delivery as it's punched off the back foot, played down to long on, and there will be a single. It's got a very repeatable action, has Morley.
Good job, really. It's his 39th over.
It helps, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There's one tossed up in the air, and Carson closes the face of the bat onto the leg side, and it's fielded at mid-wicket.
About 27 overs in the against Glamorgan.
Carson in. This time slightly back of a length, and it's punched off the back foot down to deep cover as they stroll through for a single, and it will conclude a very quick over from Morley. Sussex 515 for 6, Carson with 46, and Simpson's moved on to to 90.
But you won't get the chance to time a Morley over now before lunch, because this will be the final over before lunch. We're at 12:59 on the scoreboard at 515 for 6. Already more than enough runs for Sussex in their first innings. And David Lloyd begins a new over from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls to Carson, who pushes this one out into the offside. There's no run. Harry Kane comes around to do the fielding. Once it ticks around to 1 o'clock, you won't see me for dust. Next delivery gives it an extra tweak by the look of it there, David Lloyd, but it's driven out into the offside. Anuj Dal does the fielding. Carson moves to 47, 516 for 6. 4 balls to go. If they are going to declare at lunch, well, he's going to need 3 boundaries from these 4 balls, John Simpson, to get to 3 figures. Lloyd is in and bowls a full toss. There's half an opportunity. How far's that gone? Has it gone all the way for 6?
It has indeed.
Yeah, so he moves to 96 now, which means you give your headset to Adrian. He moves on to 96 off 138 deliveries, and within 4 of a century, Adrian.
Yeah, what a knock by John Simpson. Not for the first time this season either. It'll be the 4th time this season, and he's passed 3 figures, and they've lost the ball, and that went a long way, Nikki.
It really did. It was a full bunger from Lloyd, and Simpson definitely made the most of it. Absolutely middled it onto the short leg side, and they're still, by the looks of it, searching. I think it might have rolled on to the street just behind the scorebox where...
Well, there was sort of an alleyway, or
Yeah.
you can get cars behind the hospitality box over there, but it may have gone beyond that and into the gardens on the far side. And I think, you know, new ball is being bought out, so a delay before lunch. 3 balls to go into the interval, and John Simpson just stands and leans on his bat. I wonder whether John Simpson gets nervous. The amount of runs that he's scored in his career.
I think every batter would have some sort of nerves, just more so.
Well, this will be, if he scores at his 14th first-class 100 of his career. He's closing in on 10,000 first-class runs, John Simpson. And the ball, I think, has been retrieved, but I think Anuj Dal, who's retrieved the ball, is going to chuck it to, or throw it, I should say, not chuck, to Ian Blackwell, the umpire, and he's just going to see whether it's still in a condition to bowl with, and umpire Blackwell says it's okay. So 3 balls to go until lunch. 5:22 for 6, and John Simpson, applause around the ground, entirely sure what for. As in comes Lloyd around the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who drives down the ground and picks up a single, so I think it's unlikely now he's going to get his 100 before lunch. He goes to 97, 5:23 for 6.
Just noticed on the scoreboard that we're actually 5 overs ahead.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it? It doesn't normally happen.
Doesn't normally. It's
No.
not. It's a rare sight.
In comes Lloyd again, bowls, Carson defends, but actually picks up a single. He strokes it nicely out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. 1 more ball to go before lunch. So possibly John Simpson may get his 100. He's 97 not out of 139 balls, as Lloyd wanders back to his mark. And he's in again, bowls, and Simpson drives down the ground. He's just getting a single, so he will go to lunch on 98 not out. The end of the morning session, Sussex 525 for 6. John Simpson on 98, Jack Carson on 46. Is that 46 or 48, Nikki?
He's on 48.
Thank you. It's been another excellent session for Sussex.
Both batters just 2 runs shy of a landmark.
They are indeed, and very much is Sussex's morning. I mean, I know Derbyshire started off picking up those couple of wickets, but really since then, these two have made sure that Sussex have really cashed in, Nikki, on this really, really very good session. Fletcher's going to start commentary himself till 2 o'clock, and then I will take a breather. And
You're just making it up as you go along now, aren't you?
I am, yeah. I do,
Excellent.
I do just make everything up as I go along.
I'll have to go at 2 briefly, but I'll be back.
Thanks to Ben Gibson, the groundsman, who very kindly was showing a friend of mine the wickets and the square. And a big thank you, a massive thank you to Margaret, who brought us out a lovely fruit cake, which we put in the press box, and we're all going to gleefully tuck into. But very kind of Margaret, who I stupidly didn't get Margaret's surname, but she's a volunteer at the Sussex Cricket Museum. She's a big Albion fan, as is her husband, and she was delightful.
She was.
There were some photographs taken. I'm not entirely sure where they're going to appear. But anyway, it was that was the least we could do to get a lovely fruitcake. So Margaret, if you're listening, or if you're listening in the Sussex Cricket Museum, thank you very much, and thank you to Keith Ridge, who is the curator, who's currently on holiday in the southwest of France. But he got in touch to let us know Margaret was coming in. Now the players are all out, and we're sort of ready to go. And umpire Baldwin is making signals towards the dressing room. I'm not entirely sure why. There's 4 Derbyshire players all standing around. Well, it's extraordinary. I mean, they are +6 on the over rate, so we can't.
So we've gone up 1. We're
Yeah.
+5 overnight.
But you might have thought that the Derbyshires might have been discussing this over lunch, but actually they've decided to discuss it. Well, it's up to them to say they're.
Well, I think Sussex are only wasting their own time now, Adrian, because 525 is more than enough, and if they'd have done the sensible thing, they'd have declared, because they need 20 wickets, don't they? So
they do, and there's some inclement weather around. I'm just hearing the weather forecast, certainly on Sunday. So, anyway, Anusdale is going to bowl to John Simpson, who's on 98 within sight of what will be the 14th first-class 100 of his career and the 4th of the season for the skipper. And he waits as Dahl runs away from us. Comes in and bowls to John Simpson, and Simpson drives handsomely through the covers and picks up a single, so he goes to 99. Did you ever get 99, Fletcher?
No, nowhere near it. Didn't never got to 50.
Did you?
No.
I got to 50 a couple of times, but on very small grounds, I have to say. Very small.
No, I could never bat.
Right.
No.
Did you bowl?
Yeah.
Right, okay. You're quick.
Well, I wasn't great at that either. Ish.
Right.
Came down from quite a height.
That means he was good, I reckon, Fletch.
Wow.
5:26 for 6. I mean, a declaration can't be that far away. So I thought Sussex, and actually these look like quite favourable bowling conditions. I mean, it's quite overcast and it's a little bit sticky. As Dahl is in, bowls to Carson, who collects his 49th run, clipping that backward a square on the leg side. Jack Carson within sight of his second half century of the season. And these two have carried Sussex from 435 for 6 when Finn Hudson-Prentice was out. So they've added 92 for this 7th wicket. And not in any way to diminish what they've done, but interesting that the Kookaburra ball is now about 30 overs old, and it gets very difficult to take wickets. Dahl is in, bowls, Simpson drives firmly into the covers, there is no run. It will be interesting to see how Sussex bowl with this ball.
I think wickets up front are crucial.
Yeah, they are.
It seems to be.
And Sussex will have J. Devon Nudcat and Ollie Robinson opening the bowling. As I say, I don't think I mind bowling in these conditions, because it is, I say, it's not there's just sort of a thin layer of cloud above the ground, a little bit of breeze. Dahl is in, bowls to Simpson, full toss. Simpson drills that one away through the covers, and that's a lovely way to go to your 4th century of the season for the Sussex skipper John Simpson, who's been an inspired signing by Paul Farbrace. 103 in 143 balls in 185 minutes, 12 fours and a 6. It's the 14th first-class 100 of John Simpson's career, and it's put Sussex in a very strong position here on 531 for 6 against Derbyshire.
Well, 2 centurions in the Sussex first innings. Of course, myself and Adrian have seen 3 double centurions in one match, so it's nothing new.
We have. Up at Dahl comes Dahl and bowls. Yeah, Shan Masood, Tom Haynes, and
Jiteshwar Pujara.
Yeah.
The 11th time that it's happened in first-class cricket. It almost happened for a 12th last season. Leicester Ploy was in the 190s. The former Derbyshire skipper who played in that game.
Yes.
And it rained, and the game was abandoned as a draw, and he was denied a double century.
In comes Dahl bowls, and Simpson defends down the onside of the track. That is the end of the opening over after lunch, and over that went for 6 runs. Sussex are 531 for 6. Jack Carson on 49. John Simpson is on 103. What was the lunch situation? Was there much left?
Oh, there was plenty there.
Was there?
Yeah, there was a bit of a queue, but there was plenty there.
Okay, well, I'll go and have a wander around there in a moment's time. And John Simpson closing in as well. I mean, he's got over 900 runs this season, so he's not far off the 1,000. And in terms of his overall career, he's not far off 10,000 first-class runs. So whoever's responsible for getting him to home, well done, because he's done very well this season.
He has. In stark contrast to Derbyshire's leading scorer in the county championship. Wayne Madsen has 538 runs, Brooke Guest 528. And the next best is Lewis Rees with 469. The runs have not been there this season. Here is Zach Chappell bowling to Jack Carson, who goes up on his toes and just pushes this one out into the offside, and he reaches his half century. Jack Carson, following his skipper to a landmark. He's batted really nicely, 85 balls for Carson. Just the 1-4, but he has hit 2 sixes. And he gets to, did you say his second half century?
His second half century of the season, yeah.
I was listening, but...
That's all right, he's very proud of his batting, is Jack. And a very competitive cricketer as well. His mum may well be listening. Mum of Jack, if you are, he's batted very nicely here today. And he will be key. Picked up 9 wickets at Scarborough last week, and I suspect he's going to get a long bowl here over the next couple of days.
I wonder where he gets his competitiveness from.
Yeah, he channels it. He just, I think you need that little bit of,
Oh, yeah.
You do need that.
Absolutely. There's Chappell in again now, bowling to Simpson this time, and Simpson clips this one into the leg side, just beyond the dive of David Lloyd. They scamper through for a single. Dahl completes the fielding. Simpson moves to 104, 533 for 6. Now they've both got to their landmarks. They can declare. They're not going to, obviously, but.
There's a few of the old Sussex players down. I wonder what the stories are about. I mean, it'd be great to eavesdrop, wouldn't it? Do you remember that game?
Yeah,
do you remember that journey when we were nearly late for the game?
Yeah. When I ran you out.
Yeah. I've spoken to him since.
Yes, Carson, Nostra, there's a few of them. This one's turned down towards fine leg. Donald down below us to our left does the fielding. Carson moves to 51, 534 for 6. Oh, bad news for Chelsea.
Go on.
Well, they've drawn Shamrock Rovers of the League of Ireland as one of their teams in the Europa Conference League, so that won't be easy.
Is that North or Southern Ireland, Shamrock?
That's the Republic, yeah, they're Dublin based, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, nice trip. Well, they don't play everybody home and away, do they, in the new format?
I don't understand it, yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't either. This one is guided into the offside by Simpson for a single out towards Pat Brown. And again, a single is comfortably taken.
Yes, I watched. I was trying to read something yesterday as the 100 partnership is up.
Yeah.
It's come a decent time as well. 96 minutes of 156 balls. In fact, Jack Carson has outscored John Simpson in that partnership.
I'm going to test you in a minute.
Oh, Lord.
Because you've got Shamrock Rovers at home, so you can forget that trip to Dublin.
Forget the Guinness.
Yeah, you've got Panathinaikos away, Chelsea. Here comes this next delivery from Chappell. It's banged in short, and as easy as you like, Carson pushes it out into the offside for a single. Moves to 52, 536 for 6. They're playing Heidenheim away. I assume that's somewhere in Germany. They've got Ghent at home. They're Belgian, aren't they? Astana away. I've no idea where they're from. And a team at home called Noah. I hope he brings his mates, otherwise it'd be a very straightforward game for Chelsea, wouldn't it?
Noah?
Yeah.
Or his Ark?
Yes. Yeah. So, TNS and Lan to come. In comes Chappell again. Oh, he's beaten the edge of a bat in the 129th over. That's not a good sign. Simpson beaten, and Zach Chappell takes his hat from umpire Blackwell and walks very, very stiffly back to his fielding position. 5:36 for 6 at the end of the over.
Yeah, I mean, I just wonder what the I mean, clearly Sussex will, it goes without saying, want to bat only once here if they can. But it does make you wonder how many more runs they're going to lead. But I'm just slightly concerned about the weather forecast on Sunday. They don't want to find themselves running out of time here. And who knows, Derbyshire, Sussex have made runs. There's no reason why Derbyshire can't make runs here either.
No, it'd be a real shame if it was 500 played, 400 played, etc.
Yeah, totally.
Because that's not a great view, is it? Not a great watch.
Andrews Dahl is in, bowls to Castle, who defends down the onside. Dahl fields up his own bowling, and there is no run. I mean, Sussex have been very, very positive this season, and John Simpson's a very positive cricketer. So, I mean, maybe they've got to figure. I don't know, I'm just plucking numbers out of the air here. Maybe they're looking at 600. I don't know. But you'd have thought that they would want to get on with it now. Not that they haven't been already, of course. In comes Dahl bowls, and there we are. Jack Carson swings, and a very good stop in there at short mid wicket. He was looking to hoist that one over towards the ex-players. Down here below to our right hand side. I think Lloyd's. Is that Lloyd in there or is it Madsen?
Madsen.
He's looking ruefully at his left hand. I hope he's okay. That was a good stop.
Damaged your hand at Headingley earlier in this season. He had a gouge in the palm of his hand after dropping a catch at slip, and he showed it me. Oh, it was horrible. Horrible.
Here comes Dahl bowls. Carson drives nicely down the ground, picks up another single. He goes to 53, 5:37 for 6.
I don't think it's we didn't see Lewis Rees bowl at all this morning, and we're unlikely to see him bowl again this afternoon because he's got to open the batting, and that would be counterproductive if he was asked to come on and bowl. So that's why Anish Dahl and Zach Chappell are being used at the moment. I imagine.
Dahl again. No slips, there haven't been any slips for a little while as Dahl runs away from us and bowls, and Simpson unusually played slightly across the line. Then he was going to play the ball on the onside, and he looks at his bat a little ruefully and rehearses the shot. This is John Simpson. One more to him. He goes to 106, 5:38 for 6. We've still got another 62 overs after this one to be bowled today. Not much breeze today, not as much as yesterday, and as I say, these look like quite favourable bowling conditions to me, as Dahl is in. Bowls to Carson, who's just showing signs here of looking to open his shoulders a little bit. And I wouldn't have thought Sussex would be desperate for sort of Robinson and Udcat and Crocombe to have to come in and swing the bat for too long, because they're going to want them to bowl. Shall we see? They've had a chance to put their feet up for a day and a half. Dahl is on his way. And it's the C end of the ground bowls to Carson, who this time just plays very correctly down to mid-on and picks up another single. It's the end of another Anuj Dahl over, who has bowled 18 overs, one made and taken one for 66. 5:39 for 6. I'm going to take a trip round to see what's left in the cafe. Oh no, I'm not. I'm going to wait for Dave to do his update. I'm sorry.
But you can go if you want, but that would leave
Nikki on her own. That was
around,
poor, wasn't it? I forgot about you. How could I forget, Fletch, that you have a 2 o'clock update? I've known you long enough.
I have forgotten the occasional 2 o'clock update myself. I did forget one last week. Fortunately, I wasn't actually connected on the desk, so they couldn't actually find me, so I wasn't there. But I wasn't on the desk either, so it meant it wasn't my fault, which is excellent.
I hope you didn't let on.
Well, I did, because I apologised straight away, and as I sent my apology to the newsreader, she was sending one back.
No, but you thought, oh, damn, I didn't need to do that.
Apologising to me. I said, sorry, I wasn't even there. Zach Chappell from the Cromwell Road end, 17 overs, one maiden, 2 for 88. 49 first-class wickets for the season now. Bowls to...
well fielded.
Terrific shot. Now Carlson bowled it. Now Nye Donald has missed the ball as he tried to scoop it away, and he stayed down momentarily. He's got back to his feet, and you always wince when Nye Donald doesn't get straight back to his feet with his history of knee injury and problems, but he looks okay, which is good news. He just got the ball absolutely flew to the boundary off Carson's bat. He moves to 58, 543 for 6.
Looks like he might have hurt his hip, actually. Joe, when you see players diving around, I mean, I remember Henry Crocombe badly injuring a shoulder at Durham a couple of years ago, charging around the boundary. You might save a run or something, but you know, 4-day. I kind of get it in T20, but I guess it's the modern game.
He's just been asked by Pat Brown if he's okay from a long distance away, and he said yes, but he's still got his hands on his knees. Nye Donald will keep a close eye on him as this one is down the leg side from Zach Chappell. Carson tries to flick it away but can't. It goes through to Brooke Guest, and there is no run.
Yeah, he certainly did get around very quickly, but he just looks a bit uncomfortable there, doesn't he? Sri Lanka 50 for 3 in the test. England making 427. A couple of wickets there for Ollie Stone. Would that be his test debut? Not sure.
Oh, that's a good question.
He's been injured a lot, hasn't he?
Yes. He did say in an interview that I saw that he's become more durable. I haven't seen much evidence of that, if I'm honest. Tall player, though. Here's Zach Chappell in and bowls to Carson, squares him up. Ball goes down to third man off the outside edge of his bat as he tries to turn it into the leg side. He moves to 59, 544 for 6. And that's me.
And at Leeds, keeping an eye on the promotion battle from Division 2. Yorkshire having much the better things at Headingley, 512 for 6. Johnny Bairstow out for 160. George Hill, who's a very fine player, all-rounder, 129 not out. So it's difficult to see Middlesex winning from there. I guess the big question is, what Sussex probably wouldn't want is a draw in that game, because that keeps both of them in contention. Sussex would like a winner either way. In comes Chappell bowls to Simpson, who plays that to backward point, deep backward point, picks up a single. That being said, promotion is in Sussex's own hands here. You know, if they keep winning matches, then they're going to go up. So to a certain degree, it doesn't matter what everybody else does. And they've got 2 home games after this, Glamorgan next week, and then the final week of the season, Middlesex here, and sandwiched in between a trip to Bristol to play Gloucestershire. So you'd rather be in Sussex's position than anyone else, Nikki.
Definitely. I think I'm with you for that Middlesex game as well.
Okay, in comes Chappell bowls, and Carson lofts that way through the offside. He picks up a single. He goes to 50. Goes to 60. Sussex to 446 for 6. Yes, I mean, Sussex will, you know, if Sussex were to win 2 of these next 4 games, you'd think that they almost ought to be over the line with maximum points. But I don't think Middlesex and Yorkshire are going to go away easily. So, you know, who knows? It could all go to that final game of the season.
Makes for an exciting one, though, doesn't it?
Definitely, yeah, it doesn't. I mean, because I think the first division may well be over pretty quickly. In comes Chappell bowls, and Simpson eases that away through point to deep backward square. But Sussex have got to win these games, and well, you know, Derbyshire have got a strong batting lineup. I know Fletch said they haven't really performed with the bat this season, but on a pitch that's not giving a lot to the seamers, we shall see. And we've got the Kookaburra ball, of course. 547 for 6. Simpson on 108. Carson on 60. You may be listening to us via the BBC. You may be watching the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. It is Jack's last day today, I think, who's been operating the stream for the last couple of years. Off to pastures new and a new career. So all the very best to you, Jack. I know that Harry is taking over for the rest of the season. So good luck to you, Harry. And also, if you want to watch or listen, you can listen now via your smart speaker. All you have to do is ask BBC Sounds for Sussex versus Derbyshire Day 2. Sussex v Derbyshire Day 2. I think you have to put V, not versus. And you should hear the Nikki, Fletch and I chatting through your smart speaker. And new style's going to carry on, and I'm going to leave you. I'll just do this ball and then we'll do a seamless changeover. Dahl is in around the wicket, bowling to Simpson, who plays firmly into the offside and picks up his 109th run.
Thank you, Adrian. Enjoy your lunch. I'm sure you will. I did. flawless update. Absolutely flawless update. 19.6 seconds. I know people out there are keeping score. It's got to be 20 seconds. I think that's pretty decent. Here's Hanno's Dahl in to bowl to Carson, who goes back and pushes it out into the onside. Fielded by Wayne Madsen. And there is no run. Enjoy your dinner, Nikki?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it, although I think I'm quite intrigued to see how you go about eating your pie and your chips, and
Just in the normal way.
I don't agree with you.
You didn't think it was dinner either. Here's Dahl and bowls, and that one is turned again into the leg side by Carson, fielded by Madsen.
Utter nonsense, I say. It's called lunch, and then you call your dinner dinner.
Well, we've just had dinner. We'll be having tea later on.
Tea's what you have in the afternoon. It's a bit of afternoon tea, a cup of tea and a slice of cake, like
You see,
Margaret kindly got us a nice fruit
so
cake.
that looks sensational, by the way. Yeah, well, we only have 3 meals a day up north, not the 4 that you have down here, as Dahl is in again, and that one is a big heave. It comes off an inside edge of Carson's bat down towards fine leg. He picks up another single, moves to 61, 549 for 6. Are they going to declare at 550? I don't think so. Yeah, breakfast, dinner and tea, that's what we have up north.
The school I went to, we had breakfast, lunch, tea break, and then dinner.
Good grief.
So, just go. That's what.
So you had a-
that's
you went-
what school taught me.
You went to a
So
boarding school.
I went to a day. I was a day student.
It's all coming out now. As Dahl is in again and bowls. That one is guided out into the offside by Simpson, fielded by Madsen. I sort of have to declare an interest that I also went to a public school many, many years ago. It's still there. In fact, one of its most famous students had his the anniversary of his birthday recently, William Wilberforce. I was glad to have been associated with the school that helped abolish slavery, as this next one is pushed out into the offside by Simpson, fielded by Madsen. It's the end of the over. 549 for 6. This innings has been going on for 132 overs now. 61 to Carson, 109 to Simpson. Yeah, good old William. There's nothing wrong with the way I ate my chips, though. You put the vinegar on first because...
I asked you, what are you having with your chips? You said salt and vinegar, which implies that you add the salt first and then followed by vinegar. And apparently, me adding salt first was completely wrong in your eyes.
Well, it is wrong because then when you put the vinegar on, it washes the salt off.
It doesn't really wash it off anyway. It's still in the plate, isn't it? I need someone to take my side. If you're
Listen,
listening, please.
We've just eaten a meal with wooden cutlery.
Here's Chappell in now from the Cromwell Road end. This one goes down the leg side, and Carson just manages to get a little bit of bat on it as it dribbles down towards fine. It will be a single. 550 for 6. To me, has it gone rather grey?
It has gone great.
The clouds are just not impressed with your chips eating technique.
No, there's extra applause for something. Help me out. Can't see anything. Unless it was the fielding.
Simpson on strike. One slip in players in comes Chappell now, and this one gets the outer edge as it runs down towards third. It will be another single to add to the total, taking Sussex to 551 for 6.
And the good news is that Nye Donald, who fielded that, now looks like he's moving very freely indeed, which is what we want to see. He looked like he was just having a little bit of bother before, but he's okay.
Anuj Dahl down at deep covers, got some big red sunglasses on his face, which look pretty snazzy, but I don't see the sun. It's disappeared, hiding behind the clouds as in runs Chappell now towards us. It's a short ball and Carson ducks under. It's into the gloves of Guest. But just going back to confirm, it's breakfast, lunch and dinner.
I won't be swayed. 4 days on the south coast isn't going to get me to change
You guys
the
just,
way I talk entirely.
just do different things up north. It's like a different
Oh,
world.
it is, yeah. Yeah, we all say hello to each other. And
I have to give you that. Everyone's very nice up north. There's in runs Chapel now, and this one just clips the bottom edge of the bat as it runs down towards third. Towards fine. It's a great piece of fielding by Donald, and Sussex get another single, takes them to 552 for 6. Yeah, I did find that when I last went up north. Everyone is so friendly, and they've got time to talk to you, and they smile, which is sometimes quite rare to see down on the south coast.
I never stop smiling, mate.
Debatable.
Sunny disposition.
Having a quick change in the field. A backward point comes into play. We've got a backward point and a deep point as in runs Chapel now. Round the wicket as this is driven off the front foot down into the deep cover region. There'll be a single. Sussex 553 for 6.
Conference League draw has got Shamrock Rovers playing at Larne in Northern Ireland. That is going to be absolutely brilliant. Republic of Ireland champions against the Northern Ireland champions. Shamrock also play the new Saints in Dublin. I'm more excited about this draw than I was about the Champions League, which is just lots of big teams playing each other.
Chapel to Carson now, who's crouched low in his stance and his forward defends. As this is hit to short mid-wicket, it will conclude the end of the over as well. Sussex 553 for 6, Carson with 63, Simpson with 111. And I believe it is going to be Anuj Dal to continue.
Yeah, he's already removed his cap.
And his big red sunglasses. Those are pretty snazzy, and I feel like I'm seeing more and more players with those big sunglasses. You know, before we used to get the ones that were just like tiny, sleek, did the job. Now it's become a bit more of a fashion statement. You get different coloured tints.
And you can tell just by looking at me that I'm all about the fashion statements.
Of course. Why wouldn't you be?
Well, shop for your clothes in the same supermarket that you buy your groceries from. 553 for 6, bowling to John Simpson, who clips the first ball of the Anuj Dal over out into the leg side for a single. Nick Potts is on, wearing the 26 out at mid-wicket. I assume that means that just temporarily we've lost Pat Brown. Interesting field here. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 fielders all on the leg side boundary. So it's Morley, Kame, Lloyd and Rees. Slightly more conventional on the offside as Dal bowls, and he's gone for the little reverse scoop up the hill, and he's going to go away for 4 runs. That's a really good shot from Carson, who moves to 67. Little reverse scoop. I mean, the conventional one's tricky enough. 558 for 6 now, so 600 is clearly their target. They were put into bat, remember. And David Lloyd said last night he would probably make the same decision again. Sri Lanka 61 for 3 in the test match. At the moment, Wayne Madson's deep in conversation with Anuj Dal. In the second division, Glamorgan at 233 for 4. They only trail Leicestershire now by 18 runs. Adrian told you how well Yorkshire were doing, 531 for 6. And of course the other game finished yesterday. Surrey 480 for 8 at Old Trafford. Somebody's Mark's trying to smooth the slight disagreement about the term dinner, as in comes Dal again and bowls. That one's been smashed down the ground for a 1 bounce 4. And really, Zach Chappell, well, he probably ought to have got in more of a position to either take the catch or stop it, but I don't think he even saw it. It was about 5-6 yards to his right. Perhaps he's thinking about his bowling, and well, it passed him by.
That was struck quite firmly down the ground.
Firmly, but really, Chappell didn't even move.
Kind of watched it go past him.
As Darley's in again, bowls this one a long way wide of the off stump to make sure that Carson can't get anywhere near it. He's on 71, 112 to Simpson, 562 for 6, and Mark says the term dinner refers to the largest of the daily meals, so one is at liberty to take dinner at midday or in the late afternoon. There we go. It probably isn't my largest meal, though, the dinner that I have. Tea's usually the big one.
They say breakfast is meant to be the biggest meal of the day, don't they?
So it's the most important, yeah.
They say eat breakfast. There's a saying.
I'm sure there is.
There is a saying. I'm going to get it right this time. Yesterday I got my sayings all confused.
Darley's in, bowls he's gone for the reverse again, and that's been well stopped by Brooke Guest, but it's a no ball. Was it above waist high no ball? I'm not sure what it was, but it's been given as a no ball. 564 for 6. Dahl sets off again. This one is a loopy ball outside the off stump that Carson leaves alone. Essentially, I'm not a big fan of forming on the leg side boundary and hanging the ball outside the off stump. I know why they're doing it, Derbyshire, and the only time that's being wasted now is Sussex's at 564 for 6. Dahl's in again, and that one has been played with one hand coming off the bat out into the leg side towards David Lloyd. They go through for a single. Simpson being starved of the strike at the moment. Carson moves on to 72 and keeps it. Simpson has 112 at the other end. And Sussex are 565 for 6 at the end of the over, which is the 134th of the innings.
With that last over, if that's anything to go by, you can guess which momentums Sussex are shifting in right now with their innings. I found my saying and I've got it right this time, actually.
Excellent.
Breakfast like a king, lunch like a prince, and dinner like a pauper.
Oh, okay.
That's how it's apparently meant to be.
No idea what it means, but
I think it just
meals
alludes
get
to the fact.
smaller as the day goes on.
Apparently that's how you're meant to eat correctly. I don't know. I'm definitely not a breakfast person.
No.
Du Pavillon into the attack now from the Cromwell Road end. Coming back, and this will be his 18th over. Start of a new spell. Just getting the field organised as Carson takes a look around before he gets into his stance. Checks out the field. On the offside we have a third, a point, deep cover, and a mid-off who's fairly wide in front of the temporary stands on the opposite side of the ground, which are there for the T20 Blast games. And I think we should be ready to go. Everyone seems to be assured of their positions, and in comes Du Pavillon right now to Carson, who's forward and defends into the leg side. It's fielded at short mid-wicket by Madsen. On the leg side, we've got a fine leg, a deep backward square leg, a wide mid-wicket, who's several pitches across, and a mid-on, who's a lot straighter in comparison to the mid-off, and a short catching mid-wicket. As in comes Du Pavillon. Once again now, it's a short ball, it's pulled away into the leg side.
6.
And it has gone all the way. The umpire raises both arms towards the scorebox. That is 6 for Carson. That takes Sussex to 571.
Up towards the long boundary as well on the leg side there. To the Spen Karma Pavilion.
That's the bigger leg side boundary there, and it's gone the distance.
It's a big hit.
Du Pavillon's got ball in hand. He's at the top of his mark. In he strides. Now towards us. It's a full delivery, and this is clipped off the legs down towards deep backward square leg. A little bit of a misfield. A fumble, one may say, as it's a single, and Simpson comes on to strike. Sussex 572 for 6.
It's unusual from Pat Brown to see him.
He juggled that a
fumble
little
away.
bit,
Did
didn't
juggle
he?
it? Yeah, absolutely he did. It's not really like him. He's a very good fielder.
I believe maybe a little change. Dupavilon, I think, is going to come round the wicket. No, he's changed his mind. Carson at the non-strikers and moved across, and he's been asked to move back. And mid-wicket has come out and has gone to...
Got all the fielders on the leg side boundary again, apart from Jack Morley at mid-on.
In runs Dupavilon to Simpson now, and this one's outside the off stump, and Simpson throws his bat as this is played down to deep backward point off the front foot. It's a single. Carson comes back on to strike. Sussex 573 for 6. Lots of steps being accumulated amongst the Derbyshire fielders. Left-hand, right-hand combination keeps you on your toes. As Carson is tall in his stance, taps his bat, looks down and looks up again as in charges Dupavilon now. It's a full delivery and it's played into the leg side towards deep mid-wicket. It's a single. Sussex 574 for 6. Simpson back on strike. Left-hander who's now got access to the short leg side boundary, which is absolutely packed. You've got a fine leg, you've got a deep backward square leg, and you've got Anuj Dal, who's deep mid-wicket, although a little bit square. And in comes Dupavilon now, and Simpson's forward, drives into the offside, takes on the fielder, will nick a quick single. Sussex 575 for 6, and it will conclude the over there as well. As Simpson moves on to 114, he keeps strike. Carson on 80.
I thought for a moment there John Simpson had enough, but he's gone for a drink, a towel and some new gloves, which is an indication that he clearly hasn't had enough. 575 for 6. Pat Brown is coming on from the C end. Pavlon 18 overs, 1 for 92. Anuj Dal's gone for 80 in his 20 overs. Pat Brown's bowled 12 overs so far for 60. He'll initially be bowling to John Simpson, the left-hander. So he's got the long leg side boundary, which is being patrolled by an Aaron Donald away to our left hand side. There's a long leg as well as the mid wicket, mid on. There's a mid off. Harry Kame is moving into the leg side as well, and down at third man, as well as Wayne Mountain at backward point, and as Dahl on the cover boundary. David Lloyd a more conventional cover position. Field well and truly spread as Brown from the C end is in and bowls a full delivery that's driven up to Lewis Rees by John Simpson. He's annoyed with himself there, the Sussex skipper. He might have made more of it than that. As it is, down as a dot ball in the scorebook. 575 for 6. Brown with that trademark little lick of his fingers. Now he's on his way in again. Bowls to Simpson, who clips this into the leg side. They're looking for 2 here as Donald comes in off the boundary, and he did well to get to the ball quickly there. Now Donald keeps them down to a single. Another Brighton and Hove Albion player has gone out on loan Mario Cozier Dewberry, 19-year-old, will spend the rest of the season at Blackburn Rovers, I'm told. And now David Lloyd in conversation with Pat Brown. Derbyshire +6, so they can basically stand around for about 15 minutes, and they still wouldn't be behind on the over rate. I'm not suggesting they do that, or indeed would want to do that, but they could if they fancied it. They don't, I'm delighted to say. As Brown is on his way in again. 576 for 6. He bowls to Carson, who launches him out towards mid-wicket. He hasn't got hold of it quite as well as he might have liked, and he only gets a single for it as when Madsen moves around the leg side boundary to do the fielding. Carson moves to 81. 577 for 6. The 136th over of the innings. 56 left today. We'll lose 2. Well, that's if they do declare. We'll lose 2.
Surely it's imminent.
We're long past imminent. As Brown around the wicket bowls to Simpson. Tries to flick this one away. Nicely taken down the leg side by Brooke Guest, the Derbyshire wicketkeeper, who will bat at 3. So he's not going to get, well, he'll hope he gets quite a bit of rest, but he might not get much rest in between innings. Once they come out to bat, Lewis Rees and Harry Kane will be the only players who've been on the field for the entirety of the match so far. 577 for 6. 115 to John Simpson. Pat Brown sets off. Simpson is ready and pulls this short of a length delivery out into the leg side towards Donald, who on the square leg boundary does the fielding comfortably enough, and Simpson moves to 116. 578 for 6. Adrian's back. He did well to stay awake during his lunch, given what we're watching at the moment.
Surprised we haven't lost another wicket since Adrian's
It
gone
really
and
is.
nibbled into his lunch.
He was eating.
And he's eating again as he
It's
digs into another hobnob.
It does show you how little Adrian eats, and that we've only had 6 wickets in the entire match so far. There goes Brown again, bowling to Jack Carson, who launches one into the leg side, and that's gone all the way for 6. No, it hasn't. It's gone for 4. I thought the way Wayne Madsen was chasing it, it had gone for 6, but just 4 this time. 7 off the over. Carson moves to 85. Simpson has 116. And Sussex are 582 for 6.
Just cleared his front leg there, did Simpson, and absolutely launched that into the leg side.
Carson's career best is 87.
So 2 away from his career best, Jack Carson. Won't be on strike at the start of the Darren Dupavilon over, as John Simpson just practices a hook. So he's expecting something short of a length here, presumably.
Dupavilon, ball in hand, walks to the top of his mark. Now, as the rest of the players get into their respective positions, a seagull flies over the ground as in runs Dupavilon. Now to Simpson, who's forward and drives into the offside. It's fielded at mid-off, although not cleanly, so they will take a single. Sussex 583 for 6. That front leg is getting a little further and further away from the ball from both batters at this point in the game now. As Carson just takes a look around, looks over his left shoulder. See where the fielders are placed as he tapped his bat now, ready to go. Looks up as in strides Dupavilon. It's a short ball, he attempts to pull, it doesn't connect and it goes into the gloves of Guest. I must say the weather's gone very weird.
Bowling conditions are much, much better now, aren't they? You would have thought. New ball will be crucial as and when Sussex get it. This ball is now 48, 49 overs old.
Breeze has also died down. The flags above the scorebox are pretty much stagnant. Flopped down. As Carson taps his bat now, crouch low in his stance, is forward and clips this off his legs down towards deep backward square leg. Will take the single.
I think it might be too dark to play, Adrian. I think they should take them off. Yeah, we're getting close to Adrian's 2:30.
I'll try and get this ball done and then I'll hand it over back to Adrian as Dupavalon is at the top of his markers. Turns. He looks at Simpson, who taps his bat. Slightly forward in his stance. Shuffles across, and this one goes through to Guest, who dives to his left to take the ball. It stayed rather low.
David Lloyd spoke to us last night. Heaven knows he's going to speak to us tonight for a bit of reaction. could be send anybody out, really.
I mean, you just wonder if... I was looking at a few games around the country. I mean, Yorkshire were just batting on and on against Middlesex, but Yorkshire need to win, really, from that sort of position. I mean, I think Middlesex will be quite happy at this stage to come out of that game with a draw.
But I think Derbyshire are reasonably pleased that Sussex are batting on, really, because no difference between 550 and 600, is there? As Dupavalon's next ball is clubbed up to long off. David Lloyd giving chase, but I think the ball's going to beat him to the boundary. It does. He puts the dive in, but it's just a little bit too late, and Simpson moves to 125. The partnership goes beyond 150. It's 153 now of 206 balls in 14 minutes, more than 2 hours. He moves on to 121 in actual fact. 588 for 6.
I was looking at record 7th wicket partnerships. I mean, I'm sure Griff will have the stats against Derbyshire, but overall this is some way away from any sort of record.
There is Dupavalon again, and that one has been smashed out towards David Lloyd at long off, and Simpson goes. And is that going to be it? No, he's just given Carson a little tap on the backside. You've got 14 more to get, son, then we'll pull out. Sussex 588 for 7. John Simpson, a magnificent 121 off 167 deliveries, will get a terrific ovation and give Adrian something to talk about in his 2:30 update.
Well, batted John Simpson, 4 centuries this year since his arrival from Middlesex, and he really has led from the front. He's been a very reassuring sight as those in the Spenkama pavilion away to our left-hand side stand and applaud the skipper off. He turns and raises his bat. I don't know whether Dad Jack is listening over in Spain, but another excellent innings by John Simpson. I saw him in the nets this morning and he looked in pretty good touch then. And he's batted really nicely today, putting Sussex in a commanding position. But now it's all going to be about, can they bowl Derbyshire out? The new man coming in is Ollie Robinson. I don't think Ollie will be desperate to be sprinting up and down too much, because he's going to have quite a lot of bowling to do. But I think, Fletch, you're absolutely right. This is all about Jack Carson getting through to his 100 if he can, and I'm sure they'll pull the plug then. Robinson made a very quick fire 28 last week at Scarborough, which wasn't enough to give Sussex sufficient enough of a lead to win the game. But he's chatting away to Jack. What's Jack got? 86. Why are you laughing?
I'm part of a WhatsApp group. I won't tell you what WhatsApp group it is, but somebody had written, I'd be surprised if they don't declare when Carson gets 100, and then somebody's replied with, or when Robinson gets his. The only thing that Derbyshire could gain, well, not the only thing, but Derbyshire could gain from this, if Robinson picks up an injury. I mean, it seems utterly pointless to send him out to bat. Because he's one of the ones who's going to have to help them take 20 wickets, isn't he?
Robinson and Ludcat and Crocombe. Now, David Lloyd's taking a long time to set his field. I don't blame him. I mean, the over 8 is +6. There are 55 overs left in the day. We would lose 2 for a change of innings. And look at the field now. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 men on the leg side boundary, 3 men on the offside boundary. There's a mid-off and an extra cover who is saving the one. As in comes Brown, tearing in, bowls, and Carson looks to ramp. The ball goes through to keeper Guest, and there is no run. And clearly what Derbyshire are doing here, and it's a perfectly valid tactic, they're saying, well, we're not, we're very happy to give Jack Carson ones, but that's going to take more time out of the game. Yeah. And that's exactly what,
that's what they want now.
Derbyshire are trying to do here.
I'm not suggesting that it will ultimately help them either save the game or anything else, but I just don't get this kind of batting on and on and on. It's entirely pointless.
Brown. Jack Carson on 86, hitting towards that short leg side boundary. Brown is in bowls. Carson drives firmly down the ground. Brown puts a big boot down in front of it and stops the ball, and there is no run. I gave you some Duff Jen earlier on.
Oh no.
I said it was ex-Players Day, and I assumed it was ex-Sussex Players, but I was looking down there earlier on, and Nicky was saying, oh, do you recognise that one? Well, in fact, it's not Sussex Players, it's ex-Sussex League Players Day, I understand. So some of those players who played a lot of league cricket have been invited back today. As in comes Brown, bowls, and Carson hammers that one around to the offside. They've taken one, they'll think about two, but the second one isn't there. And Carson equals his previous best score, which was 87. And Sussex go to 589 for 7. Not sure what's happened to our update.
No, I think they've ignored you this time.
I think they have. Yeah. I think I'm completely out of favour. I need to bone up on how Kent are doing. And the answer is not very well. Kent look destined for second division cricket next season.
Has that not been the default this season? Whenever you look
is Sam Billings there? I know he's their one-day skipper. I don't know if he's their championship skipper.
Sure.
He can't be, because he's playing over in the Caribbean League today. In comes Brown, bowls to Robinson. Oh, it goes straight through Ollie Robinson. Good delivery.
And Keblo.
Yeah, Robinson made a little signal there to Jack Carson. Not quite sure what that meant, whether it had moved or...
I think that was the... It's just got underground.
Ollie Robinson avoids a first baller. So he scored 100 in his Sussex career, and that was on his debut at Durham, 10 years ago? A long time ago now.
Plenty of time for a second.
In comes Brown, over the wicket, bowls, and Robinson stretches for one outside the offside, doesn't move his feet. He gives umpire Paul Baldwin a long, hard stare, as if to say, come on, ump. But well, it would have been a one-day wide, but clearly, oh, that's a good throw by Brooke Guest. I thought he hadn't taken off his glove then, but he's thrown the ball all the way to long off. He's got no one, Brooke Guest, the wicketkeeper, within probably 40 yards of him, because they're allowing Robinson the single off the last ball of the over. Brown, just a hint of sunshine now across the ground, only a hint. It's quite hazy, as Nicky was saying, and Brown is in bowls, and Robinson is going to get 4 runs. He clips it away off the bottom of the bat. I'm assuming he got something on that. No, he didn't. They are byes. And poor old Brooke Guest couldn't do an awful...
Guest, didn't
yeah, he couldn't do much about that. The ball runs away for a boundary. In fact, that can't have updated then on Quick Info, because Graham Irwin, the scorer, just told me this is 14th first-class 100, which we knew, and now 10,000 first-class runs. So maybe it does the season, but not the total.
Yes, I think the season one. I think you might be right, actually. I might have sold you a pup there.
That's right. So, end of the over. Sussex go merrily on, 593 for 7. Jack Carson will be on strike for the next over, and I suspect we're going to see a very similar field set. I'm just going to chase up what's happened to my updates. I'm not sure what's going on.
Well, it's going to be Darren Dupavilon to continue. He's already removed his cap and given it to umpire Ian Blackwell, who is standing at the Cromwell Road end here at Hove.
Yeah, I'm hearing they messed up. So I might have an update fairly sharpish, Fletch.
My ability to shut up knows no bounds. 2, 3, 4 players on the offside.
We'll hear it, Fletch. Go on, you go, because...
And everybody else on the leg side boundary. As Dupavilon is in and bowls up with a smash straight back down the ground. Can the fielder get round Jack Morley? No, he can't. 4 runs to Carson. He moves into the 90s. 91 now. 597 for 9.
I hope Mum is listening. That's his best first-class score for Jack Carson. But he still needs another 9 if he's going to make the 3 landmark.
His 6th 4 to go along with 3 6s. There's 91. De Pavillon gets his 100, 2 for 102. He's in again now, the South African. That one is a full toss, launched into the leg side, out towards Wayne Madsen, who fields. Oh, and Ollie Robinson wants the second, and Carson says, no, you're all right. There's no rush, clearly. He moves to 92. Sussex 598 for 7, and out there all the fielders suddenly appear. Well, all of them might be over-egging it. There are still plenty on the boundary, but Wayne Madsen's in at mid-wicket. Harry Kame at backward point. And the mid-off has come in a little bit. David Lloyd is speaking to De Pavillon. The game has ground to a halt again. And now Robinson is just about ready. Wayne Madsen's standing on the mat, covering the pitch that'll be used on Thursday as De Pavillon bowls a Yorker, pushed out to the offside. De Pavillon tries to pick it up and manages to kick it just as he's about to pick it up, and they scramble through for a single. Robinson is off the mark, and it's 599 for 7. Yeah, I'll start looking up records. I think that tends to do the trick with wickets. Everybody goes back to the rope once again. Harry Kame's gone from backward point to mid-wicket on the boundary. That's a long, long way.
Yeah, it's a big hit out there.
If he gets caught out there, he'd be furious. Carson, it's 92 not out as De Pavillon bowls to a short delivery. It's gone up in the air and it's going to drop just shy of Brooke Guest, who runs around from behind the stumps. It's going to be a run as well.
Yeah, it covers glove, I think, Fletch.
600's up for Sussex, which the home fans are delighted with. Carson moves to 93, but he must have had his heart in his mouth there. It was a good short delivery from De Pavillon.
We've got another 2 balls in the over.
Still waiting to hear from
Yeah, I can only assume it's not going to happen.
it doesn't feel like it is, does it? But there was quite a late one yesterday, about 20 to 3. Here comes De Pavillon again, then bowling to Robinson. Straight ball, straightish ball. Can't have been that straight. It's hit him on the pad. There's a shot at the stumps from Wayne Madsen, who wants the run out, and the shake of the head from umpire Blackwell will tell you that it's not out, and Robinson will pick up a leg bye for his side. 601 for 7. I imagine he will. There was nothing signalled actually, because he was too busy saying not out. So they're waiting for the umpire. Is he going to signal leg bye, or is he going to give a run? Either way, he's giving him a run because he hasn't signalled leg bye. There's no way in the world that's hit his bat, by the way. 601 for 7. Here's De Pavillon. Carson on 93. De Pavillon is in, bowls a short of a length delivery to him, and he pulls it into the leg side with a one-handed shot. Moves to 94. Fielded out there in the very far distance by Zach Chappell. It is the end of the over, and Carson has kept the strike. They took their eye off the ball a bit there, Derbyshire. Carson 94, Robinson 2, Sussex 602 for 7.
Yeah. Well, he's got the shortish leg side boundary to aim at here as Jack Carlson. He's just been brought out a drink or something by Daniel Ibrahim, the Sussex 12th man.
Walk off when you get to 3 figures.
Yeah, I think that'll be it. Well, there's Derbyshire have got everybody on the boundary now, so they're allowing Jack Carlson the single. Carlson will be hoping to clear that infield to go to his century. Let's see if he can do it. In comes Brown, bowls to Carlson, who hammers the ball down the ground. No, well, that's they've decided to take the single.
I don't think he wanted it.
No, I don't think he did.
Forced, really.
Yeah, I don't think he did want the single. He only decided to run because Ollie Robinson was pretty much standing next to him. So Carlson goes to 95. It will take a bit more time out of the game as Brown wanders back to his mark down in front of us. Former Worcestershire man Comes into bowls to Ollie Robinson, who's 2 not out. He's in and bowls, and Robinson hammers that away, and that's going to, I thought for a moment that was going to clear the fence, but nothing like it. It's just a single to Robinson. He goes to 3. 604 for 7.
I believe this to be Sussex's highest score against Derbyshire in a first-class match. The previous best, 576 for 3 declared.
Ooh.
Which is a little surprising.
What was that the score? What was the score at Derby when with the Bujara Haynes? Was that game?
No, that was at Horsham, this one, in 2010. Have a look.
In comes Brown, bowls. Carson hammers that down the ground, and he doesn't really get hold of that, but he gets a single. It gives him his 96th run. Sussex go to 606 for 7. Robinson surveys the leg side boundary. I feel a bit here for Jack. He's a lovely guy. And he's probably thinking, I just want to get this 100 now. I just, because everybody's wanting the declaration.
Nobody's shouting, get on with it yet.
No, and he'll be desperate to get his first class. Here comes Brown, bowls to Robinson, who with a big heave and a hoe outside the off stump. The ball goes through on the bounce to Brooke Guest.
About the 5th bounce, unfortunately, but it might have been the slow one from Pat Brown. He does have a slower delivery in his locker, as we know. That was 2022, wasn't it?
Yes, it was post-COVID, wasn't it, Fletch?
April 2022. Shamasood made 239. Derbyshire were 505 for 8 declared. Sussex rolled for 174 and then made 513 for 3.
Comes Brown, bowls to Robinson, who just works this one down to 3rd man and picks up a single. So, will Jack Carson, will this be the moment? He's on 96, 606 for 7. In the test match, Sri Lanka in real trouble. 83 for 5. In reply to England's 427. Yeah, they put up a really good show, didn't they, up at Old Trafford, but a couple of wickets for Ollie Stone, a couple for Matthew Potts as well. Century for Gus Atkinson, his maiden century for England. As Brown comes into bowl to Jack Carson. 96 not out. He's in over the wicket. Bowls to Carson, who pulls the ball away onto the leg side, and he just gets a single down to fine leg. I'm assuming that came off the glove. Let's wait to see if there's a signal from umpire Baldwin. There isn't, which means it's a run, and Carson goes to 97, and Sussex to 607 for 7. 52 overs remaining in the day. If wicket goes down now, we'll have 49 remaining in the day. And the longer it goes on, I'm sure the more pleased David Lloyd will be. But those Derbyshire lads have been out in the field a long time now. Looking at the likes of Lewis Rees and Harry Kame. Brooke Guest behind the stumps.
Batting at 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's in 140 overs. That's a long time in it to be. Lots of squatting up and down from Brooke Guest behind the stumps. But it's going to be Carson who faces Dupavelon, who's in bowls down the leg side. Good tumbling take by Guest, because that could really have gone raced away for 4. He's kept very tidily, Brooke Guest.
No, he's a very fine keeper, and a supremely fit young man as well. Even though it will be tough for him, but always first at the ground, has a net, then goes through all his wicket-keeping drills. It's remarkable.
Is there some sort of Australian connection?
Well, he was brought up in Perth. He was born in Manchester, brought up in Perth in Western Australia, but came back to this country and was on Lancashire's books for a while. Did play first-class cricket for Lancashire.
Dupavelon on his way from the Cromwell Road end, bowling to Jack Carson. And Carson is bowled! His off stump is gone. And poor old Jack Carson finishes 3 short of what would have been a maiden first-class century. Through wickets for Dupavelon, who finishes for 3 for 107. And Jack Carson's one of, well, he'll be desperately disappointed not to have gone to 3 figures. As soon as he was bowled, Ollie Robinson turned on his heels, and that signals the Sussex declaration. But I'm sure he's going to get a sympathetic hand, will Jack Carson, as he makes his way off. Ollie Robinson pats him on the back, and the Glamorgan lads very sportively applaud. Glamorgan lads, Derbyshire lads, sportively applaud as Jack Carson makes his way off the ground. He's gone for 97. Lewis Rees goes trotting off the field, pats Jack on the back. 97 in 129 balls in 152 minutes, 6 fours and 3 sixes, a personal best score for Jack Carson. He didn't go all the way to 3 figures, but I'm sure one day it will happen. And we have got the declaration.
Yeah, rather, I mean, desperate disappointment, obviously, for Jack Carson, but it sort of shows the folly, how long we've wasted there. We will only find out at the end of the game, of course, how much an extra 4, 5, 6, 7 overs might help Sussex. But yeah, well done to him, well done to John Simpson. And of course, yesterday, he was had his feet up all day, Daniel Hughes, with that impressive innings yesterday. And now the match can start again, because this next session, we've got 17 overs between now and tea remaining in the game. What happens in this next 17 overs will be hugely, hugely important as this game unfolds, I fancy, Adrian.
It certainly will. So I think what we're going to do, we're going to take a breather for 10 minutes and update our notes and everything else. We'll be back with you in about 10 minutes' time as the sun makes an appearance across the ground here at Hove.
you got one already, Rog.
Very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove, where the Sussex fielders are making their way out onto the field. If you're just joining us, Sussex declaring on 607 for 8. Centuries from Daniel Hughes, who made 144, John Simpson, who made 121, and very nearly a maiden first-class century from Jack Carson, who was eventually out for 97, which brought the declaration from Sussex. And now it's all about, can Sussex bowl Derbyshire out twice in the next 2.5 days to try and win this game? Ollie Robinson is peeling off his sweater. This is unusual. Generally Ollie gets first dibs and he bowls down the hill. He's going to get first dibs today, but he's going to be bowling up the hill from the sea end of the ground. And he's going to be bowling to Harry Kane, who's opening the batting for Derbyshire together with Lewis Rees. There are 3 slips in place and a gully. There's a point, extra cover, mid-on, a square leg, Jack Carson, and a fine leg as Robinson. In conditions, it's still a little overcast, and possibly this new ball may swing around a little bit as in comes Robinson. Over the wicket, bowls, and Kane lets that one go outside the other. It was a good leave. Ball goes through to Simpson, and there is no run. So the slip cordon looks to be Allsop at first, Clark at second, Coles at third, Tom Haynes in the gully, Hudson Prentice at point. Mid-off is Henry Crocombe, mid-on Daniel Hughes, square leg is Jack Carson, and J. Devon Nudcat all the way down at fine leg, a long way down in the distance, and where we're commentating from as in comes Robinson. Over the wicket, bowls to Kane, who's forward and plays that to Crocombe, who fields at mid-off, and there is no run. Henry Crocombe given an opportunity in the championship. I believe that's the first championship game he's played this season, replacing Sean Hunt, who played last week at Scarborough. Lots of clapping going on from the slip cordon in unison as Robinson wheels around down in front of him. He's got orange flashes on his white boots and he runs away from us. In and bowls wide of the off stump. That did swing, and Kane was forward, punched it into the offside, and there is no one. Very good afternoon wherever you're listening on the BBC online service or via the app. You may be listening around the ground, or you may be listening via your smart speaker, which you can now do. You just have to ask BBC Sounds to play Sussex v Derbyshire Day 2, and as if by magic it should appear. And if you'd like to send us an email, keep us company, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, as Robinson is in bowls. That's wide outside the off stump, and maybe an indication of the pitch. The ball rather died as it went past Harry Kane, and 2 or 3 bounces through to John Simpson, who managed to stop the ball, and there is no run. Let's see if we've had any messages come in. No, so perhaps someone would like to send us a message. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Sussex making 607 for 8 declared. Robinson away from us, in and bowls. Kane is struck on the pad. He was forward. There was a stifled appeal from Ollie Robinson. I just wonder whether maybe Harry Kane got a bit of an inside edge onto that. Either way, the umpire was unmoved. In the test match, Sri Lanka now 106 for 6. 2 wickets for Matthew Potts, 2 for Ollie Stone, 1 apiece for Chris Wokes and Gus Atkinson. If you've got a ticket for that today, you may be slightly worried, mightn't you?
I'm meant to be working on day 4 as well.
At Lord's?
I'll be covering the game from home.
Robinson in bowls, and Kane plays that smartly to mid-off. Good stop by Henry Crocombe. So Ollie Robinson starts with a maiden over to get things underway. Well, let's hope Sri Lanka, because you want to see a good contest, don't you? Let's hope Sri Lanka really get their heads down in the second innings, but they're a long way behind. 321 runs behind. Say 106 for 6, and just keeping a quick eye on matters elsewhere around the country. As Fletch said earlier, just 2 games in Division 2 Yorkshire have also declared 601 for 6, so very similar to Sussex. After 144 overs, George Hill not out 169. Don Best made 60 of just 69 balls, and it's going to be the Indian left-arm seamer, J. Devon Nudkat, who's going to get things underway from the Cromwell Road end, and Nikki Chowdhury is going to pick up on commentary.
He's got 4 slips in place, or 3 slips and a gully. Tom Haynes in at gullies. In comes Unadgut now from the Cromwell Road end. And this is just clipped off the legs down towards deep square leg. Will be a single. And Derbyshire, they get off the mark. 1 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, you never know with cricket, do you? But, you know, it's very, very unlikely Derbyshire are going to win this game, barring some sort of a miracle. But you know, they will feel they can save the game because there doesn't seem to have been a huge amount in the pitch so far. Sussex will be hoping it's going to spin a little bit as the game goes on, and we'll have to see what Nudkat and Robinson can do with this new ball. But Derbyshire will be very determined to, you know, bat just as long as they can.
In comes Unadgut now, running towards us, and this one's left alone off the front foot.
That died as well, didn't it?
It did. Came forward. Just let that one go. Watched it go through behind him into the gloves of Simpson. We've seen that quite frequently actually over the course of the last 2 days. Some balls have really just decided to keep low. Even the dismissal for Hudson Prentice just completely seemed to have shocked him as well with how low it kept. So Nudkat in again, passes the umpire.
Out.
And it's caught behind, it's caught at slip.
Tom Alsop with the catch.
He's got a faint nick on it, has came. And Sussex, they get their first wicket. Just pushed at it, it was slightly outside the off stump and came just reaching for it. Takes the faint outside edge, and it was a simple catch for Alsop at first slip. In Derbyshire, they're 1 for 1.
I thought for a moment Harry Kane just hesitated because he wanted to make sure that Tom Alsop had taken that cleanly, but he did. It was very low down. Do you think it touched the floor, Griff? No. It was Griff came in shaking his head, but I think perhaps he's not approving of the fruit cake. I don't know. He says the cake's better than the cricket. Thank you, Margaret, for the cake. So a Nudkat strikes. He bowled very nicely last week up at Scarborough, J. Devon Nudkat. On his return to the side, he was here last summer, and Sussex very keen to secure his services for these 5 remaining county championship matches, and immediately he's picked up a wicket. A good low catch by Tom Alsop at first slip. He's got a very good pair of hands. It was low down. I thought it was a good catch actually. And Sussex have got the breakthrough, and with this Kookaburra ball, you've got to make the most of it while it's still hard. And
whilst it still does a little bit
Yep.
in favour of the bowlers, and well, Sussex pick up their first. 19 more to go.
Yep. Well, he's been out there a long time, Harry Kane, in the field, isn't it? And then it's a long way to come for a duck. He fielded brilliantly as well, I thought, Harry Kane. Saved a lot of runs, but I guess he's in the side really to score runs. Well, that is why he's in the side.
Brooke Guest, the new batter. Just taking his guard, is getting himself set up in position to face Unadgut, who runs in towards us, steams in, and this one strikes him on the pads as an appeal, but not as convincing. I think, was this going down slightly? You're in a better position.
Yeah, yeah. I wonder if it was a bit high as well, actually. Yeah, last week at Scarborough, Nudkat took 2 for 41 in his 18 overs in the first innings. Didn't bowl very much in the second innings, 7 overs, 1 for 23. But he did look to be in good rhythm, and he's quick as J. Devon Nudkat.
He is, he's steaming in now. And this one's left alone outside the off stump. It's gone straight into the gloves of Simpson, although kind of dies on him as he takes it into his cushiony gloves. breeze has just started to pick up again a little bit as the
Yeah, I can see.
Derbyshire flag is
Yeah.
just...
They get very excited, the ex-league players down below us just now. I think I just heard someone say, do you remember we got him on the first ball of the match? I heard him say. Someone down there.
Anedka in now, and this time Guest forward defends into the offside. It's going to be the end of the over. 2 overs gone, Derbyshire 1 for 1. And Sussex, well, a good start.
Yep, very good. I'll be very pleased to have picked up a wicket. Jade Evernugcat, who's... I was talking to someone earlier in the week who was saying that he's just a lovely man. He's over here with his wife for these 5 games. One of 3 overseas seam bowlers that Sussex have used during the season. Jaden Seals, Nathan McAndrew and Jade Evernugcat. It's all been very carefully planned by Sussex as to when they arrive and how they can juggle things around. The big thing they probably wouldn't have expected this year is to have seen Ollie Robinson quite as much as they have, but they've got Robinson. Now someone's looking. They want the press box window shut. That's not us, I'm pleased to say. So there we are. The press box window has been shut. And it's going to be Ollie Robinson who's going to be bowling to the left-handed Lewis Rees, who's 1 not out, 1 for 1 as Robinson is in. Bowls, and Rees is beaten outside the off stump. That didn't miss the off stump by very much. And Lewis Rees points to the pitch and comes down, does a bit of gardening, and Ollie Robinson is sufficiently inspired to take off his sleeveless sweater. Gives it to umpire Baldwin. In terms of overs left, we're going to be late here tonight because there's still 46 overs to be bowled after this one. It's already 10 past 3. So technically to finish at 6 o'clock we should be having tea at 20 to 4, but we're not going to today. Robinson is in. Bowls, Rees is forward, plays to mid-wicket where it's fielded by... I think that's James Coles in there, which is unusual. He's usually in the slips is James Coles, but he's not today. Alsop, Clark and Haynes seem to be occupying those positions. Hudson Prentice at backward point, Hughes at mid-off, Frocombe mid-on, Coles in that shortish mid-wicket position, about 3 cut strips away from Lewis Rees. Close enough so he won't be walking in with the bowler. Robinson bowls down the leg side. I suspect that came off the pad. There was no appeal, but John Simpson was diving across goalkeeper style down the leg side. He prevented any run, any buys.
He like scrambled across there,
He did, didn't he? Yeah, I just thought for a moment that maybe Rees had got a little nick on that, but not so.
2 slips and a gully in place.
Yeah, which is 2 slips of gully or 2? Yeah, maybe 3 slips. In comes Robinson, bowls, and forward comes Rees and plays to Coles, who stops the ball on some matting which is there, just protecting the pitch that will be used here on Wednesday night for the T20 quarter-final. We're hearing from Pete Fitzboyden, who's the Sussex CEO. That game is worth 6 figures to Sussex, which is a lot of money on Wednesday night. Changing the field, the 3rd slip has now gone to leg slip. So clearly Robinson has seen something, or they've worked something out for Lewis Rees. Robinson in bowls, and Rees is hit on the pad. That's a good shout from Ollie Robinson coming around the wicket. It didn't look from here as if Lewis Rees got that far forward. Although having said that, the appeal maybe lacked just a little bit of what's the word I'm looking for? I'll think of it in a moment. It was almost a stifled appeal, but it was a good shout. And Robinson hasn't conceded a run yet. He's bowled 11 deliveries. And he turns in front of us and runs up the hill, kicking his heels up behind him. He's in and bowls, and Rees down the leg side, and that one has raced away for 4 runs, and it's gone away for 4 byes actually down the leg side. So it never pleases wicket keepers when they concede byes. It's a maiden over for Ollie Robinson. That won't particularly please John Simpson having conceded 4 byes, but it was swinging away down the leg side. So the end of the 3rd over, here on BBC Radio, Sussex BBC Radio Derby. Adrian Harms, Nicky Chowdhury here on commentary duties. Dave Fletcher back with us. Still at about 3:30, and Derbyshire are 5 for 1 with Harry Kane, the man out, caught by Tom Alsop at first slip off the bowling of Jay Devoncat. Sadly for him, without scoring.
Unadkat from the Cromwell Road end to Guest. 3 slips and a gully in places. In he comes, left arm over, and this is caught
out
at point.
Hudson Prentice with the catch. Well, it was low down. It was a good catch by Finn Hudson Prentice. He went very, very quickly. I think he was surprised how quickly he came, but driving away on the offside. And Hudson Prentice took the catch. And Brooke Guest has gone for a duck. And Derbyshire, all of a sudden, are 5 for 2.
That happened ever so quickly. That absolutely flew to Hudson Prentice at point.
Well, I think he was surprised, Finn. It came so quickly to him. He sort of put his hands there and...
No time to think. It was all
took the
pure
catch.
reaction. Just get to watch it again on the replay, hopefully, and see.
Well, I reckon he calls it low down, around sort of knee high. Let's see if we can see the replay. Well, we said that Sussex would need breakthroughs with the new ball. And that's exactly what they've done. Well, it went very quickly to Hudson Prentice, didn't it? A point.
All happened in
In a blink
seconds,
of,
literally.
The blink of an eye. So,
Quite literally, if you blinked, you missed it.
you did. And the new man in is Wayne Madsen, who, as the Fletcher's been saying, is 40 years of age. He belies his years. He's a very fit man, fine fielder as well. But he's got a fair amount of batting to do here now, because Derbyshire are in trouble. 5 for 2. Sussex with a massive total of 607 for 8. And the man who's doing all the damage is the Indian paceman, Jay Devoncat.
And psychologically as well, looking at 607 on the board, going into bat, it's quite a target, isn't it? So just mentally...
Well, and you've been out in the field a long time as well.
Exactly,
I think about
you're
Brooke
tired.
Guest, I mean, he's been keeping wicket for 140 overs. But, you know, they do a lot of fitness work during the winter months, these players, but it's... mentally now, it's a real battle for Derbyshire. What can Wayne Madsen do? He's seen it all before, I'm sure.
He's on strike to face Unadkat, who's in now, and this is a straight delivery, and Madsen's forward, defends into the offside.
Good delivery that, Nicky, because had he not played it, it would have knocked out his off stump.
And it's the angle that Unadkat's running in at as well, so slightly difficult as a batter to... You really have to concentrate, is this a player ball or is this a leave ball? And it's those split-second decisions which can be a little bit deceiving at the angle he comes in at. In comes Unadkat again. Oh, and this one pops up a bit.
Indeed.
Just gets Madsen on the top of the bat. It just drops into the offside. There's suddenly a bit of life in this pitch again, isn't there, Adrian?
There is. No, there certainly is. Well, you know, but I think with this Kookaburra ball, you really do have to make the most of it while it's hard, and that's what Robinson and Unadkat are trying to do here, and so far successfully for Sussex. Les Woodburn has sent us an email. Hello, Les, up in Yorkshire, and we'll read that in a few moments' time at the end of the over.
Madsen with a slightly open stance is forward and lets this one go through into the gloves of Simpson. It looks rather close as well by the reaction of the slip cordon.
He was just sort of playing at that, wasn't he? It was definite play and miss from Wayne Madsen.
Madsen's got an open stance, which, given the angle Unadkat is coming in across him, he's going to have to be a bit more conscious just to make sure he actually gets across him, otherwise it can be a little bit deceiving. It's fairly open as in he runs again now, and this one straighter, and he plays that to short mid-wicket.
He's an experienced cricketer, Jay Devoncat, and what he is doing here is making the batters play with this new ball. And he bowls at a good lick as well. Good pace.
It's coming through nicely, isn't it?
Yeah, down the hill. I mean, he's pulled rank on Ollie Robinson bowling down the hill. I mean, Ollie Robinson opened the bowling, but J-Dev's...
Do you think he probably didn't get dibs there, did he?
I don't know. I reckon J-Dev said, I fancy bowling down the hill. And Ollie probably went, oh, okay then. He's changing his angle of attack here.
He is. He's coming round as Madsen is forward and again making him play. Defends into the offside. Unadka fields with his left hand, and that concludes the end of the 4th over. Derbyshire 5 for 2.
And a wicket maiden from J-Dev Anukat on his seasonal reappearance here at Hove. 2 overs, and he's taken 1 for 2. Les has been in touch. Yes, I much enjoyed the interview before lunch with Peter Fitzboyden, and thank you for that. I missed a small portion of that. I was wondering if he mentioned that if Sussex attain the promotion, will the Sussex batting lineup need strengthening? I feel that another experienced batsman or two will be needed. We didn't talk about team selection, Les, to be honest, but in comes Robinson around the wicket, bowls and cut away by Lewis Rees. That's a good shot, the first boundary off the bat from Derbyshire. A nice shot as well through backward point. Lewis Rees goes to 5 with a total to 9 for 2. You know, maybe there'll be questions towards the end of the season, but he did speak a lot, Pete, about the club finances, really a range of issues. So thank you for Les, for your email. He says, on a separate point, your journey home from Scarborough was the best route back to Sussex. That was good. In comes Robinson, bowls. Rees clips this one away. More runs here. Through backwards square leg. Jack Carson is in hot pursuit. 2 more runs to Rees, who goes to 7. Why are you two laughing? Rees goes to 7, the total to 11 for 2. He says, you should have taken a short detour from Driffield to West Wang and sampled the best fish and chips in the area. Wet Wang, sorry. Is that that's not a wind-up? Is it? Wet Wang. And sampled the best fish and chips in the area. Only a 10-minute journey from where I live, near Kirkby Grindal. I'll read that in a minute. In comes Robinson, bowls. Rees defends onto the onside. How would you pronounce this? G-R-I-N-D, grind, A-L-Y-T-H-E. You're good at English, Fletch.
I would say Grindalaith, probably.
Kirby Grindalaith.
Grindalaith. That's where Les lives. Thank you, Les. Kirby Grindalaith.
Never heard of it.
No. It's beautiful around there. I mean, so that route, the sat-nav took me back across, right across country. And I think it saved me a lot of time on my way to Goole, as Fletch was saying yesterday. In comes Robinson, bowls to Rees, who plays very pleasantly to mid-off. There's a slight fumble by Daniel Hughes at mid-off, but it doesn't cost a run. And Les says, keep up the commentary. Looking forward to the commentary over the next few weeks. Yeah, lots of cricket still to come this season as we rather depressingly make our way towards September.
I don't think I'm ready for September.
No, I'm certainly not ready for any end of the season. It all goes just in a blink of an eye, really. It's always such good fun as Robinson is in. Bowls to Rees, who lets that go. Good leave by Lewis Rees through to the gloves of John Simpson. Still got those 2 slips and a leg slip for the left-hander. Still the point. Finn Hudson-Prentice mid-off, Daniel Hughes, mid-on Henry Crocombe, James Coles in that short mid-wicket position. Fine leg with his hands in pockets there is Jack Carlson, who's nattering away to Ian Blackwell, the umpire. And J. Devanukat is way down in the distance, having picked up the 2 wickets that have fallen. Derbyshire 11 for 2. Robinson in again, bowls, and that's wide of the off stump and let go by Lewis Rees. End of the over. Lever safely negotiated by Derbyshire. 11 for 2. Rees on 7. Madsen yet to score the 2 men out. Harry Kane and Brooke Guest, both who were out without troubling the scorer. Got my words out.
Got there in the end.
Yeah.
Had plenty of those days, especially when you have to wake up extremely early. We were just talking about that earlier.
You've got your breakfast show tomorrow morning, Nikki.
I do. I've got to be up at 5, which is... It's not as easy as it was a month ago.
Do you set a couple of alarm clocks?
I do. More so I'm just scared that I've got the habit of snoozing my alarm in my sleep.
Oh yes, that's not good.
So I put
when it goes off, you gotta...
I snooze it in my sleep and I won't even be aware that I've snoozed it. So I do set 4 to 5 alarms. It's a bit excessive, but It needs to be done as in comes Unutkat now, and this one's driven off the front foot. A bit of width there, and Madsen's into the shot, leans into it, and it races down towards the boundary. I believe that is the first boundary for Derbyshire.
Second, I think.
Second.
Yeah, Lewis Rees it went. Third, including the 4 byes.
We got there in the end. 15 for 2.
Good shot though, wasn't it?
It was a lovely shot. Bit of width there from Unutkat.
Yeah.
Madsen just leaned into it beautifully as he taps his bat again. Unutkat slightly straighter, but not straight enough, and this one again driven past mid-off, all the way down the ground. And it's another boundary. But Derbyshire's 4th boundary.
Well done, Nicky. Yep. I can see we're going to count all the boundaries now.
19 for 2.
Yeah, 2 lovely shots though, weren't they?
They were great shots.
Sri Lanka 118 for 7 now. 2 for Wokes, 2 for Stone, 2 for Potts, 1 for Atkinson. That does look like a follow-on, doesn't it?
Unutkat in from the Cromwell Road end, and this is a much straighter delivery, slightly back of the length. Madsen on his back foot, defends into the offside.
What has caught your attention here?
3 slips and a gully in place. Having a little bit of a chuckle, Adrian.
The light's improved a lot, hasn't it?
It has,
It was
it's
getting a
got
bit
better.
gloomy, but it's almost, the sun is almost out.
Unutkat in, and it's a
Ooh, good delivery.
beautiful delivery. Back of the length, it's popped up, and Madsen does a good job just to drop his hand, and that's gone through into the gloves of Simpson. He's found a bit of carry.
I wonder how many first-class runs Wayne Madsen has scored. Lots.
Oh, right.
I'm going
I
to...
thought there was going to be a
No, I'm going to guess. That's what we ought to guess. But he's 40. I bet he's got well over 15,000 first-class runs. Probably well over 20,000.
In comes Unutkat now, and this one just slightly back of a length again. Madsen off the back foot gets an outer edge, and it's just short of point.
15,500 first-class runs. And terrific, really. You know, still. I mean, people speak a lot about Darren Stevens at Kent, but I think Fletcher was saying he keeps himself really fit, Wayne Madsen. And is he? Did you say he's already signed for next year? Well, he's been a great servant to Derbyshire.
Madsen taps his bat, low in his stance now as Unutkat's in, straight deliveries forward, defends into the offside, and that shall conclude the end of the 6th over. Derbyshire's 19 for 2. Some beautiful drives coming out of this over from Madsen through the offside. One down the ground past mid-off, and then one through cover. Absolutely demolished those as Derbyshire.
I thought I saw Finn Hudson-Prentice warming up, and
I think I did as well.
I think he's going to bowl. He is. Ollie Robinson has only bowled 3 overs.
Maybe he doesn't like running uphill.
I don't know. I mean, well, possibly. I mean, it's I mean, the 3 seamers, or the first choice seamers, would be Robinson, Unutkat, and Crocombe. But I saw Finn Hudson-Prentice warming up, and I thought, perhaps he was just getting himself loose. But he's going to bowl from this. Yeah, against his former club, as Fletch says, and he was very popular at Derbyshire, and it was a move that really got his career back on track because he'd been released here at Sussex. But he's going to come up the hill to bowl to Lewis Rees, who I'm sure he'll know really well. 7 not out. It's Rees, Hudson-Prentice in, round the wicket, bowls, let go, taken low down by John Simpson, and there is no run. Middlesex is 17 without loss in reply to Yorkshire's 601 for 6. Johnny Bairstow making 160, and George Hill 167. Only one other game in the 2nd Division because of the abandonment yesterday of Gloucestershire against Northants, and Glamorgan going on very nicely against Leicestershire. Glamorgan 303 for 4. Colin Ingram, what a fine player he is. 151 not out. Chris Cook on 45. Kieran Carlson made 85. Hudson Prentice in, bowls to Rees, who plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Glamorgan, the visitors, to Hove next week.
Adrian, have you seen what's happened up between Nottinghamshire and Surrey? Farhan Ahmed has picked up 7 wickets for 140 runs. A debut from the 16-year-old today against Surrey. He's the younger brother of Rayan Ahmed.
Right, okay, let's look at his figures.
7 wickets on debut, not bad, eh?
7 for 140 in 50 overs. In comes Hudson Prentice. Bowls, that's a good delivery. But forward comes Rees, plays it back down the offside. There is no run. Wow. Surrey making 525 all out, the leaders of the county championship.
Quite a few debutants as well. I believe Michael Vaughan's son, Archie Vaughan, made his debut as well.
Yes, I think that was for Somerset, wasn't it?
For Somerset, yes, yesterday.
And I think I read somewhere he picked up a wicket today. In comes Hudson Prentice. Round the wicket bowls, and he beats Rees outside the off stump. Taken by Simpson low down. Well, he's just been brought into the attack, Finn Hudson Prentice, and that was a forced shot from Lewis Rees. We'll have a change round in the commentary box at the end of the over, and Fletcher will rejoin us with another 10 overs to go until tea. We're going to be late tonight. They were +6. Hudson Prentice juggles the ball from hand to hand and wheels around in front of us. Just the 2 slips in place. He's in and bowls. And Lewis Rees is hit on the path. There's a loud appeal and he's gone! And the bowling change has done the trick for Sussex. Finn Hudson Prentice picks up a wicket against his former county. Lewis Rees is LBW. Paul Baldwin's finger was up. And Derbyshire have slumped to 19 for 3 in reply to this mammoth Sussex total of 607 for 8. And Finn Hudson Prentice in the thick of the action. He's picked up a wicket, he took a catch as well, and Rees is on his way for 7.
Change in bowling's clearly done the trick. Hudson Prentice replacing Ollie Robinson. Downhill from the sea end. And Derbyshire in a little bit of trouble. 3 wickets down, 19 runs on the board.
Well, I don't know what was behind the bowling change. I mean, it's quite unusual to see Ollie Robinson just bowl the 3 overs, but we saw Finn Hudson Prentice warming up. I wonder whether maybe there was some plan, or whatever the plan was, it seemed to work. And Derbyshire, having had a long time in the field, will be looking towards their 2 experienced players here, David Lloyd, the skipper, and Wayne Madsen, to dig them out of what's a pretty big hole here. Nicky is going to go and have a cup of tea and better not eat all the fruitcake. Dave Fletcher joins us, and well, Derbyshire have got to get themselves out of a hole somehow, Fletcher.
Yeah, they've been in a few holes over the course of the last few years. This is just the latest in a long line of holes. David Lloyd has joined Wayne Madsen. I'm sure the Derbyshire skipper would have been expected to be batting quite this early. The 607 for 8 declared is the 16th highest score ever scored against Derbyshire. It's also Sussex's highest score against Derbyshire. It's only 16 times that they conceded 600 or more in innings, all in first innings.
Finn Hudson Prentice, final ball of his opening over, comes into bowl to David Lloyd, and Lloyd is thumping this one. That's a nice way to get off the mark. Nice back foot drive through the covers, and the ball races away towards the boundary for 4 runs. So the skipper getting one right out in the middle of the bat to get himself underway. It is the end of the over, and Derbyshire are 23 for 3. Madsen on 8, Lloyd on 4, and Hudson Prentice with a wicket in his opening over. And the light is again just sort of, now and again the light improves, but the sun seems to have disappeared again, and we're almost completely under a sort of a low level cloud here at Hove.
A bit of inside information from our resident statistician. The last 3 innings against Sussex, Lewis Rees has been dismissed by Finn Hudson Prentice. Good bowling change.
Maybe that was behind that.
Thank you, Griff. Yes. A couple of bits of housekeeping while I wait for Jaden and Adcat to come in to bowl. Derby County's assistant head coach Richie Barker has been given a one-match touchline ban after receiving a red card last week against Watford in the Championship. And I have an email from Nick Buxton, and it just says, "Hello darkness, my old friend." That's all. That's the entirety of the email. Thank you, Nick. Here is an ad cat from the Cromwell Road end bowling to Wayne Madsen, who leaves that one alone. It might come all the way down the hill for 4 byes. No, it's going to be chased down, and it's well chased down by Tom Alsop. And in fact, they only get through for 1 bye, 23 for 3. Adrian will have an update very shortly. Well, I say that. I think the weather comes after the travel.
Yeah, I'm never really sure. It is Friday, so it could be a after travel. There we go.
Anything could happen. It's like Russian roulette with the updates. I'll do this one. An ad cat into bowl to the Derbyshire skipper David Lloyd. Oh dear, that is wide. It's not signalled wide, but it was very, very wide, and Lloyd had nothing to do with it. David Lloyd this season, 437 runs at 27 with 3 half-centuries. Wayne Madsen, 550 runs at 36 with a century and 4 half-centuries. That was Lewis Reese's 3rd duck of the campaign to go along with a century and 2 50s. As an ad cat comes in again. The 3 slips crouched down, and he's caught at 3rd slip. That's a brilliant catch at 3rd slip.
Tom Haynes.
Tom Haynes, way to his left, and that cat has a 3rd. Derbyshire in absolute disarray. They're 24 for 4.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Mike. Will you join us as Sussex just pick up their 4th wicket of the innings, 3 of those to the Indian seamer J. Devon Nudcat. Derbyshire in all sorts of trouble. They're 24 for 4. Their skipper just out. That in reply to the mammoth Sussex total of 607 for 8. A century today for John Simpson, who made 121. Jack Carson making 97. At Trentbridge, Surrey made 525. Nottinghamshire in reply, 25 for 1. Not a good day for Kent at Edgbaston, having made 156 yesterday. Warwickshire piled up 420. And in the Test match, Sri Lanka 124 for 7 in reply to England's 427.
Now Donald is the new batter.
Wow.
And he's a dasher.
Is he? Think he might ever go here?
Well, he is a dasher. That is what Nye Donald does. He's a dasher.
Great catch that. That was a really good catch.
It was a good catch. Moving away to his left-hand side, he was more of a 4th slip than a 3rd slip, in actual fact. Now coming in with 403 runs at 28, 3 50s, 2 ducks. So a lot on him. 24 for 4. I mean, the game's gone already. It's just a matter of how long into tomorrow they can take it now. We were concerned, of course, because we're in a hotel on the front, and the triathlon's going past there on...
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, the road is closed from 6 a.m.
Tomorrow morning or Sunday?
Sunday morning,
Right,
but
okay.
I could be in bed in Horwich by then. Still 41 overs and 3 balls to go today.
Presumably that's a swim in the sea, Fletcher, I'd imagine.
Well, yeah. I won't be doing that, obviously. Here is Jaden and Adcat bowling to an Aaron Donald, who plays at that one. And it goes through to keeper John Simpson. Dear, oh dear. 24 for 4. Well, we already looked up the highest score that Sussex had got against Derbyshire, which we now have established as being 607 for 8. Might be time. Just have a little look at the lowest score Derbyshire have ever scored against Sussex. My computer will boot up. That would be really helpful. Here comes an ad cat again then. Bowls to Donald, who drives very pleasantly. It was slightly over pitched. It's going out towards the boundary. It's going to be hauled in by Daniel Hughes. And they go through for a couple of runs. 26 for 4. Computer's refusing to boot up.
Oh, okay. annoying when that happens. Yeah, mine yesterday was going to reboot all day. I kept putting it off, and then at the minute you don't want it to go off it goes. But Nudcat, look at his figures, 3 for 11.
He's coming around the wicket now to an iron. Donald falls over quite alarmingly. I think he's okay. His shirt's rucked up his back. There are players rushing to make sure he is okay, and he gets back to his feet, and that's good news, because that looked like a bit of a nasty, potentially nasty tumble.
Yeah.
The over comes to an end. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 11 to Jaden and Nudcat. Madsen has 8, Donald has 2, Derbyshire 26 for 4. They're so far behind, it's not even worth working it out.
No, that's true. Well, we were saying how important it is, you know, whilst these kookaburra balls are hard, to look after the ball. That's exactly what Ollie Robinson is doing there at mid-off, and you know, pick up early wickets. And that's what Sussex have done. Jay Gedawuka gets a good round of applause from those down at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. The tall Indian seamer's picked up 3 wickets. And Hudson Prentice is on his way from the C end of the ground. He's into Wayne Madsen, and Madsen is right behind this, and he certainly won't give this up without a fight. Plays it to mid-off, fielded by Ollie Robinson, and there is no run. Just the 2 slips in place, which is interesting. Only in that you'd have thought with 4 down maybe Sussex would be a bit more on the attack, but maybe they just read the wicket well.
Well, they've only got 581 runs to play with, so, you know, better err on the side of caution.
What they have got is a fielder in at shortish mid-wicket. As in comes Hudson Prentice again. Bowls clipped away by Madsen down to fine leg, and a Nudcat comes sauntering off the fine leg boundary, gets in the throw. 1 more to Wayne Madsen, who goes to 9, and Derbyshire to 27 for 4. If you're just joining us, the Sussex total 607 for 8. John Simpson with his 4th 100 of the season. Made 121. He was dropped on 21 actually by Wayne Madsen. It was a difficult chance. Jack Carson falling 3 short of what would have been a maiden first class 100. Changing the field here, that short mid wicket. The Sussex have now got 2 men on the drive on the offside. Daniel Hughes in at short extra cover, and Tom Haynes also in a catching position. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, hits the pad of an Aaron Donald. That was going down the leg side. And there is no run. A long concerted appeal, but my first impression was that was missing leg stump, and it would seem as if umpire Baldwin agrees that was the case.
He wants another night in Hove, doesn't he? That'd be a nice posh hotel, the umpires.
Do they? Do you know where they're staying?
I don't.
Right,
and
okay.
I would never reveal that on the radio.
They're not staying with you?
No, I don't. Well, I haven't seen them.
Right.
No.
It's not. They're not cheap hotels in Hove.
No, they're not.
In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Donald, who works this one down to third man. He's back up a boundary. Here's an Aaron Donald to a smattering of applause around the ground. He goes to 6, and Derbyshire to 31 for 4. Well, he is known for scoring runs quickly as an Aaron Donald, and I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that he's going to play an innings here that's a Louis Kimber type innings, but you never know. You know, when Leicestershire played here, we were saying, oh, it'll all be over by lunch. And all of a sudden, someone comes in and plays an innings, but it's going to need some effort here by the Derbyshire middle order. The sun is trying to come out again, and Hudson Prentice makes his way up the hill from the Cromwell, from the CN, bowls to Donald, who plays this firmly to backward point, fielded by James Coles, who's the only Sussex player to be wearing a sun hat. That's very much a feature of James Coles. You would imagine if this game does go deep that Coles will be doing a lot of bowling. The 2 spinners, Carson and Coles. But the minute, all the time this ball is hard, Sussex are relying on the seamers. We're only in the 9th over of the repos. It's already 20 to 4, and we've got another 8 overs to go until tea. As Hudson Prentice makes his way in over the wicket. Bowls and driving is Donald. Doesn't quite time that, but he's going to get maybe not 4. Tom Haynes is racing back towards the boundary ropes, and he doesn't quite get in. He runs into the advertising hoardings, Tom Haynes. But then Aaron Donald picks up another boundary. He goes to 10 off just 7 balls, and Derbyshire are 35 for 4. with Madsen on 9. Hudson Prentice has bowled 2 overs, no maidens, taken 1 for 13. But very much the man of the moment as far as Sussex is concerned is the Indian Jade Nudcat, who's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, and has taken 3 for 11 bowling from the Cromwell Road end.
67 is the number to avoid.
Right.
Derbyshire's lowest score against Sussex here at home in 1920. They made 71 at Derby in 1884 and 76 here at home in 1908. They're currently 35 for 4. And Jaden Nudcat is going to be a difficult man to get the ball off, because he's in again over the wicket to Wayne Madsen. That one goes across the Derbyshire man and through to the wicket keeper. John Simpson, 35 for 4 it remains. Madsen 9, Donald 10. So Derbyshire do now have.
Nicky's asking if you want a cup of tea, and in sign language I'm saying no sugar, please. I don't know why I just didn't say it, really. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Especially when you started signing it and went, no, no, I've said it out loud.
Yeah.
Here is an Nudcat again, bowls to Madsen, who pulls this into the leg side. I'm not sure he's got all of it. He's not going to get 4 runs out to mid. Well, he is going to get 4 runs out to mid wicket. You know, this outfield is lightning fast.
It is.
It's a beautiful, beautiful outfield. And Madsen moves into double figures. So that's 2 of them who've got double figures now. Derbyshire 39 for 4. Signing for Crawley Town, which might be of interest to some of our listeners down here in the southeast. Will Swan has joined Crawley Town as a Nudcat around the wicket to Madsen, who drives with the inside edge of the bat effectively. And it goes up to Ollie Robinson at mid-on, but that wasn't a massively convincing shot.
I don't think Crawley Town are being very well received down here at Brighton at the minute.
With the tackle.
The tackle.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, I think Brighton fans were...
but they're in your patch, aren't they?
They are in our patch, so they certainly are. But yeah, I don't think that tackle went down desperately well.
No, quite. An Nudcat in to bowl to Madsen, who pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run, rather. 39 for 4. We're only in the 10th over of the innings. Let's just remind everybody that after 38 balls, Sussex were 50 without loss. What a difference an innings makes.
Your very good statistics have been noted here, Fletch.
Next delivery is keeps a bit low. Madsen pushes it out into the offside where it is fielded by the sun-hatted James Cole.
Thank you.
That is the perfect mug for you. Just turn it round. Beautiful.
I'm a mum. What's your superpower?
39 for 4. With 1 ball of the 10th over to go. And then we'll have 7 more overs until tea. Sussex could not be any more in control of the destiny of the points in this game. And Nudcat bowls to Madsen, who goes back and cuts away out to the cover boundary for 4. Off the back foot, really nice shot from Wayne Madsen. He goes to 17 off just 20 deliveries. Donald's got 10 off 7. He won't hang around. And Derbyshire are 43 for 4 in reply to Sussex's 607 for 8 declared.
Lovely shot, wasn't that, by Wayne Madsen? He really is a quality cricketer. In the Test match, Sri Lanka 129 for 7 at Lords in reply to England's 427, so still trailing by 298. And at Leeds, Middlesex 46 without loss in reply to Yorkshire's 601 for 6. As Hudson Prentice is on his way up the hill to bowl to Anarin Donald. 10 not out, he's in and bowls, and Donald hits on the pad. There's a loud appeal, slightly unconvincing appeal.
But outside the line.
For a moment, Donald's heart would have been in his mouth. He comes down, does a bit of garden. Didn't Aaron Donald at one stage in his career down at Glamorgan score a very fast 200? He did,
Oh, there's no need for that, Adrian.
he did, didn't he?
Yes.
Who was that again?
It was at Colwyn Bay against Derbyshire in 2016.
No, I didn't know that.
It was.
I really
at the
didn't know
time,
that.
It was the equal fastest double century in first-class cricket.
I didn't know that.
But thank you for him. I've just finished the therapy.
In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Donald, who gets a big inside edge on that. The ball just eludes the stumps down to a Nudcat, who fields at fine leg, and there is no run. Oh, there we are. Well, I didn't realise it was against Derbyshire.
Records often are.
Yeah. I enjoyed a visit to Colwyn Bay a few years ago. Terrific game where, with 1 wicket left, Ollie Robinson hit a 6 to win the game for Sussex.
Derbyshire lost.
Right, okay.
Yes. No, it's a nice little spot, and it was
Yeah.
blisteringly hot.
Was it?
When we were there?
You were in the tent, were you, up on the
2016,
bank?
On that bank, yeah.
Yeah.
The electricity coming out of that old lady's house.
That was a nasty delivery. That really was a nasty delivery from Hudson Prentice. That got up from absolutely nowhere, and it was really well played by Wayne Madsen. He took one hand off the bat.
All of a sudden, it's starting to look very dangerous, this pitch.
It's the sort of delivery that don't stop. The sort of delivery that it puts doubt in the batter's mind, doesn't
yes,
it?
yeah.
He'll be thinking, well, I hope he doesn't do that again.
And if he does, kind of get me back out of the way in time.
In comes Hudson Prentice, clipped away by Madsen, 4 runs. That's a lovely shot, isn't it? Just beautifully controlled, slightly over-pitched on middle and leg. And Madsen just says, thank you very much.
Not an ideal delivery from Finn.
No.
But, yeah, good shot nonetheless.
Lovely shot, beautifully played.
Got to work out how I dress this up for the 3 o'clock update. It won't be easy.
Well, you can only tell the truth, Fletch.
Well, I try.
48 for 4 as in comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and Madsen defends right behind that, plays it to mid-on, fielded by Jack Carson. There is no run. Well, they're rattling along here, Derbyshire, the best part of 5 and over.
It's a future.
The problem is they've lost 4 wickets.
I reckon they need to get through at least another 10 overs, though, before the ball becomes a little softer and
Yeah.
does slightly less, not completely. Stops doing anything, of course, but slightly less. Came and guessed both for Ducks, Rees for 7, Lloyd for 4. The men out already. 3 wickets for Jaden and Adcat, 1 for Finn Hudson Prentice. Dear, oh dear.
Another change in the field. A short mid-wicket has gone in for the right-handed Madsen. Hudson Prentice in. But also, that's another delivery that seemed to get up from pretty much nowhere. And that's wrapped Finn Hudson Prentice, even Wayne Madsen, on the thigh pad. The ball bounces out into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 48 for 4 with Madsen on 21, Donald on 11, and we've got another 6 overs to go until tea. So I'll hang around for the next couple of 3, and then Nicky can come and finish the session off with Fletch.
Ollie Robinson is swapping ends here. He's going to come on from the Cromwell Road end, having bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 6 from the C end before being replaced by Finn Hudson Prentice, who immediately got the wicket of Lewis Rees for 7, trapping in LBW. By my reckoning, the only person who has been bowled in this game is Jack Carson.
Ooh,
Is that right?
Good shout, yeah.
In comes Robinson then, bowls to Donald, who with the outside half of the bat guides that one down to Hudson Prentice at backward point.
You are absolutely right.
So we've had
Good
three
spot, Fletch.
catches and a leg before in this innings. They were all catches, I think. Was there an LB?
There was an
early one,
LBW,
wasn't
James
there?
Coles.
Yeah. And the rest were catches until Carson was dismissed by Darren Dupavalon for 97. 48 for 4 here, Derbyshire. 3 slips, crouch down as in comes Robinson again and bowls to Donald, who pushes this out into the offside. There's no run. It's fielded by Daniel Hughes at mid-off.
The ex-players are getting slightly louder, aren't they? I think
Yes,
I think the tails are getting slightly more. You know that innings that I played.
Some of
and
those shots are going to get better, aren't they?
They are. It's like you know the angler who gets a fish, doesn't it? That goes from in, you know, oh, it was this long, you know. It swung a mile, you know.
They all look in pretty good form.
Well, they do. Absolutely they do.
As Robinson bowls to Donald, who defends this once again, up to Hughes. And again, there's no run. Donald on 11 from 12, Madsen 21 from 24, 48 for 4 in the 12th over, Derbyshire. So if there were 48 for none, this would be really good. It isn't, but it would be really good. Ganesh Dahl is already padded up on the balcony, I can see. Players' balcony, far side of the ground, as Robinson bowls to Donald, who pushes it into the offside, and Hughes fields again.
Good rhythm here. Ollie Robinson, I'm sure it's his favoured end down the hill, but what he's making Donald do is play it pretty much every delivery. He's got that line right, just around the top of off. He wants a change in his field now. He's going to
send Jack Carson out to the square leg boundary. That'd be
odd.
Is he going to bounce? No, Donald. He is known for taking on the short ball.
He's having a good look, isn't he, in Aaron Donald?
He's certainly taken it on this season in red and white ball cricket. And he waits now as Robinson bowls. That one's a length delivery, perhaps just shy of a length, but pushed out to a point where it's fielded by Hudson Prentice, who gets in front of Coles to do the fielding there. And he's bowled 5 dot balls to an Aaron Donald. There's Ollie Robinson. 48 for 4. It remains. I might go down in a minute and ask them if they could just speak up a bit. We might be able to hear the stories properly.
Yeah, there'll be some good ones, I'm sure.
Down to our right hand side. Here's Robinson then to complete his over bowls to Donald, who was tempted to play at that one, then left. And it goes through to Simpson, so a maiden over, his third. Ollie Robinson out of 4 sent down so far, 3 from the sea end, the first one there from the Cromwell Road end, and Derbyshire are 48 for 4 with Madsen on 21 and Donald on 11.
5 overs to go until tea. Do you have an update at 4 o'clock, Fletch?
Oh yes,
You do? Right.
Every hour, Adrian, every single hour throughout the day.
Throughout the day.
Whether
yeah.
I want one or not. I might have to have a word with them about the 1 o'clock updates when we start 10:30.
Yes, and that all starts next week, doesn't it, as we go into September. Finn Hudson Prentice is going to carry on from this, the C end of the ground. 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18. He's coming into bowl to Wayne Madsen, who has a quick survey of the leg side field. Also, there's Jade Evanukat down at fine leg, as in comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and Madsen plays a ball that kept a little low. 2 square leg, fielded there by Jack Carson, no run.
What I would say, it's the week after next. I know you're playing next week. Some of us aren't
Of
playing
course,
next
no,
week.
you're right. There's not a game next week at all. I'm talking out my backside.
You've got the T20 quarterfinals next week, haven't you?
Yeah, that's right.
We're having
On when you got a week
a
off.
thoroughly deserved week off.
Yeah.
Yes, I've got.
Do you get a week off, Fletch, or are you working?
I am. Oh no, I'm off next week.
Oh, good.
And onto the weekend as well.
Comes Hudson Prentice bowls and Madsen drives to mid on. There is no run. Is that a you going away, or are you just going to have a bit of a relax?
No, I shall find things to do.
Will you?
Yeah, watch the Paralympics, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I won't be doing much. Going to Liverpool on the weekend next week. Obviously not tomorrow. The weekend after. See my daughter. We were going to watch Tranmere, but that game's off now. So we're going to find another non-league game, or a non-league game, not another one.
Hudson Prentice in bowls. Madsen drives beautifully. What a lovely shot that is. Well, that's as good as pretty much anything we've seen in the match, really. Just over pitch, is just beautifully driven away through extra cover for 4 runs. Lovely shot. 52 for 4. Heart entry comes up for Derbyshire. Is the Tranmere game off because of international call-ups?
For Wimbledon, yes.
Right. Okay.
Burton's off there because that's international. I mean, it's mad, isn't it? Just call it all off. But anyway, I would have been working at Burton on the weekend, but against Crawley, funnily enough.
Hudson Prentice in and bowls. Madsen, I think he's just a little bit wary here, you know, Wayne Madsen. I mean, that was a lovely shot off the previous delivery, but you could just see he was forward there and he was just slightly concerned. He had plenty of time to adjust his shot, but there's just that little patch. But Finn Hudson Prentice has got a bit of extra lift and bite. Ollie Robinson is taking huge amount of care with this ball. At mid-off, they'll know that...
You do have to look after them, don't you? That's the key, I think.
With these kookaburras, you really do. In comes Hudson Prentice again, bowls, and Madsen defends to mid-off, straight to Robinson, who will work away on the ball again, I expect.
Even
there he is.
Sorry, Adrian. Even today, with the second new ball, when it was thrown in from the boundary, Pat Brown was bowling. He straight away urged the fielder to keep it off the ground because they're just desperate to look after it. And I think a couple of throws on the bounce and all that hard work's undone.
Yeah. Interesting, Sussex just got one slip in place now. They've got a short extra cover and a short mid-wicket. As in comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket, bowls to Madsen, who is again surprised by one with a bit of extra lift there from Finn Hudson Prentice. He negotiates it safely. It's the end of the over, 52 for 4. Madsen is on 25. Donald is on 11.
I'm going to say out loud now, I think they're going to comfortably beat their lowest score against Sussex.
I think you're right. Yep.
It was only 67 though, back in 1920 here at Hove. Hudson Prentice puts back on his sleeveless sweater. Ollie Robinson removes his. It's almost relentless, isn't it? We haven't even seen Henry Crocombe yet so far in this innings. As the sun does come out, I can see shadows. So perhaps the two batters, Madsen and Donald, might enjoy that. Donald on strike now as Robinson bowls to him and he drives out towards the extra cover boundary. Two fielders are giving chase. Coles puts the dive in but can't keep it in play. And a boundary for Nye Donald to take him on to 15, 56 for 4.
You call him Nye Donald?
Well, I swap between the two.
Right.
Yeah. Everybody
He doesn't mind. Is that what everyone calls him?
I think I call him Nye to his face, yeah.
Right. Did he mind?
He didn't say so, but I don't think he would say because
No.
he's such a nice lad.
No.
Been well brought up down in South Wales in the Swansea area. I know you're listening. 56 for 4. Robinson bowls, and this time he's pushed it into the offside. It's a fine piece of fielding by Hudson Prentice, moving around from backward point to almost short third man as the ball was played on the bounce by Donald. He took it in both hands there, Hudson Prentice. But you see, Nye Donald, or an Iron, calls David Lloyd Dye.
Right, okay.
That's the Welsh
Yeah.
version. He always calls him Dye. And I don't think I've heard any of the other Derbyshire players call him that. 56 for 4, I could be wrong. As in comes the next delivery from Robinson, turned into the leg side by Donald. They've run one. They're thinking about coming back for the second, and they are going to come back for the second. And every run is crucial up to a point. 58 rather, for 4. Now with Madsen on 25 and Donald on 17.
Fletcher's got to go and do his update to the listeners in Derby. And it's going to be Robinson who's going to carry on. Adrian Harms, Nicky Chowdhury with you on commentary here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby, also via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream as Robinson is on his way down the hill from the Cromwell Road end bowls, and a delivery that Donald lets go. It didn't pass that far outside of the off stump, but a good leave by Anarin Donald. He's on 17, 58 for 4, which represents something of a recovery from Derbyshire, who at one stage were 24 for 4. We've still got 3 overs after this until tea, so we're probably about half an hour behind, and there'll be 32 overs after tea. Robinson wheels around. He was on his way in, and I think he got disturbed there by a seagull, which was in an Aaron Donald's eye line. And now Robinson is in, bowls, and Donald drives firmly into the offside. James Coles is smartly run to field at cover, loses his sun hat in so doing, and Donald picks up a single. He goes to 18, 59 for 4. We're in the 14th over of the innings, and we've talked about the Kookaburra ball an awful lot during this game, and on the basis that after 25 overs it seems as if it doesn't really do much for the seamers. Derbyshire will just be keen to get through this little spell either side of tea. Robinson on his way down the hill. In and bowls, and Madsen right in behind that, plays it down to mid-on. There is no run. It is the end of Ollie Robinson's over, who has bowled 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 13. And Derbyshire at the end of the over are 59 for 4 with Madsen on 25, Donald on 18. Thank you for the tea, Nikki.
Hope it was drinkable.
It was actually. Do you know, I worry about that as well when I make people tea, and when you make it, you think, oh, it looks all raw, doesn't it? But you know,
It's very...
wet and warm, as they say. It's a fine cup of tea, thank you.
Thank you. I always get nervous when I have to make someone a cup of coffee or a cup of tea because everyone takes it differently and how dark you like it, how much milk there is.
I can see the fruitcake has been pretty much demolished.
It's
And what?
literally
That's
been
these boys in the press box. I mean, they didn't even bring it for them, did they? I mean, the fruitcake was for the lads and lasses on the radio. And look, it's those boys next door. They do get, hey,
Is it all gone?
well, pretty much.
You might get
Yeah.
yourself a slice.
Yeah, if I'm lucky.
Here's Hudson Prentice from the CN. Runs away from us now to Donald, who's forward and defends. Hudson Prentice fields off the back end of his follow-through.
Seamless. Beautifully done, everybody.
We'll get there one day.
I don't think we will.
Hudson Prentice turns, runs now away from us. 33 printed on his back, and Donald's forward, drives back. Hudson Prentice doesn't quite manage to get a hand on it. Gets something on it, and it's fielded by Ollie Robinson at mid-off.
So 2 overs until we find out whether there's any cake left at tea.
Yeah, they dived in a bit too early, didn't they?
Well, no. Well, I gave one person permission to have a piece.
It's all right, actually, because someone can have my slice. I'm not a huge fruitcake fan. Unfortunately, raisins don't go with me, as in comes Hudson Prentice and it's back of length and it's played to mid-on. I'm just not a fan of raisins in food.
Yeah?
No.
Okay.
I can have them on their own,
Yeah.
but put it in food.
I'd
put it-
rather have them in food than eat them on their own.
No. It just ruins the taste, the texture. Hudson Prentice, ball in hand.
They have to be pulled raisins. Would you be all right with those? You were talking about texture at lunchtime. Pulled pork was on the menu.
Here comes Finn Hudson Prentice now to Donald, who's forward and opens the face of the bat, runs this towards third, wants a single but is sent back by Madsen. Well, you were saying that you didn't really understand the concept of pulled pork, and I said, actually, you know what? It's just a different texture.
Waste of time.
Says the one who has
Absolute-
lunch for dinner or dinner for... I don't even know.
Absolute waste of time. Do you fancy a new handbag?
Hudson Prentice runs away from us now from the sea end. Donald's forward and defends to
Concentrate, Nicky. Concentrate. Come on.
fielded at short mid-on.
I like that tan. Was a nice colour, wasn't it? Very nice. It's not a present for somebody as it might be listening. That would be awful, wouldn't it? Apologies if I've just ruined a birthday gift.
Ruined everything, Fletch.
Well,
It's all gone to pots now. Oh, what are we going to do? In comes Hudson Prentice now to Donald, who's forward and attempts to drive, doesn't quite get enough on it, and it's fielded again at silly mid-on, and that will conclude the end of the over as well. Derbyshire 59 for 4, Madsen with 25, Donald with 18.
a long way behind. I left the piece of paper in there which I did the maths on. They're currently 548 behind, would you believe? And Ollie Robinson to bowl the final over before tea from the Cromwell Road end. There'll be one more from the sea end. Jaden Adcat with 3 wickets, Finn Hudson Prentice with the other. 2 ducks and 2 other single figure scores for Derbyshire before Madsen and Donald came together. And here comes Robinson to bowl to Madsen, who drives up to mid-off where Daniel Hughes does the fielding. And there's no run. Of course, there may only be another 6 deliveries left. A wicket from the first ball of the final over before tea would see everybody scurrying back into the pavilion. don't really know why. This partnership is already worth more than the first 4 wickets fell for. 35 Madsen and Donald have added so far. Long way to go. Robinson in and bowls two-way. Madsen, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to John Simpson. Adrian sorting something out, I have no idea what. Sri Lanka 136 for 7, trailing England by 291 in the Test match. They are in trouble. 2 other games in this division, Division 2, both at T, where Morgan at 318 for 5, leading Leicestershire by 67. Middlesex have got to T 55 without loss, trailing Yorkshire by 546 runs at Headingley as Robinson bowls to Madsen, plays a nice shot, forcing it into the offside off the back foot. They go through for a quick single. A juvenile goal has decided to have a lengthy rest, round about short fine leg, halfway to the boundary. I'm not sure I want to be there, really.
You did tell me earlier that the outfield's like carpet, so
It
maybe
is,
it's...
but he's in. Well, no, absolutely, but it's not a good place to be, is it? Really, and it is only.
I trust its reactions, though. It's all right.
It's still got its juvenile plumage.
Looks rather comfortable,
It does.
as though it's had some fruitcake.
60 for 4 as Robinson bowls. That's pulled into the leg side by Donald. There is a man out on the square leg boundary, though. It's Jack Carlson, and they go through for a single. There's going to be a scrap here, you know. There's another juvenile goal has arrived, and the first one is now just sort of walking away.
It's like they're going on a walk together. Towards
Yep, there we go. He's just got
square leg.
The larger of the two has got a bit aggressive.
It's being protective.
No, I don't think it is. I wonder if they're different types of goal. They may well be. 61 for 4 as Robinson bowls to Madsen. Full-length delivery, digs it out brilliantly, and the ball bounces up into the air, and it's taken by Robinson one-handed in his follow-through.
Oh, the big gulls now decided to walk ahead. They've had an argument.
Well, no, I just think that the little one, the one at the back now, no longer wants anything to do with it. Just wanted to have a rest. I think the different types of gull. Type isn't the right word.
Breed?
No, well, yes, sort of.
Is there correct gull terminology
Yeah,
coming my way right now?
I think there is. This final delivery is a short one from Robinson. Madsen ducks underneath it, and the ball goes through to the keeper. Just 2 runs off the over. Madsen 26, Donald 19, Derbyshire 61 for 4 with 6 deliveries to go until the break.
And I believe those last 6 balls will be bowled by Hudson Prentice as he hands his jumper to the umpire and now just strokes his hand through his hair and walks back to the top of his mark. Has a quick natter with Simpson. He now runs back to the other end, and Hudson Prentice is ready to go. Gives the ball a toss and runs away from us now from the C end. He's in this one, just clipped off the legs down towards fine. And Derbyshire will pick up a single. 61 for 4. 62 for 4. That was quicker than the scoreboard. That doesn't happen often, does it?
Nobody has been quicker than the scoreboard today. It is rapid. Light aircraft somewhere above.
Madsen on strike now. We have a slip in play as Hudson Prentice is in and Madsen's forward. This one keeps a bit low, and Madsen does a good job to actually get lower with the ball as he's forward and defends into the offside.
Yes. It did look like it kept a bit low. He certainly made it, gave the impression, didn't he?
He went with it in the
Down
end.
on his knees almost, playing the shot.
Ollie Robinson at mid-off. As in runs Hudson Prentice now, and this time Madsen forward. Pushes it to Robinson at mid-off. Slightly uppishly. Went a bit early on the shot.
Adrian's listening to his own commentary somewhere.
We're all guilty of it, aren't we?
No, I never do it.
I'm sure you have
No.
at some point.
No,
Probably listen to it in the car on your drive back up.
no.
It's a long journey.
Don't want to hear my own voice.
Hudson Prentice in to Madsen now, who's forward, drives into the offside, but no run as it's fielded at cover. Do you not like listening to your own voice?
No,
then,
not really.
Fletch?
Not really. If I'm honest. Which I like to be.
It's a safe space. It's all right. Hudson Prentice walks back to the top of his mark, shines the ball on his right thigh. He's turned and he's ready to go now. This one straight to delivery as Madsen's forward and respectfully defends to mid-off where Robinson fields and gives the ball a shine. He's now examining it as he gives it a shine again. Getting it up to his standard. And he's now examining it again with Hudson Prentice, who...
Yeah, he's clearly in charge, isn't he, Ollie Robinson at the ball? Last one before tea, then.
Here we go, last ball before tea. Hudson Prentice in now to Madsen, who's forward and drives again to Robinson, who casually picks up the ball, gives it another shine and is heading towards the pavilion as it is tea here at Hove in Derbyshire. 62 for 4, Madsen with 26, Donald with 20.
Yeah, probably Sussex's session, I would have said, just about there. Just about edged that one. Derbyshire in a whole heap of trouble. 32 overs left in the day's play. They're trailing by 545 runs as the two teams leave the field. The top order ripped out by Jaden and Adcat. Harry Cameron broadcast for Ducks. David Lloyd for 4. Finn Hudson Prentice joined him with the 5th ball that he bowled, getting Lewis Riesler before wicket for 7. And it's a pretty sorry looking Derbyshire batting card. However, the Sussex bowlers have all done pretty well. Ollie Robinson 6 overs 3 maidens 0 for 15. Jaden and Adcat 5 overs 1 maiden 3 for 19, and Finn Hudson Prentice 6 overs 1 maiden 1 for 23. So they have left for tea, and we will do the same, and we will return inside 20 minutes here on the BBC Sport website.
Adrian Harms, Dave Fletcher next to me, and well, a fairly obvious thing to say is it's a long old haul now for Derbyshire, Fletch. Helps to put your microphone on.
It is. Well, they're only 545 behind. Yes, these two have got to bat deep into tomorrow, almost certainly, you would have thought. But Anujdal to come next, who is clearly a recognised batsman. Then Zach Chappell, who fancies himself as an all-rounder, with perhaps there is an argument for that. And then, in no particular order, Darren Dupavillon, Jack Morley, and Pat Brown. Pat Brown, who got a 4 off the first ball that he faced against Glamorgan, but in slightly different circumstances. But he isn't great with the bat. So a lot rests on these two, with the top 4 having already been ripped apart by pretty much Jaden and Adcat, with a wicket for Finn Hudson-Prentice as well. It is a bit gloomy though, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
And it's perfectly fine now, but when it gets to 6:30 and 6:45, and the sun is, I mean, there is no sun, is there, at that time? It might just get a bit gloomy, but...
I think you're absolutely right. I'm just looking. I'm not entirely sure where the weather's coming from today. I mean, I thought it was meant to be quite a sunny day, but there's very little breeze to get rid of this sort of low cloud that's been above the ground most of the day. And in fact, it just seems to be filling in a little bit. There's some sort of heavier clouds to the north of the ground. I mean, as Fletch says, we're perfectly fine.
And it's perfectly pleasant as well, isn't it?
But give it an hour and a half, that may not be the case.
It's coming from the sort of southwest, looking by the rain radar.
Right.
The rain's going to miss us completely.
Yeah,
it's actually coming up through northwest France and into Kent,
Right.
so going that way.
Okay.
But
I didn't know there was any rain forecast for today.
I don't think there is round here. I think we'll be fine.
If the weather is coming in from the southwest, there's some bluer skies away over. Oh, here we go. Oh, crumbs. Here, cricket update. Yes, hello Mike, we're about to get underway after tea. Derbyshire here, 62 for 4, so in a good deal of trouble after Sussex made 607 for 8, declared a century for the skipper John Simpson, who made 121, 97 from Jack Carson. Meanwhile, at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire are 77 for 1 in reply to Surrey's 525. Surrey, of course, the leaders of the county championship. Another tough day for Kent, I'm afraid. 24 for 1 in their second innings. Warwickshire made 420, so Kent still trailing by 240 runs in the test match. Sri Lanka 150 for 7. England making 427 with a century there for Surrey's Gus Atkinson.
Good start to the evening session for Derbyshire. It's Henry Crocombe for the first time in the innings, bowling from the Cromwell Road end. He bowled a juicy half volley outside the off stump, and Aaron Donald drove it to the boundary for 4. So they're 66 for 4 now, Derbyshire, as Crocombe is in again. That one's short of a length, and it's guided off the face of the bat down to a wide third man, where it's fielded by Finn Hudson-Prentice, who, when he removes his sweater and his cap, looks magnificently scruffy again. He was exceptionally scruffy when he was at Derbyshire. He had the long hair and everything, and then he sort of tidied himself up for the fashionable southeast, didn't he? But he's gone reverting to type again, which is good to see. He's just a magnificent human being. Here comes Crocombe again, in and bowls to Madsen, who pushes this one out into the offside. No run.
Yeah, we managed to get him along to the Amex this year. 'Cause he's quite keen on, he thinks ahead. Finn, he was thinking about what he does when cricket's finished.
What's your job, does he?
A little bit, yeah. We've got him into the studio a couple of times, and he went to the Amex for a game last year, just to sort of see what it's.
Always worried about busy cricketers like that.
What it's all about.
I'll tell you a story about an Aaron Donald in a moment. It's Wayne Madsen on strike though, as Crocombe is in down the hill, bowls to Madsen, who pushes this one out into the offside. Again, there's no run. It's Daniel Hughes who does the fielding. Throughout the summer, when there was no football, we had a programme called Summer Saturday. I think that's what it was called anyway. Jack Tymon, one of the presenters at Radio Derby, was the presenter of the Saturday afternoon show from 2 till 6. And Aaron Donald, 20 minutes a week, pre-recorded and cut into chunks, but talking about everything and anything. He is brilliant on the radio night.
Excellent.
67 for 4 as Crocombe bowls wide of the off stump, and that is smashed away for 4 by Wayne Madsen. Dear oh dear, that went like a tracer bullet. There is a gull there who it disturbed. He's now, or she is now flying out to mid-wicket. I don't think it's any to cover rather. I don't think it's any safer there. Madsen moves to 30, 71 for 4. An inauspicious start for Henry Crocombe.
Well, it is, and we'll talk a bit more about Henry Crocombe as we go through, Fletch, because I think this is an important game for Henry.
He's conceded 9 runs off the first 5 deliveries. He bowls to Madsen, a short delivery. Madsen ducks underneath. It allows it to go through to Simpson. And the first over of the evening session is done and dusted. 71 for 4, Derbyshire. Madsen 30, and Donald on 25.
He's only 22, Henry Crocombe, 23 in the early part of September. But he was one of the players who played an awful lot of cricket over the last 2 or 3 years when Sussex were really putting him. He's already played 32 first-class games. Wow. And there's a lot of jockeying for position. Jack Carson's going to come on to bowl, the off-spinner from the C end of the ground. This is his first championship match of the season. I mean, effectively with Ollie Robinson, Nudcat or Seals or whoever the overseas has been. We've got Hudson Prentice bowling as seamers and batting at 7. There's really only one space available for another seamer, and that's all season been between Sean Hunt, the left-arm seamer, who didn't have a great game at Scarborough last week, and I'm sure Sean would admit to that, but he has bowled well here previously in the season. Henry Crocombe and Harry Cavalos, and it's one of those 3. So I think when you get a chance, you've really got to take it. And he's quite sharp, is Henry.
It adds to the pressure, though, doesn't it?
Well, it does, yeah, because you probably feel when if you get a chance, you kind of got to perform really, and I'm sure they'll be looking ahead to next season and all the rest of it. So he'll be wanting to do well. But Jack Carson, after his 97, is going to come in from the C end of the ground. He comes in and bowls to an Aaron Donald, who's forward and plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Mark Baldwin's here today.
Yes.
Clearly doesn't remember me. He's not there at the moment, which is why I can talk about him.
Carson in bowls, gives that plenty of air and driven firmly by Donald. The fielder at short extra cover, Tom Clark, no run.
Mark was one of the reporters for the Press Association when I worked there as a sub years and years and years ago. I used to sub his copy.
Carson in bowls, clipped away by Donald out onto the leg side. Hudson Prentice very quickly round that leg side boundary, prevents anything more than a single. Total goes on by 1 to 72 for 4.
I'll go and reintroduce myself to him, and now he's disappeared. His laptop's still here though, so
I'm sure. I think he's probably doing for the Reporters Network today. I mean, sometimes it's Bruce Talbot who does it, but Bruce does some of it, but he's quite heavily involved in the Albion.
Well, and it's transfer deadline day. He was telling me yesterday he's probably going to be in the office until 11.
Right.
Yeah.
And then they've got an early kick-off tomorrow at the Arsenal.
Yeah.
In comes Carson. Bowls swept by Madsen and swept again to Hudson Prentice, who's round smartly on that leg side boundary and prevents anything more than a single. Madsen goes to 31. Derbyshire 73 for 4. Those flags are pretty much linked to the flagpole, aren't they? And I mean, there are sort of almost patches of blue sky above the ground, but it is a little gloomy. Comes Carson, bowls, and he's bowled him! Jack Carson, that one definitely turned to an Aaron Donald, and Donald goes, and Carson straight into the attack. Another good bowling change, it has to be said, by John Simpson, and an Aaron Donald is gone, and Derbyshire are 73 for 5.
Oh dear, so these two probably had to bat for the rest of the day. They haven't got past the second over, and an Aaron Donald goes for a 34 ball 26.
I reckon that turned Fletch, because he looked genuinely surprised, did an Aaron Donald. Partnership between the two of 49. Is that right? Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
But Donald's now gone.
It will bring out Anuj Dal, who's already on his way out to the middle. And, if I was Lewis Rees and Harry Kane, I'd be starting to think about batting again today. 73 for 5. It's just got into their heads now, hasn't it? The scoreboard pressure and all the rest of it. It is definitely in the Derbyshire players' heads. Decision to bowl first yesterday looks even more surprising now, even though David Lloyd very clearly said to me last night I would make the same decision again. And we were told Sussex would have bowled as well. They'd be delighted. I think the whole impression I got was it was a very bad toss to win.
Yeah.
Because nobody really
No,
really
totally.
knew what was going on.
When I spoke to Dan Hughes last night, he said, well, I don't know what, he's a good question. I don't know what we'd have done.
Fortunately, they didn't have to make that decision.
Jack Carson picking up a wicket in his first over, in and bowls, and Dahl defends into the offside, and there is no run. So end of a successful over from Jack Carson, the first over that he's bowled in the match, the second over after tea, and that was Jack's, that could have updated already, yes, the 31st wicket of the season for the off-spinner. And I do believe, actually, that in terms of, England don't have that many spinning options, and Carson is playing regularly in the county championship.
Not tall enough to me.
He must be. He's certainly Lions, because he has been away with the Lions. But he's a good cricketer, is Jack.
How tall is he, though? Seriously, that's the criteria now, isn't it? You have to be a tall spinner. You have to be a tall left-arm bowler.
I'm going to say he's a
load of old nonsense.
5'10".
73 for 5. There's a half appeal for leg before wicket. The first ball of the new over being bowled by Henry Crocombe from the Cromwell Road end. Wow, that wasn't far off at all, I don't think.
Yeah, and he's quite sharp, Henry Crocombe, isn't he? I think that's his gift, that he, it does come through at a pace. It's always with Henry, it's slightly been the consistency that's lacking.
Carson's 97 today, almost matched by Anuj bowled his first ball to Anuj Dahl, who was out for 94 against Glamorgan, trying to get a 6 to get to his 100 before Derbyshire declared. It's a short delivery from Crocombe. He almost sits Madsen down on his backside. He did well to get out of the way of that one. Flexed his knees, went down. Anuj Dahl's coming down for a quick chat, making sure that the senior batter's okay.
Yes, I mean, Henry Crocombe is his 33rd first-class match. He's taken 58 wickets, best of 4 for 47, but he goes at 43 a wicket, Fletch.
The spinners can go a bit more, can't they? And he can clearly bat. There is Crocombe again, bowls to Madsen, who defends this one back.
Sorry, I meant Henry Crocombe.
Yeah. Oh, Henry Crocombe, I beg your pardon.
That's all right.
I'm talking about the wrong person.
I'll tell you about Jack in a moment.
Henry Crocombe clearly can't bat because they declared on him.
Yeah.
No, that's not fair.
He did make runs. Actually, he made runs in one of the 50 over games. Did Henry?
We can all do that, Adrian. Can't
Yeah.
We can all do that. Yes, we can't. Here's Crocombe on his way in. Arm bowls to Madsen, who goes back and forces this one into the offside again. There's no run.
Jack Carson, 130 wickets at 34.
Yeah, well, that's all right,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, he's in his 46th first-class match.
Yeah, that's all right.
With the bat, he averages...
He looks quite tall from
Yeah,
here.
averages 21.
I'd take that. Clearly. Yeah. 2 slips for Wayne Madsen as Crocombe comes down the hill and bowls to him, and he goes on the back foot and forces that one away out towards the point boundary. Finn Hudson-Prentice gets around again from a wide third man kind of area to keep them down to a single. Madsen moves to 32. Derbyshire to 74 for 5. It means they trail by just 533 runs.
This won't make for great radio, but we were talking, Fletch, earlier on about this village in Yorkshire.
I've never made great radio, Adrian,
which
don't worry.
Which were neither of us. Well, you made a pretty good job of pronouncing it. For reference, I can't find the name of it now. It is
Kirby something.
Kirby Grinder Live.
Yeah, that'll do.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
And Les Woodburn has been in touch and talking about it, and he sent me a message which I'll read at the end of this over from Henry Crocombe, a follow-up message from Les.
This is the final ball of it. He's in to bowl to Dahl, who drives and gets off the mark, down to third man. That's a good tumbling stop by Finn Hudson-Prentice. Anuj Dahl is so fast between the wickets. He gets back for a second. He's as quick between the wickets with pads and all the rest of the paraphernalia on as he is out in the field. He moves on to 2. And Derbyshire at the end of that Crocombe over with 29 overs to go today. 76 for 5.
And Les says, Adrian, never heard of our village. The mosaic on our local church east wall is something a bit different, and it's very difficult to describe, but it is the most magnificent mural inside of what looks a beautiful church, Les. So thank you very much for that, and we'll remember that.
It looks almost continental,
Yeah,
doesn't it? It
it's
looks like it should be in Greece or Rome.
Do you know, and I think these mosaics, which are probably hundreds of years old, how on earth they were painted, I mean, they just, it's, you know, I say, not great radio, I'm sorry, but it's just a magnificent, you know, have a look at it online, it's beautiful.
Or pop round to the commentary box.
Or pop round to the commentary box, yeah. Jack Carson has got something else to do, he's got a bowl, he's taken 1 for 2. And he's in and bowls, and down the ground comes Wayne Madsen, who's having none of it and just drills the ball over the corporate hospitality for 6 runs. Shades of how Louis Kimber started his innings down here a few weeks ago. That's how Kimber started.
Well,
and Carson won't mind that.
I'm just glad that they've lost a ball, because we lost 2 in the first new ball was lost twice. It wasn't the same ball the second time, obviously, because the first one had been lost. But they seem to have found a ball.
Yes, it's back. There we go.
Quite quickly. I'd want the umpires to inspect it, please, just to make sure it is indeed a Kookaburra and not a Dukes, which we saw yesterday.
Yeah, we've got someone out there. I'm sure the umpires will inspect it. Yeah, Paul Boyd's going to have a little look, make sure it's the right ball, make sure it's not damaged in any way. And he says to Jack, "There, get on with it." Slipping a short leg in place. Question for you in a moment, Fletch.
Me?
Yeah, nothing to worry about, but it is a question. In comes Carson. Bowls. And that turned.
Kept low.
Yeah, Madsen was looking to play that one down towards third. I just wonder whether maybe Madsen decided the best form of defence is attack and get onto the front foot.
Might not last very long.
Yeah, could be entertaining, this.
Wow.
Madsen on 38, 82 for 5, Derbyshire. Carson wants Ollie Robinson just to go a shade deeper at mid-on. And Carson is in over the wicket. Bowls. Madsen sweeps, and he's going to get more runs here. Down towards fine leg. Very good bit of fielding down there by not a very good throw, but a good bit of fielding by, who's that all the way down there? Might be Henry Crocombe, actually. Either way, a single to Madsen, who goes to 39, 83 for 5. Get it right, Adrian. Carson comes in off half a dozen paces and bowls and drilled by Madsen to mid-on. Ollie Robinson is there, but a well-taken single by Anuj Dahl. He goes to... Has that scoreboard done it already?
Yeah, I don't know how they do it.
That's ridiculous. It goes to 3, 84 for 5. It's been like that all day. So Julian says, "Good afternoon, gentlemen and lady."
Oh, good.
In comes Carson. Bowls, and Madsen is back on his stumps, plays down the ground, and Jack Carson can't get across. There was a slight collision there with Anuj Dahl, but there was no intent, and Robinson fields at mid-on. There is no run. I just wonder with this position at mid-on whether you're not really saving a single there, and you're halfway in. I'm a big believer you should either be back on the fence or saving one. I don't really see the point of being halfway, to be honest. Carson wants a change in the field. He now wants a deep backward square and a sweeper at the deep point boundary as Carson is in. Over the wicket, bowls, and Dull with a flick of the wrists plays it backward or square on the leg side and picks up a comfortable single to finish the over. Derbyshire at the end of the over 86 for 5. Madsen on 40. Dahl is on 4. Julian said, "Did I miss Fletcher's answer to my earlier question? The truth is, Julian, that I saw your email and forgot to read it out, so I'm very sorry."
Come on, mate. How can I answer questions?
I
when I don't even
know, it's poor by me. How many of the Derbyshire team in last week's victory over Glamorgan were involved in their previous championship win in 2019?
3. Madsen, Rees and Dahl, I believe.
Good answer. I don't know if that's true or not, but it
No, I
sounds
don't
like
know if it's true either.
it sounds like a good answer.
If you commit to it, just think that's good. I will look it up. Crocombe begins a new over from the Cromwell Road, and it was a full delivery, and Dahl just about managed to get his bat on it, pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. Prompted by a message. Derbyshire's worst innings defeat came in 1898, an innings and 387 runs against Yorkshire at Queen's Park in Chesterfield. And in looking that up, I noticed that their worst defeat by an innings to Sussex came in 1909 on this ground when they lost by an innings and 274 runs. So we'll keep that page open for a while. At the moment, they're trailing by 521. That's a full delivery. There's a half-hearted appeal. I think he's got some bat on it as well as smashing the ball into his toe. He's in a little bit of pain, is Anuj Dahl now, because that was another terrific Yorker from Henry Crocombe. Wow, he is hobbling, is Anuj Dahl.
I think it was just going down the leg side a little as well, but I think you're right, bit of inside edge onto that.
He's okay. Wayne Madsen has checked to make sure that Dahl is okay. He's on 4, Madsen on 40, 86 for 5 as Crocombe sets off down the hill once again. It bowls a short delivery that Dahl bails out of.
I would say, in terms of pace, this is the quickest spell of the match from Crocombe. And I think that's why Sussex like to persist with him, because I guess with a young, quick bowler, you're going to get, the half volley, the short one, and all the rest of it. But he is decidedly sharp, Crocombe.
Well, if he can nick out a couple here, I'm sure his captain will be delighted. He's standing behind the stumps with his wicket-keeping gloves on, John Simpson, as Crocombe comes in and bowls to Dahl. This one is pulled into the leg side exceptionally unconvincingly, and it goes no more than about 25 yards away from the batter, and they get through for a couple of runs, remarkably, as Dahl moves on to 688 for 5, ball fielded by Jaden. An Adcat coming up from mid-on. So good running by these two, 88 for 5. They're going to have to run an awful lot, though, to get Derbyshire out of this very large hole that they find themselves in. Clark is moving out of second slip and going to fourth slip. Allsop with the fielding pads on remains at first slip, but a little bit wider of John Simpson. And they crouch down now because Crocombe's on his way in to bowl to Dahl, who pushes this out into the offside. They're going to scamper through for what started off looking like it might be a quick single, but by the time Tom Clark got there, the two batters had got home, and Dahl moves on to 7, 89 for 5. One ball of Henry Crocombe's third over to come. You can see that just 3 runs in this one. One man out since tea, and Aaron Donald bowled by Jack Carson for 26. Crocombe is in and bowls to Madsen, who seemed to lose sight of that one completely, and it's hit him somewhere, possibly on the right hand, as he whips off the glove. That's the clue. And he goes for a little walk. It'll be the 9,000th time that Wayne Madsen's been hit on the glove, I'm sure. And the over comes to an end. A decent over as well from Crocombe. Good pace. Derbyshire 89 for 5 with Madsen on 40 and Dahl on 7.
Well, it's been sufficiently painful, Fletch, for the physio to be called on.
Oh, is it? Oh dear, that's not good, is it? Dangerous pitch. No, we're not going there. You're all right.
It is getting a bit brighter, actually, and those
That is good news.
those sort of light blue skies to the southwest are drifting in the direction of the ground, and a bit of sunshine is starting to come through. And Wayne Madsen takes off his glove. I wouldn't have thought he's the sort of player to make a fuss over nothing, so you'd think that's probably quite a nasty blow that he's taken there.
Well, it gives me the opportunity, and I've done Harry Kame a disservice because he played, in fact there were more than that, so playing in that game against Worcestershire in 2022 that Derbyshire won, which was the win previous to the one last week. Harry Kame and Lewis Rees opened the batting with Brooke Guest at 4 and Wayne Madsen at Brooke Guest at 3, Wayne Madsen at floor. Leas deploy, Hilton Cartwright.
Oh, I remember him, Australian.
Yes. Anuj Dahl Very Australian. Matty McKiernan played in that one. Ben Aitchison, who's still on the book. Sam Connors, who's leaving. And George Scrimshaw, who's left for Northamptonshire. And there's, unfortunately for Big George, has suffered another back injury. And he's out of action for the rest of the season. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 played in the previous win to last week. But a good question when we finally got round to reading it out.
Yes, thank you, Julian, and I do apologise that I didn't read it out earlier.
Just been too busy.
Julian's wife's birthday tomorrow, so happy birthday
Yeah.
to Julian's
Is
wife.
that in lieu of a present? Has he got you to say happy birthday?
No, he hasn't actually. I think he should pay me. In comes Carson, bowls to Dahl, who plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run.
And no disrespect to you, Adrian, but she might be slightly disappointed if that's her only present.
Well, I think she might be disappointed as well, because Julian's going to be watching the Albion game at 12:30 tomorrow. In comes Carson, bowls, and forward comes Dahl, plays it out into the offside.
Although, in fairness, that might be quite the present she's looking for. Another day out of the house. Another day out of the house.
Yeah, he is watching it, he's not going to the game. We should say that Wayne Madsen is okay, which is good news as far as we can see. Carson in bowls. I don't think this is a track where you want to play back, you know.
No.
Because there is a little bit of turn here for Jack Carson.
And variable bounce.
Slip and a short leg of the close fielders, 89 for 5. And Carson in again. Bowls, and this time Dahl is right in behind that, plays it into the offside. The eager Tom Clark runs into field. There is no run. Fletcher's off to do his update. He'll return. Nicky will be back with us with another seamless changeover of the headphones. Look at that.
I told you were going to master it.
Yeah, we've got it sussed. In comes Carson. Bowls, and Dahl stretches forward and plays with soft hands onto the leg side. There is no run. Ollie Robinson makes a signal as if to say, do we want someone back on the fence or another fielder back on the fence? So there's now a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. Final ball of Jack Carson's over. Maiden over so far. He's in and bowls to Anuj Dahl, who's forward and plays defensively down the offside. So nice and tidy from Jack Carson. 3 overs, 1 made and 1 for 12. And Derbyshire at the end of the over, 89 for 5. Wayne Madsen on 40, Anuj Dahl on 7. Those out so far. Harry Kame and Brooke Guest without scoring. Lewis Rees for 7. David Lloyd for 4. And an Aaron Donald, the wicket that's gone down since tea, for 26. And it is getting a bit brighter, Nicky, isn't it?
It is. The sun is making a soft appearance.
Yeah.
And the clouds are seeming to disperse a little bit. I've seen blue sky again, which is always nice.
Just a quick update from Leeds, where Middlesex are 88 for 1 in reply to Yorkshire's 601 for 6. So I know there's still 2 days to go, but that even at that early stage, that feels like a draw might be a likely result. We shall see.
It's Crocombe from the Cromwell Road end with a slip in place. Madsen on strike. Open stance is forward and places into the leg side. It's fielded at mid-wicket. Yes, suddenly got brighter actually. Wasn't expecting it to get brighter as the day went on, which is nice. Here's some claps around the ground as well. There's Crocombe at the top of his mark, looks down at his target and charges in, and this time is slightly back of the length. Madsen on the back foot, again plays it to mid-wicket. Tom Clark down at 3rd. In front of the hospitality boxes.
That's a very unusual position for Tom Clark to be fielding. I can only imagine they're thinking they're going to bowl a short delivery outside the off stump and encourage Madsen to uppercut the ball down in that region. Because he's a really good fielder, Tom Clark. Usually in the slips.
Here comes Crocombe again, and this one's shorter, and attempted pull doesn't quite middle it, and it's fielded at short leg. Although Good job to get a hand on it. Did go rather quickly. Seagulls are flying left, right and centre now.
I always think this time of day, Nikki, is sort of fish and chip time of day.
It's dinner time.
Well, yeah, they just seem to suddenly appear. And it's strange. Sometimes you'll see very few gulls, other time you'll see loads, dozens of them. So today's they must be getting fed elsewhere, I think.
Crocombe to Madsen. Short ball. This one pulled away.
Oh, well fielded.
There is protection down at fine leg. Will just be the single.
Jack Carson, really good. He's just turning. Well, he's a good cricketer, is Jack Carson. You know, he can bat. He's a very fine off spinner. He's good in the field. A real competitor as well, and sort of exemplified what Jack's all about, to be honest. Charging around the boundary. I hope he's okay, because he's just doing a bit of stretching down to our left-hand side.
Crocombe at the top of his mark. Dowell on strike now. And this is another short ball, and it's pulled straight to short leg, who had very quick reactions, I must say, and I think that was hit quite firmly as he shakes his hand now and looks at it.
Yeah, Daniel Hughes in there as one of the senior pros in the side. Not afraid to get himself under the helmet there at short leg. Yeah, the weather for tomorrow looks pretty good. Sunday they're saying possibly some showers later on in the day, so we'll have to see how that pans out. Fletch doesn't think we'll be here.
Crocombe from the sea end. Another short ball, this time pulled away. Does beat short leg, and it's going down to deep backward square. It's a single. Derbyshire move on to 91 for 5. I did have a look at the weather forecast. Sunday doesn't look as bad, actually. It says probably 17 to 25%, so sometimes it's a little bit hit and miss, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and it actually doesn't. It says those showers maybe not till later in the day, so we'll see how that pans out. I see Sussex are sort of getting on with it between overs here, and last week up at Leeds, and a couple of times this season, they've already been docked a couple of points for a slow over rate, but they were terribly slow at Leeds last week and got themselves into such a pickle that on the final morning they bowled James Coles and Jack Carson just to try and catch up the overs. In fact, Carson then picked up a number of wickets. He took 9 in the match. But today they're much quicker getting in between overs, which is good to see. Carson in, bowls to Dahl, who defends onto the onside no run. I've completely lost track of our rota today. So perhaps if I do another 10 minutes or so, and then I'll leave Fletch on with Nikki, then I'll come back from a 5:30 and we'll sort of muddle through somehow.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we will. Carson in, bowls, nicely flighted off break, which Dahl plays with great respect into the offside. Doesn't go very far because John Simpson nips from behind to the stumps to field, and there is no run. A slip and a short leg of the close fielders. And Carson is in again. Bowls, Dahl is forward, head right over the ball, plays it down the offside of the track, and again there is no run. 3 dot balls. Carson wanders thoughtfully back to his mark. The rest of the field, 3 men saving 1 on the offside, 3 on the leg. And there's a deep mid wicket as well. Carson is in. Bowls, and for the 4th time in the over, Dahl playing with bat and pad close together. Into the offside, no run. Good cricketer, Anu Dahl. I think, you know, he's just a really good all-round cricketer. And at the moment, he's doing his bit for his county. 21 balls he's faced for his 8 runs. In comes Carson. Bowls a quick delivery, and Dahl is right behind it and clips the ball to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by the Australian Daniel Hughes, who was telling us in his interview yesterday that he took a bit of a break from things after the last round of championship matches, went on a bit of a tour of Europe. He said he went to Rome and Paris and Sicily, I said he went to. And he's... that's interesting because he's suggesting a change in the field here, and he's not afraid to get right in the line. I mean, there he is. He's just got the helmet from the slip call. He's going in there at silly mid-off. And that was very much prompted by Daniel Hughes. Carson waits. Is in and bowls, and Dahl clips that through square leg and picks up a single. And he will pinch the strike at the end. The throw comes in from Henry Crocombe, nearly over the head of John Simpson, who nonetheless takes it acrobatically. And Derbyshire are 92 for 5. Madsen on 41, Dahl on 9. We have another 24 overs to be bowled tonight. So if you've got a date for dinner or something and it's at 7 o'clock, or if it's 6:30 and you're at the game, I think you're going to struggle to make it.
At least I made sure my parking was until 7:30 this evening. You never know.
No. Is it one of those sort of ones where you can ring up and add?
It's on an app. I can just extend it by an hour, by
okay.
a few minutes if I needed to.
Yeah, the trouble is with some of those apps, I mean, if the app downloads and everything, it's fine, but so many of them are really, it's when you have to talk and say, what is your car registration number? What is the number of the location? And what is your credit card number? And you think, oh, I just want to park my car. Especially if you're in a hurry to get a train or something. Is that just me, or is that what happens?
No, I agree. Sometimes you just wish you could just...
I agree.
Maybe just scan your phone.
I couldn't agree more, yeah.
Apple Pay, or even use change, although I barely carry change around.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? None of us carry cash anymore. Oh, we've got another delay in play here. Why is that?
What's your cash do you want, Adrian?
Fletcher's got a whole pocket full of cash.
Has he? Fletch carries cash. Yeah.
Here comes Crocombe. There's a short delivery and it's ducked under by Dahl, and
Yeah, only take cash, Gov.
Well, it's too dangerous to leave all my money in the bank.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I think you have to keep underneath that threshold of 85 grand, isn't it, Fletch? Or else, if anything over the top of that, you have to keep it in your pockets.
Crocombe at the top of his mark. Dahl taps his bat and his stance is giving it a bit of a wave as he's now backing across, and this one pops up and plays that off the back foot. It's gone to Hudson Prentice at point, and again just seeing a little bit of life in this wicket.
John Simpson liked that, didn't he? He was clapping his hands. He's bending his back here, Henry Crocombe.
He is indeed, as he's already ready to go again. Gives the ball a little bit of shine at the top of his mark, looks down at Dahl and strides in now. And this one, short ball, and he's nearly played on here, but he hasn't. That's just fielded at short leg. Oh, that was quite close. He's played it so late that he was in danger of playing that on.
He was, and he just sort of bounced over the top of the stumps.
Dahl on 9. Derbyshire 92 for 5. As in comes Crocombe now to the end, and this is a short ball. It's pulled away. It beats mid-wicket. He's on the pursuit. They'll come back for 2. It's not going to go all the way. Big leg side boundary, and it wasn't hit firmly enough either. They'll come back for 2. Dahl moves on to 11. Derbyshire move on to 94 for 5.
Didn't quite time it, did he, Andrews Dahl? And he was he wanted a third. It was Wayne Madsen who said, "Oh, I think we'll just well, hang on a minute. We won't take a third." Fletcher's got the binoculars out.
I wonder what he's looking
I
at.
don't know. Perhaps he spotted someone famous. I don't know. These are.
Someone with some piercings. isn't it?
They are a serious pair of binoculars that Fletcher's got. They're really nice. Yeah. I'll ask you a question actually at the end of the over.
Crocombe into Dahl. Another short ball. Does he get bat on it?
Yeah, he did.
It's
No, leg buys. Did that hit the helmet? Yes, it did.
I think it hit his
Yes,
helmet.
it did, because the physio is going to come running out. Yep. So it was short. He went to pull it. It wasn't top-edged. And that hit Andrews Dahl, and it really did balloon away. That must have been quite a hard blow, that. And the physios will cut, so we got another interruption. So quite rightly, we make sure that Andrews Dahl is okay. Let's hope he is. End of the over, 98 for 5. My question to you, Fletch, and then I'll hand the microphone to you, is I'm not very good with binoculars because I wear glasses, and I noticed when you use the binoculars, you took your glasses off. So what do? Adjust the lenses or something?
You can adjust the two of them.
Right. Okay. That's the mistake I've been making then all these years. Can't really.
Can't do that.
Yeah. I never was desperately practical, much to my dad's disappointment. Pretty hopeless, really. Andrews Dahl is being spoken to by the physio. The Sussex lads are in a huddle. I'm going to go and eat a bit of that fruitcake.
If
And
there's any left, I
well, there
think.
better be. And I'm going to leave you in the company of Nikki and Fletch after yet another very smooth handover.
Ish on this occasion. Yeah, Ali Mackenzie, the Derbyshire physio, is out to check out Anuj Dal and, as importantly, check out Anuj Dal's helmet after the ball struck him there and came down to the boundary below us. It took Derbyshire to within 2 of 3 figures, which is very exciting. They'll only be 500 runs behind in a few minutes' time. Nick Potts out as 12th man as well with a drink for Wayne Madsen. And belatedly, umpire Ian Blackwell signals one above the shoulder for the over, which it clearly was because it's just hit Anuj Dal in the head. Six runs off the last 2 balls. It's getting very exciting now. We'll get into tomorrow, I'm fairly sure now. Well, I don't know, over egg the pudding, but I'd be reasonably happy with predicting that we'd get into tomorrow. Sunday.
Right, the physio's gone. Crocombe's at the top of his mark now, and in he comes. Oh, this is another back of a length delivery, and it's gone down the leg side. I'm not sure if he's got bat on that, but
No.
the reaction.
Yeah, no, he hasn't. It's been signalled leg by. I thought he did it to start with, and Anuj Dal immediately started rubbing his hip, which is very clever.
Old tricks.
Yeah, very clever.
Derbyshire 99 for 5 at the end of the over. Madsen with 41. Dahl on 11. He's kept strike. I must say, those binoculars are very impressive.
Do you want to go? They're great.
Allows you to be nosy. I
No,
love
you
being
can,
nosy.
yes, you can zoom in on all sorts of people, whether they want you to or not. It looks as though Jack Carson's going to continue from the C end. His 4th over, 1 for 13, his figures. Bowled nicely. And they are crowding around Anuj Dal with a silly mid-off, a short leg and a slip. All in there. Tom Haynes at slip. Daniel Hughes at silly mid-off as in comes Carson. That one turns and Dahl pushes it down into the ground, into the offside. The resting goal is just to the right of Ollie Robinson. He's just had a look at it now. It looks like he's talking, he's pointing at it. As the next delivery from Carson is defended again by Dahl out into the offside. The presence of Ollie Robinson has forced the goal to move a couple of yards away.
Intimidated.
Yeah, he's having a chat there with Henry Crocombe about the goal. Is Ollie Robinson.
He's quite invested in it as well. Keeps
Keeps looking at it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Here is Carson again. Bowls to Dahl, who clips this up to Robinson, who's alert enough to be able to pull off that piece of fielding. Fairly comfortable piece of fielding, it has to be said. 100 for 5. Derbyshire. I didn't notice the applause as they took a single there for the 3 figures coming up from the home crowd. Here is Carson again. In bowls to Madsen, who sweeps, but there are 2 men out there for the sweep, so he's only really going to get 1 run unless he absolutely nails it. He does pick up 1 run, moves to 42, 101 for 5. 22 overs left today after this. Been bowled by Carson. He's got 2 balls of the over to go. Bowls to Dahl, who whips this one out towards backward square leg. Finn Hudson-Prentice is walking casually towards the ball, and Wayne Madsen asks Anuj Dal if he fancies a second run, and that would have been foolhardy in the extreme. Quite correctly, he says no. It's Tom Alsop in at short leg, incidentally, with Tom Haynes at slip for Wayne Madsen. 102 for 5, Derbyshire now, as in comes Carlson, and Madsen off the back foot plays it straight back to the spinner, and the over comes to an end. 102 for 5 then. Madsen 42, Dahl 13, Derbyshire a mere 505 behind, with 22 overs to go today, and all of tomorrow and all of Sunday if required. I'm not entirely certain it will be, although looking back at that game that Sussex played up at Derbyshire 2 years ago, the Shan Masood Cheteshwar Pujara Tom Haynes double century match, Derbyshire made 550-ish declared, rolled Sussex pretty cheaply, and then Sussex made 500.
Crocombe coming in for a 6th over. This is the short ball, and Dahl's on the back foot and just manages to drop it in front of short leg. I must admit, these binoculars are fabulous. I feel like I'm right in the business.
Proper bargain as well off the well-known shopping website.
You're right in the action with these.
Yeah.
Might have to get myself a pair. Keep your eye on everything as in comes Crocombe now to Dahl. It's a fuller delivery, and this is clipped off the legs into the leg side. There's no run. Dahl looks to set off, but he's quickly back in his ground.
It foreshortens it a bit though, doesn't it? It does foreshorten the it makes the 22 yards look considerably less than 22 yards.
It does look like kind of miniature size cricket pitches.
Looks like the bowler's bowling from about 4 feet away.
It does actually.
Which is slightly scary. They just brought Clark up from third man to gully.
Crocombe in. Dahl pulls this now, and there's no protection out in the deep. It's gone all the way down towards the deep square leg boundary. This time he's managed to time it well, and Derbyshire go on to 106 for 5. Dahl moves on to 17.
He onto it quickly there, Dahl, and the ball raced along the initially along the square, and then this glorious outfield here at Hove.
He picked it up so quickly, and full arm extension, a little bit of a swivel, and the ball absolutely flew.
He's in a bit of nick. 94 last week against Glamorgan.
Crocombe in again at the top of his mark from the Cromwell Road end. Another short ball, and this is cut away to Hudson Prentice, who's extremely quick at backward point. Again, you almost blinked and that was already fielded.
Sussex will know though that once they get one of these two out there effectively into the bowlers, Zach Chappell is next in, and then it's any one of Jack Morley, Darren Dupavilon and Pat Brown in some kind of order. What's happening here?
It's a bit of a delay. Someone's been called up from the dressing room.
Anuj Dahl has hurt something in left hand. He needs a bit of attention to his left hand by the look of it. He's taken his left glove off. Ali McKenzie is coming back out again, the Derbyshire physio. I keep calling him Ali McKenzie, I'm sure that's his name. I thought he was Scottish, but he isn't. He should be, shouldn't he, called Ali McKenzie? I mean, for goodness sake, if you're not Scottish with that kind of name, you never will be. In the Test match, well, we have this break in play. Sri Lanka 176 for 8. They trail England by 251. Elsewhere in the second division, Middlesex are 101 for 8. They trail Yorkshire by 493 at Headingley, but batting nicely there at Middlesex. Mark Stoneman out for 27, but Max Holden and Sam Robson still going strong. And Glamorgan have moved on to 358 for 6 against Leicestershire. They now lead by 107 runs down at Sophia Gardens, with Colin Ingram on 174 not out now. Tim van der Hoogten is 18 not out. In the first division, Durham at 247 for 6, trailing Somerset by 245. Kent in their second innings are 96 for 1. They need another 166 runs and now moved up to 98 for 166 runs to make Warwickshire bat for a second time. Essex 362 for 8 as the treatment continues to Anish Dahl's left hand. Wayne Madsen looking on, so too Harry Moore, the giant 12th man. I can't remember if I read Essex is out now. They're 362 for 8 anyway, leading Worcestershire by 96 at Chelmsford. Lancashire 136 for 6 at Old Trafford. They're 253 runs behind. Hampshire and Nottinghamshire are 123 for 1 against Surrey. That means they still trail by 402. The man out, former Derbyshire player Ben Slater, who made just one. Hasib Hamid with a half century for Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge today. And what's going on with the Pakistan-Bangladesh game? Clearly there was no toss in Karachi, and the entire first day was abandoned unless it's not actually taking place. But
I saw there was quite torrential rain.
Was it rain?
Yeah.
I didn't see any of it this morning. And it's on. Starts about 5:30 our time, doesn't it? That kind of area. But yeah, first day's play called off due to persistent rain and a wet outfield. And more rain expected tomorrow. So or later today and overcast tomorrow. So bad news. Bangladesh looking to back up their win over Pakistan in the first test, which was a terrific effort from them.
Right, I think we're going to have some action now as Crocombe's ready to go at the top of his mark. Dow seems to have been treated and he's in his stance, tapping his bat away as he looks up ahead. And Crocombe's running towards him now from the Cromwell Road end. It's a short ball, he pulls this away, he keeps it down along the ground and he'll pick up a single as it's fielded at square leg by Tom Haynes. Derbyshire move on to 107 for 5 and Dahl moves on to 18. Madsen on strike now. Got two Seagulls just chilling on the outfield towards the third man area.
Gulls. I've gone all day. I've gone all day without correcting anybody. Well, they're gulls. There's no such thing as a seagull. They are gulls.
So why do people call them seagulls?
Well, because they're all wrong.
Crocombe in, another short ball, and this time Madsen ducks under it, and that is going to conclude the end of the over. 28 overs gone. Derbyshire 107 for 5. Why are you just telling me new things? And
because there's black-headed gulls and herring gulls and all sorts of different gulls, but there's no such. Oh, yeah, there are different seagulls. You see.
Normally the seagulls I see are all white, and here we've got some they're greyish and they've got patterns.
Well, these gulls are juvenile gulls. They don't become white until after their first year, so these would have been born earlier this year and will be white and grey next year.
Dave Fletcher, you are a gull spurt.
A gull spurt, which sounds quite unpleasant. 107, move on. 107 for 5. Madsen on 42. Anish Dahl has 18. He's on strike now, and it's Jack Carson to continue from the goal end as that one is pushed by Dahl up towards Robinson at mid-on. His throw is exceptionally accurate, knocks out middle stump. Dahl was already home. He turns around, picks the ball up and gives it back to Robinson, who now has to work on the ball because it's probably got slightly damaged in hitting the woodwork. 107 for 5.
All I can say is that every day is a school day.
Yes, no, absolutely. There's no criticism implied, but a lot of people miscall
So basically they're like baby gulls.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then as they get older they
become white and grey.
Okay.
Here's Carson, in balls to Madsen, who sort of gets down on one knee and pulls this one around the corner out towards an Adcat, a backward square leg. 108 for 5. Madsen moves on to 109 for 5. Madsen moves on to 42. We've now got the big Sussex cricket sign on the scoreboard, which is not massively helpful. There we go. Got the scoreboard back. 109 for 5. In comes Carson again, and that one is defended by Dahl, who's got a short leg, silly mid-off, a slipper and a wicket-keeper for company down there. And Adcat appears to be warming up again, which is slightly terrifying. And Carson is in once more. Dahl defends this into the onside. Hudson Prentice decides that he'll jog in from mid-wicket to do the fielding.
Yeah, and Adcat does look like he's getting himself
Loosening up again, isn't he?
ready for action.
Carson in again, bowls. That one turns, and having left it alone, Anuj Dahl would have just been praying that he didn't hear the ball clatter into the stumps there, because that did turn quite considerably. He gets away with it. One ball of the Jack Carson over to go. 1 for 18 his figures off 5 overs and 5 deliveries. And he's in to bowl to Dahl, who turns this backward a square on the leg side, and Adcat fields, and Wayne Madsen is sent scurrying back into his ground at the non-strikers end. The end of the over. Derbyshire 109 for 5. Madsen has 43. Dahl has 19. We have 20 overs to go today, and Derbyshire trail by well, they've got it below the psychological 500 barrier, just 498 now.
Well, whether we get anywhere near those 20 overs, I don't know, but if we do, this is looking like a 7 o'clock finish. We've had no end of interruptions. We've had an injury to Wayne Madsen. We've had Anuj Dahl hit on the helmet. We've had him hit on the hand. In fairness, the Sussex overagers remained level, and I think they are doing everything to hasten along, so I don't see there being an issue there. And I was just going to say that J. Devon Udcat has only bowled 5 overs. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 19. And I thought he would come back at some stage. And that stage is now for the tall Indian left-arm seamer. He's coming in with 2 slips and a gully. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And he's racing down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls to Wayne Madsen, and Madsen plays the first ball out into the covers, fielded by... Who's that out there? I think that's Henry Crocombe, and there is no run.
He missed out a bit there, Wayne Madsen, because it was a loosener, wasn't it, from an
It was.
Adcat, short and wide, and he's hit it straight to the man at extra cover.
Jack Carson suddenly realised he didn't take his cap from umpire Baldwin at the end of the over, and so he's now got his cap, but he's not in his correct fielding position. I hope the ball doesn't go there, Jack. In comes into cat round the wicket, bowls, driven by Madsen, slightly uppishly, fielded again by Crocombe in the covers. And there is no run. A very good evening wherever you're listening from, on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby, via the club live stream, or maybe you're listening on a smart speaker, which is the new way of listening to us this week on the BBC. You just have to say BBC Sounds play Sussex v Derbyshire Day 2.
Brilliant. Well done.
Nailed it.
Yeah,
First time.
Absolutely magnificent. And good luck to everybody who's trying that.
Yes, I have to say I don't possess a smart speaker. The 2 slips are quite wide now. It's almost a first and a third as a Udcat is in, bowls to Madsen, who's right into line and plays it to mid-wicket. James Coles comes swooping in and throws the ball at the non-striker's end, but Madsen was clearly home. He goes to 44, 110 for 5. And just a quick recap on the day. Sussex 607 for 8, John Simpson making 121. Jack Carson falling just 3 short of what would have been a maiden first class century. And then Derbyshire in all sorts of trouble at 24 for 4 and 73 for 5. But these two have played very sensibly and very well. Just trying to steer Derbyshire to something.
I think they're still in a spotter bother.
Yes, I would agree. We're trying to be polite, Fletch. In comes Udcat over the wicket, bowls, and Dahl is forward and plays that to backward point. I have to say the Sussex ground fielding's been very good. That was a good tumbling stop by Finn Hudson-Prentice, as was the Derbyshire. I have to say Anuj Dahl saved no end of runs on a relatively short boundary on one side of the ground, and Harry Kane also distinguished himself as well. We're waiting for an update to the listeners on...
I think we're going to get one.
But, well, they tend to come a bit sharpish, don't they?
Well, I can't hear them. You need to push me in. Just in, thank you. Then I can shut
That
up.
would help, wouldn't it?
Well, I don't mind.
And Udcat in bowls. Short pulled away by Dahl down towards fine leg. Jack Carson comes racing in. They come back for the second run. and there was always 2 runs there. As Carson throws a little, well, it wasn't wayward, but it was wasn't right over the top of the stumps, and Dahl came back for a comfortable second. He goes to 21 or 45. Like I said earlier, there's certain cricketers, all-rounders, who I really like. Anus Dahl is one. Ed Barnard is another, formerly of Worcestershire and now Warwickshire. Just really good county cricketers.
Jordan Thompson's one of my
There you
favourites
go.
at Yorkshire.
Yeah, you know,
He can bat, bowl,
yeah,
field.
yeah, just
Has
really,
an attitude.
yeah, wants to win.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nudcat in, bowls, Dahl defends down the track. There is no run. That's the end of Jake Dave. Nudcat's over. Oh, here we go. 112 for 5. Madsen on 44. Dahl on 21.
This time it is the weather. Is it going to be the weather then the travel?
Good question.
Or are they going to come straight to you, bang, like that?
I need to be ready.
You do, really?
I need to be prepared. Oh, that's good. Dry, sunny and warm on Sunday. Yes, hello Mike. Derbyshire still in trouble here. They're 112 for 5, but considering they were 24 for 4, it's something of a recovery. Wayne Madsen, the 40-year-old, going along very nicely. He's 44 not out. Earlier in the day, Sussex making 607 for 8. A century for the skipper John Simpson, his 4th of the season, and 97 from Jack Carson. Elsewhere in the county championship, Nottinghamshire are 125 for 1 in reply to the Surrey total of 525. Kent are making a better fist of things second time around against Warwickshire. They're 112 for 1, but still trailing Warwickshire by 152 at Edgbaston. And Sri Lanka 183 for 8, trailing England by 244 in the England total of 427, a century for Surrey's Gus Atkinson. Carson in and bowls, clipped away by Dahl to mid-wicket, fielded there by Finn Hudson-Prentice, and there is
Just mentioned it several hours ago.
I didn't mention it.
No, I didn't hear it mentioned.
In comes Carlson, bowls to Dahl, who clips that into the pads of the short leg fielder, who I think at the moment is Tom Alsop, who's got the I used to hate fielding at short leg. I was pretty rubbish anyway, to be honest, but I didn't like short leg.
I didn't mind slipping, that was all right. That was
Yeah.
a decent catcher.
There's a short leg, a silly mid-off and a slip as Carson is in. If the wicket bowls, and that did turn, but Dahl played it with the spin to Henry Crocombe, who's fielding in front of the clock tower scoreboard. And I'm not suggesting for one moment here that, you know, Derbyshire are going to save the game, but these two are going very sensibly about their business. This Kookaburra ball is now 30 overs old. And now, you know, if they can just get themselves to the close without any further damage, as Carson is in, bowls to Madsen, who sweeps to deep mid-wicket. He goes to 46, 115 for 5.
I've just been trying to think of a way that they can save the game, and of course they're going to be asked to follow on.
Yes.
So the more overs they can put in the bowler's legs in the first innings will mean that they won't be quite as fresh at them. There'll be an overnight rest, of course, but they're just going to bat as long as they can in this first innings to take some of the energy out of the bowlers for me.
There's now a leg slip, short leg and a slip as in comes Carson, bowls and defended by Dahl down the onside of the track, and there is no run.
If anybody's listening in the studio, if you just want to clip that up for me. That rivals Dave Bradley.
There won't be.
That rivals Dave Bradley, who came up to Derbyshire and got into all sorts of trouble with the Sir Frank Whittle Road, which is also on my computer. I should be scrolling back later. Good work. Good work.
End of the over from Jack Carson, who has now bowled 7 overs, 1 made, the second one for 21. Derbyshire 115 for 5. Madsen on 46. Dahl on 22. Wayne Madsen adding to the 15,000 first-class runs he's already made in a wonderful career, and more to come. And as Fletcher was saying, he's already signed up for next season.
He certainly is. Skippered the side in the first division. The heady days of 2012. 115 for 5. An Adcat into bowl to Madsen, who rather bizarrely plays that ball into the leg side with a flourish of the bat, almost like he was going to leave it and then decided he had to play. He's still there though, and that's pretty much all that matters. 115 for 5, trailing as they do by 492 runs.
You two's conversation about gulls has reached a new audience, which I shall read in a moment.
Excellent. Always good to drag people in. There's an Adcat bowls to Madsen. That one kept a little bit low, and he pushes it up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Ollie Robinson, no run.
It's from Helen Carpenter, who says, I'm sitting on my windowsill at the Cromwell Road end.
No, on a windowsill.
Wonder if you could wave to us. Helen, if you're there.
But keep waving, because there's a lot of places that it could be.
She says, I've been trying to learn the fielding positions, and it was useful to hear that the gulls are at third man. I'll get there, she says. Great to hear the full knowledge too. I love gulls, and I think they get a bad rap, says Helen. Thank you.
An Adcat bowls, and Madsen turns this one into the leg side. He's called through for a single by Dull. They'll just settle for the one. Madsen moves to 47, 116 for 5. But we often, when we're at the seaside or even inland nowadays, because gulls are pretty much everywhere, aren't they? The comment that you hear most in our conversations is if these gulls knew how scared we were of them, they would run the world, because they are huge birds. I mean, they're bigger than a lot of dogs, and they are massive things with enormously cruel looking beaks.
Have you seen Helen?
Excellent.
Okay.
An Adcat bowls to Dalu. Pushes the ball back towards the bowler, and there's no run.
I mean, this is dreadful radio, isn't it? You're looking at is it the house next to the scaffolding or the house with the... Right, okay. We need Helen to sort of wave something so that we can actually see. I don't know.
Something white.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting. I'm not going to even suggest anything, but...
Yeah. Anyway.
But the thing is, Helen would probably be 30 seconds behind if she's managed to sort out the smart speaker. In comes an Adcat and bowls to Dahl, who pushes this out into the offside. Again, there's no run. Crocombe comes herring in to do the fielding.
There have been a couple of occasions where Ollie Robinson is suggesting a fielding change to John Simpson. Simpson's had to run out from behind the stumps. Come on, Sussex, don't get yourself embroiled in slow over 8s here. Well, I have been caught out by a couple of emails, a couple of wind-ups, one from within the dressing room. But that does look like a genuine email from Helen.
Yes.
So thank you, Helen.
No silly names or anything like that.
No.
Mr. Sea Lion from the Sea Life Centre.
Well, that sort of thing, yeah. But you read it and you think, I shouldn't have done that. I really shouldn't have done that.
An Adcat in and bowls a full delivery to Dahl, who drives it up to mid-on. There is no run. It's the end of the over. That came around quickly. Just one from it. Madsen 47, Dahl 22, Derbyshire 116 for 5, which means they trail by 491 runs.
But we do ask for emails, so I think if people send them in, you should read them. And it's often only when you get to the end of it and you think, I've been had here.
I usually have a little...
Yeah, most of it's good humour. I'm just not quick enough to pick up the bad ones. In the game up at Leeds, Middlesex 128 for 1 in reply to Yorkshire 601 for 6. So, who knows? A lot of cricket left over 2 days, but I think it's not a great weather forecast in the north of England on Sunday. So that could be heading for a draw. 3 games to go. That'll be for all the sides. Middlesex's last game of the season is here at Hove. Ollie Robinson is coming back into the Sussex attack from the Cromwell Road end. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 15. Interesting here, Fletch, then you were talking about the follow-on and not getting, Sussex bowlers not having overs in their legs, and I think John Simpson's very mindful of that,
I mean, they haven't bowled a huge number of overs at the moment, have they? But,
no, he's just rotating things around here. Anyway, in comes Robinson. Is that you or me?
I think it's you.
In and bowls and short, and Dahl helps that one back to the square on the leg side. They pick up 1, they'll think about 2, but there isn't 2 there because it's a very good bit of fielding out there by Henry Crocombe, who's very quick across the ground, as you would expect from a 23-year-old. Gets in the throw. One more to Madsen. Get it right, Adrian. He goes to 48, 117 for 5. Leans on his bat at the non-striker's end. 16 overs left after this one in the day. Whether we'll get them all in, I think, is possibly debatable, actually. It's already 6:15. The light does tend to go quite quickly, depressing though it is, as in comes Robinson bowls. And the field volley, Robinson, it's interesting, there's a slip. And then there are 2 men on the leg side. They're almost 2 mid-wickets, almost within touching distance of each other. James Coles, and I think it's Tom Clark in there. Yes, it is. And the same on the offside with Tom Haynes and Daniel Hughes.
You often see these fields when the bowlers think that the ball has finally lost all its value. They're looking for the mistimed drive, aren't they now?
Yeah. Robinson in again, bowls and edged by Dull, but short of Allsop at first slip. But it was an involuntary shot from Anuj Dull. It bounced probably a yard or so short of Allsop. So a moral victory for Ollie Robinson, who's just shaking his right hand. I don't know why. He got a nasty blow on it last week at Scarborough, right at the end of the match, and left the field. So I don't know whether that's bothering him. He's only bowled 6 overs so far, as Ollie.
I think his watch is cutting off the blood supply to his fingers.
Maybe that's what it is. He's wringing his right hand as Robinson runs away from us up the slope, in and bowls down the leg side, clipped away by Dahl onto the leg side, fielded by Crocombe, who emerges from underneath the clock tower scoreboard to field. One more to the total, 117 for 5. The club cricketers have had a bit of a reunion next door, carrying on their reminiscing over a couple more beers or whatever they're drinking. They seem to have had a good time.
Absolutely.
Gentleman down there with a nice looking pint of Guinness, which he's enjoying.
Is there such a thing?
Yeah, are you not a Guinness fan?
No.
Right, okay, well, he's enjoying it. He's someone there's roaring with laughter at an old story. As in comes Robinson, bowls. Oh, that cut back. That did cut back to Wayne Madsen. And now that sort of semicircle of fielders stretches from square leg around to silly mid-on to sort of short extra cover. And a short cover, so there's a ring of 5 people in front of Wayne Madsen. John Simpson trying everything he knows here, but these two are digging in, and credit to these two. They're battling away. Robinson again. Kicks up his heels and runs away from us, in and bowls to Dahl, who's right in behind that. And that shot had a feeling of thou shalt not pass. He was right in behind that, was Anuj Dahl. End of the over. 23 to Dahl, 48 to Madsen, 118 for 5. You're going to say something, Fletch?
No, because I don't like doing this on air, but that was Madsen.
Oh, right, that wasn't good, Adrian. Well, my apologies.
I thought you might have got that bit.
I suppose the only defence is 5:45, but it's not really a defence.
Well,
so I apologise.
But they're not a team that you see every week. I'm still struggling with one or two of the.
No, but it does say on the scoreboard
Sussex,
clearly it was Wayne Madsen. So,
I know, but
so we've still got another 16 overs to bowl, and when you think that most counties don't bowl 16 overs in an hour,
yeah, we will do well to get to 10 to 7, I suppose, won't we?
we will. If the light doesn't intervene, but we shall see.
Bright enough at the moment. Very pleasant evening here in Hove. Cloudy, but warm enough. And it's going to be Jaden and Adcat to continue eventually from the Cromwell Road end. He's now got 2 covers as well as 2 slips, and he bowls to Anuj Dahl, who defends this out to one of the covers. It's Henry Crocombe who picks up. He's the straighter of the 2. It's also a backward point. There is a mid-wicket and a mid-on. There's a long leg as well. The long leg is relatively redundant, I would suggest. Mid-off too. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. I'm not sure. Well, I suppose he could get 1 or 2 down the leg side, couldn't he? Dahl on 23, then Derbyshire on 118 for 5, and he lets this one go outside the off stump. There were 1 or 2 yesterday that did move like that off the pitch, and I don't think they were quite as close as, certainly not all of them were as close as the bowler and slips suggested they might be. I think that might have been something similar. So now Cat is now going to come over the wicket to the right-handed Anushdal. 118 for 3, for 5. Dahl waits and Adcat is in and bowls and beats him, and that one moves away after it goes past the bat as well. That was a delightful delivery from Jaden and Adcat. He had to play at it. It just nipped away off the pitch and then carried on moving away into the gloves of John Simpson behind the stumps.
He's done really well here. Adcat.
3 for 23 from 7.5 overs.
Just sort of using him in little bursts, is John Simpson.
Very sensible way of going about things when you know you've got to get 20 wickets in a row. And Adcat is in, and that one is driven, but slightly unconvincingly by Anuj Dahl up towards mid-on, bottom of the bat.
Colin Ingram is warming up for a visit here next, or the week after next, for Glamorgan. 181 not out.
He is good.
386 for 7. Glamorgan leading Leicester by 135. Good player, isn't he?
Really good.
He's always seems to score runs against Sussex in the T20. And, so in fact, Glamorgan have beaten Sussex on 4 occasions this season, both T20s, the 50 over, and the Championship match in Cardiff.
And Adcat bowls to Dahl, who defends this one into the offside, and there's no run. I don't know if you'd heard, but Nick did tell me every 10 minutes that Glamorgan are in the one-day cup final.
Right. We played them at Neath.
Oh, right. What's it like at Neath?
Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's right by the rugby union ground, what I think is called the Knoll.
It is, GNOLL.
Oh, is that how it's spelled?
Yeah.
Not KNOLL.
No, G.
Right.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, I'll have to check.
That's all right. No, it was good, and we were well looked after. But they had a strong side out, Glamorgan, in the competition.
This one is pushed into the onside by Anuj Dahl. Final ball of the an Adcat over, his second maiden indeed. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 23. Yeah, the Knoll Country Park is in Neath, GNOLL.
Right.
Down in South Wales.
Yeah, it's sort of in between Port Talbot and Swansea.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good day down there. But Glamorgan didn't lose many players to the 100. So they're Kieran Carlson was skipper in the side. So they were strong. Dan Douthwaite was in it as well, but they were and Tim van der Hoekten. So they had a strong. So no surprise really. They've got themselves to the final where they will play
Somerset.
Right. Okay.
Come on, the glam.
Yeah.
I like it when it's 2 people who aren't there. We can both say Tim van der Hoekten and get away with it.
Yeah. Ollie Robinson is coming running into bowl to Wayne Madsen. He's in, and Madsen drives to Daniel Hughes, who's fielding at that short mid-on position. They've still got that sort of ring of 5 fielders. Sussex, as Robinson wanders back to his mark at the C end. Madsen on 48, Dahl on 23. Ollie Robinson in his 8th over. Figures of 0 for 17. The rest of the field, there's a slip, point, cover, and this very straight mid-on who's Daniel Hughes. Mid-wicket, well, almost 2 mid-wickets. A deep backward square and a fine leg as Robinson runs away from us. In and bowls to Madsen, who plays firmly into the offside. Thinks about a single, but it's a good stop by Tom Haynes in the covers, who parried the ball onto Jack Carson, and there is no run. See your mate Finn Hudson-Prentice is doing a bit of Pilates, Fletch, at cover point.
See, he never did that when he lived up north.
Yeah. Well, he is now. He's down south. Look at him.
Yeah, very impressive.
Yeah.
Well done, Finn.
He's doing all sorts now.
That was a downward-facing dog. I've no idea.
No, I think that was the plank. In comes Robinson again. Over the wicket bowls, and there's a stifled appeal from Ollie Robinson, and we could see from here that was disappearing down the leg side, fielded by James Coles, and there is no run. You listen to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex and Derby. Adrian Harms, Dave Fletcher and Nicky Chowdhury on commentary duty today and tomorrow. Fletch doesn't think we'll be here on Sunday, but I'm not so sure.
I think that'll be the safe bet at this stage.
Yeah. Robinson on his way again. Bowls to Madsen. That one cut back in at Wayne Madsen, but he plays it firmly to mid-off, fielded there by Jack Carlson. And again, there is no run in that game at Leeds. Just keeping everyone up to date. Middlesex 134 for 1 in reply to Yorkshire's 601 for 6. And in the Test match, Sri Lanka bowled out for 196, England making 427. Gus Atkinson of Surrey with his maiden Test century. Robinson runs away for us. In the bowls, Madsen is forward, players out into the offside. I missed a no ball there, Fletch.
Well, so did I. Sorry.
120 for
Said
5.
for it said yesterday, though, sometimes you can miss them because the umpire signalled towards the Spen Karma Pavilion where the scorers are.
Yeah.
And especially from the C end, the umpire just turns around. You don't see his arm, do you? You just see him sort of turning round.
Well, I certainly missed that one.
That's what I'm sticking to, by the way. My own ineptitude.
Robinson. Final ball of the over. Bowled that's right up in the block hole. Good delivery from Ollie Robinson, and Madsen is very late on it. Plays it back down the track, and Daniel Hughes steps in from mid-on to field. I thought that was the last ball of the over, but there's clearly one more to go. Wickets shared around for England. 2 for Wokes, 2 for Atkinson, 2 for Stone, 2 for Potts, 1 for Bashir. That only makes 9, doesn't it? So it must have been a run out. There was. Run out by Ollie Pope. I wonder whether England will enforce the follow-on. We shall see. We'll let you know. Robinson in again. Bowled short, pulled away by Madsen down towards deep backward square leg, and it's raced away for 4 runs. Too short from Ollie Robinson. Good shot by Wayne Madsen. It's a boundary that brings up a 50 for the 40-year-old who holds his bat aloft towards the Derbyshire dressing room. 52 in 82 balls in 141 minutes. 8 fours and 1 6 for Wayne Madsen, and the run machine keeps on going. Fletch, 15,000 first-class runs, and there's a few more.
The 125th time he's got to 50 in his career. He's gone on to make 37 centuries, 36 of them for Derbyshire.
And how many slip catches? Lots.
It was 200, I think, wasn't it?
I think it was 200.
200 mark, yeah.
Yeah, he's a terrific cricketer.
Yeah. They're not all slip catches, though. He took a catch as a wicket-keeper here in 20, whenever it was, 22. Phillips and Prentice looks like he's getting ready to have another burst from one end or another as an Adcat begins a new over to Anush Dal, who covers up and pushes out into the offside. And there is no run. Nicky's back. Unexpectedly, but a pleasure nonetheless.
A pleasant surprise.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right answer.
Absolutely. Well, I've got to go in about 5 minutes. I'm in the introduction to the Sports Scene at 6 show this evening. Very exciting. Sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. Not particularly good news to tell everybody back in Derbyshire and East Staffordshire, as this next delivery from an Adcat is driven by Anush Dal up to mid-off, where Ollie Robinson does the fielding. If you were going to have odds on whether England were going to enforce the follow-on, I would say almost certainly not. I stand to be corrected, of course, and indeed they haven't. What a surprise. That's the aggressive thing to do. Only bowled 55 overs to get Sri Lanka out for 196. Now they're batting again. Third ball of Jaden and Adcat's over is defended into the offside by Anush Dal, and there's no run. 560 easy. That's part of the conversation downstairs. I have no idea what they're talking about.
I'm so interested
I
in
can't
it.
imagine it's club cricket though, because I don't think
quite a big score
many
for club
teams
cricket.
get 560 on a Saturday afternoon. So they must be talking about some first-class match somewhere.
I think we will see Hudson Prentice come into the attack from the
He's ready,
seaside.
he's ready, isn't he?
He's ready. All that Pilates and bending and
He's changed. Since he was a Derbyshire player. Derbyshire plucked him from the MCC Young Cricketers.
yeah, he was on that for a couple of years, wasn't
Yeah, took him north, and then the lure of a return to his first county, Sussex, was too much to resist. We were all in tears when we were interviewing him.
he? Maybe it was too cold up in Derbyshire.
No, I don't think so. Derbyshire is only in the Midlands, really. So.
Oh, it counts as up north for me.
Well, not quite. As an Adcat bowls around the wicket to Dahl, he crashes it into the ground, and they're going to get 2 runs here at least. Dahl fancies a third. Actually, it's gone a lot further than they thought it had. Dahl laps Wayne Madsen, and they do indeed get back for 3 runs. Dahl moves to 26, 130 for 5. No, 127 for 5, because that hadn't been added on, but the other one had. 127 for 5 then, which means that Derbyshire only trail by 480 runs. Blimey. Another 300 and goodness knows what to avoid the follow-on. Here is an Adcat into bowl to Madsen, who drives straight. He might just have got his right hand to that one, the bowler, and took enough of it. I think Anish Dahl thought he'd taken more pace off it than he had. He ran the first one, so he just trotted through for the single. Madsen moved to 53. That's my little blue book. Somebody's had my blue book. That's not good news, is it?
Aren't you writing in it?
No, I've got 2 blue books. I've got a
okay.
little blue book and a large blue book. They both got Derbyshire cricket on the front one. It's nice, that, isn't it? I like a free book.
You've got your maths going on in that blue book.
I love a blue book. In comes an Adcat then, bowls to Dahl, who pushes this one away into the offside and gets 4 runs for it. Actually, he hit that really nicely down to backward point. Realised that he'd initially got as much on it as he did. Wayne Madsen's century this season came at Yorkshire, where he made 104, then half centuries against Glamorgan and Leicestershire and Northamptonshire, and Glamorgan again. He made 49 at Lords against Middlesex as well. So he's had an okay season, Wayne Madsen. Clearly one of my water bottles has leaked into this bag, which is a disaster.
Uh-oh.
All
Did it have water in it? Or?
All over. My fantastic bobble hat, my BBC Radio Derby bobble hat, which has got Burton Albion FC on the other side. Look, how good's that? I've never worn it in public for obvious reasons.
I think you should. I think our guest was right as well. Hudson Prentice into the attack from the CN, coming in to bowl his 7th over.
I better go then, and if I've got a 6 o'clock, can we do the clever, this is going to be the seamless change.
Did them both at once.
Yeah, that's because it's late in the day, Nikki. Still another 13 overs to go, though. So that could be the best part. In fact, the light seems to be improving a bit. It's coming in from the southwest, so we could get through these overs.
Madsen on strike as Hudson Prentice runs away from us at the C end. It's in, and this is punched off the back foot into the offside. Ollie Robinson is chasing, but the ball has been hit rather firmly, and it's made its way down to the boundary. Derbyshire move on to 136 for 5. Madsen played a beautiful shot. He moves on to 57.
And interesting, someone just said to me they were quite surprised that James Coles hadn't bowled, and he's just doing some warming up. Is James Coles at mid-on, so it could well be we're going to see spin, or some left-arm spin for Sussex. Good shot though, wasn't it? No way Robinson was cutting that off. Once the ball gets down the hill, there's no chance of cutting it off.
Hudson Prentice ready to go again. As Madsen taps his bat, eagerly awaits and defends off the back foot. He wants to take a single, but it's pretty much gone straight to Ollie Robinson at mid-off, and There's definitely not a single there.
England haven't enforced the follow-on.
No, they haven't.
6 without loss second time around.
Fletcher was like, this is the aggression that's on display. Why would they enforce the follow-on?
So in the old days, I think if you had an opportunity to enforce the follow-on, you always did, but it just doesn't seem to be the way of things these days.
It's all changing now as this one's a play and a miss by Madsen.
That was so un-Madsen-like, wasn't it?
It was a bit loose, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Hudson Prentice making his way back to the top of the mark, and yeah, like you said, Adrian, it's definitely changed the way people go about playing the game these days. You may have seen follow-ons previously, and now it's a bit more of a sign of aggression. Would help if you had your mic on, as in comes Hudson Prentice now. And this one stays low, it's cut away, well watched by Madsen, it beats point, and it should go all the way down to the boundary, and it does. And that adds another few runs to Derbyshire's total. That takes him to 140 for 5. The scoreboard's already clocked over. Madsen moves on to 61.
Well, that was the shot that he was intending to play earlier on in the over when he played and missed outside of the off stump. But this time he executed perfectly. And this is the thing with a Kookaburra ball. You know, once it gets a little softer, batting does become considerably easier. And these two who came together when the score was 73 for 5 are now added 67 for this 6th wicket. And they'll have their eyes on the close here. They think if they can get to the close without losing any more wickets.
Hudson Prentice in for the 5th ball of his over is full delivery. It's driven back by Madsen. He wanted to take the single, but Hudson Prentice just manages to, get a hand on it to stop the ball going all the way. And Madsen, well, he has to retract back into his crease. No run for him. And it is getting nice and bright, actually.
Well, it's a lot brighter, isn't it? And just away to the west, there was some heavier cloud, but that's drifting across. And I think we might be all right, you know, for another 12 overs.
I think we should be, as in comes Hudson Prentice now on this one. Punched off the back foot straight to Ollie Robinson at mid-off, and that will conclude the 7th over from Finn Hudson Prentice. Derbyshire 140 for 5. Madsen on 61. Dahl with 30 to his name.
And Ollie Robinson is going to leave the field. I'm not entirely sure why, but he's going off. It looks like Tom Haynes might be going off as well. No, he's not. Haynes is going off. They're trotting off to get a couple of helmets that have been bought on, and that will signal that James Coles is going to come into the attack from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Robinson is going off, as is Tom Haynes. 2 fielders are coming out. One looks a bit like Bertie Foreman, and I think the other is Daniel Ibrahim, who's coming out on 12th and 13th men duties as Robinson and Haynes make their way up the... Well, I don't know why they've gone off. Maybe for a comfort break, or maybe to change their bowling boots or something, I don't know. Either way, 12 overs to go. Derbyshire 140 for 5, as Nicky was saying. A lengthy debate going on between John Simpson and Daniel Hughes, who's fielding at mid-off, about where the field is going to be placed. Sussex have been much better with their over 8 today. They were very slow at Scarborough last week, and they'll not want to incur any penalties for slow overs, which is really points thrown away. Slip and a short leg are the only close fielders. Sweeper on the backward point boundary. There's a cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, backward square leg, and a deep backward square. A lot of the crowd have started to drift away. And Sussex still haven't bowled this over. James Coles, when he does bowl, does rattle through his overs. He's coming in around the wicket. Bowls and back is Anu's done, and he cuts firmly. He's going to pick up 4 runs. Henry Crocombe's quick, but he's not that quick. There's a real loosener from James Coles, and Dahl just leant back and cut the ball beautifully away through the covers for 4 runs. He goes to 30, 144 for 5. But Derbyshire are not done with yet. Fletcher's trying to repair his water bottle.
He's just trying to pretend to pour the content of his water bottle out to see if it's going to leak.
I don't think it is.
It would have been funny if it did.
Yes. You sure they're water bottles, Fletch? In Coles. around the wicket. Bowls and Dull defends down the onside, and there is no run. Just there's an interesting colour. The sun is trying to come out again. Glimmer of light across the ground as Coles is in. Bowls and cut away by Dull, and that's a good bit of fielding at backward point by Jack Carson, not for the first time today. Prevented a certain boundary, there's no one behind him. And it was a good stop helping out his spinning partner, James Coles, who's in again. Bowls and Dull is back and plays firmly to the offside. They're going to take a single, a well-judged single actually, because Carson had to come in a fair way from backward point to field. Dull goes to 35. 145 for 5. We're in the 38th over. So Sussex has got a long way to wait here until another new ball is available, and they're going to have to work out ways of taking these wickets. John Simpson has juggled his bowlers around. They've now moved the short leg out for Wayne Madsen, who's on 61. Coles is in. Bowls and Madsen plays firmly down the offside, fielded by Coles. And again, there is no run. Coles again. In and oh, well, that was interesting. I don't know if that turned, but Madsen was looking to play that on the leg side. He got a leading edge. The ball ballooned back in the direction of James Coles. It wasn't a chance, but enough encouragement for the leg spinner. And straight away, Finn Hudson-Prentice whips off his jumper and his cap, hands it to umpire Baldwin, and is getting ready to bowl the next over. Good to see. End of the over, 145 for 5. Madsen 61. Dull is on 35.
Yeah, extremely swift to get into position. Adrian, I'm not sure about you, but were you aware that there was going to be a series between England and Australia after the Sri Lanka Test match series? It completely slipped my mind.
Yeah, and the problem with it is that they've got one on a Friday, one on a Sunday, and in between them is the final of the Blast, finals day at Edgbaston. So any England players who just happen to be involved, be it Butler, Archer, whoever, will not be playing in finals day, which is...
It's a bit of a bummer, isn't
well,
it?
it's poor. You know, it's poor planning for some one-day internationals, which, to be honest, are pretty meaningless.
Hudson-Prentice in and out to Dull. And this one, straight delivery, played straight to short mid-wicket off the front foot.
Well, I mean, we've just had the T20 World Cup, so I don't really quite see. I mean, England might say, well, it gives an opportunity to look at different players, but I think it is a shame if you've got England players, because, you know, the Blast, for county supporters is a big deal, and finals day at Edgbaston's a great day. Fletcher's been there with Derbyshire.
I've heard it's a great atmosphere.
It is a great atmosphere.
Not been up myself, but it's something I do want to experience. As in comes Hudson-Prentice now, full delivery, and Dull is forward, solidly defends, straight back to Hudson-Prentice, who athletically fields the ball and jumps in the air. Yeah, I believe the first fixture is actually on the 11th of September, which is taking place down in Southampton. It's the first T20. I think that was one a few years ago, actually more than a few years ago. I remember going down to Southampton to watch England, I believe, take on Australia as well. I'll tell you about that story after this delivery, actually, as Hudson-Prentice is in and it's full and it's driven to cover. Fielded in pretty swiftly, no run. And I believe Sussex's scorer, Graham Irwin, was actually asked to score that international game. Yes, if I remember correctly, and GI, if you're listening, then please do correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember Graham was asked to score that international game, and he kindly invited me and my dad along, which was very fun. And it was quite a great atmosphere.
He might be listening up in the scorebox, Graham, you never know.
You never know.
Busily scoring away.
Hudson-Prentice in now to Dull, and this is a slightly shorter delivery. He's played it off the back foot, straight to short extra cover.
Yeah, England-Australia is always a contest. It's a great contest, although there'll be a big crowd. But it's just a shame that it's at that stage of the season and it's right across finals day. Whoever gets there. Yeah. Yeah.
Hudson-Prentice in now, and Dull's forward, and this time slightly forcefully drives it. Plays a little bit early.
I'll tell you what, he's taken his left hand off the bat, Anuj Dull, and that could well be as a fact that he was hit earlier on, and he could be in a bit of discomfort out there. That's twice he's done it in this over. he's just taken that top hand off the bat. Let's see if he does it again. In which case, he's battling away even more than we thought, and he's played a very fine innings.
One slip in places. In runs Hudson Prentice away from us, and Dahl is forward, full face of the bat. Plays it to short mid-wicket, and that will conclude the 8th over from Finn Hudson Prentice. Derbyshire 145 for 5, Dahl with 35, Madsen with 61.
Fletcher's got the glasses out again to see if he can see a rare spotted something or another. Or
No one on a parachute, Fletch? We saw someone... Someone was on a parachute earlier, I think. Fletch spotted it miles away.
I'll do this over from James Coles, and then I think Fletch and Nicky can do 5 overs or so, and then we'll wrap things up at the end of the day. James Coles around the wicket comes in and bowls to Wayne Madsen. Madsen leans back and cuts firmly to Henry Crocombe, who comes off the cover boundary or the backward point boundary, slips in so doing, but it's just a single. 146 for 5. It's sort of that time of year, isn't it? Suddenly when the sun goes, people are sort of starting to reach for a jumper or whatever.
Yeah, you feel it in the morning as well,
Oh, definitely.
actually.
Yeah, it's definitely colder in the mornings. Depressing, isn't it? Coles in. Bowls cut away by Dahl, who doesn't take his hand off the bat on that occasion. But he picks up a comfortable single. And this is a really fine partnership between these two. They've really got their heads down. They've played very correctly. And they're reaping the rewards now. 147 for 5. Wayne Madsen waits. And Coles is in. Bowls, and Madsen looking to cut his beaten on the outside edge, taken by Simpson. And there is no run. There's just the one slip in place now for Sussex. Coles again. Round the wicket, bowls forward comes Madsen, plays into the offside, and there is no run.
Although, just thinking back, I don't recall there being any mornings this summer where you'd wake up maybe around 7, 8 o'clock and get out and about, and it's quite hot, like we've had in previous years.
Coles in bowls, and Madsen works us into the offside. They decide, well, thinking about a single, but Tom Alsop was very quickly round to field, and there's been... I mean, considering we had so much bad weather early on in the summer, we've been very lucky down here, actually, in terms of days actually lost to cricket, which is pretty few and far between. Coles in again, bowls to Madsen. Madsen is forward. Nice and accurate from James Coles, just the 2 runs off of the over. 147 for 5. Madsen 62. Dahl is on 38. I'm going to leave you with Nicky Chowdhury and with Dave Fletcher, who'll be with us just in a couple of moments' time.
Thanks, Adrian. We can see Finn Hudson Prentice continue by the look of it here. He's bowled 2 overs for 8 in the current spell. Going back to a conversation we had, Nicky, earlier on today, David Lester, I apologise for missing this on Twitter. Salt and vinegar, putting it on chips in the right way, which I was, and you say it alphabetically. That's why it's salt and vinegar. You would never say it the other way around. 147 for 5. No, you don't have any right to reply this time.
Okay, well, you're right then, as in runs Hudson Prentice now. And this one just clipped off the legs by Dahl, slightly straighter line from Hudson Prentice. It is going to go all the way to the boundary. Unadkat, I think, was about to use his foot to try and stop the ball, and didn't quite succeed, and that's just trickled over the boundary rope. Derbyshire move on to 151 for 5.
Not long after I started covering Derbyshire, they signed Ravi Rampal from Surrey, who was the master of stopping the ball with his foot on a boundary. Never knowingly bent down, Ravi.
Hudson Prentice in now to Dahl, who's forward and defends as the ball bounces into the ground and rolls down towards short extra cover, who picks it up and gives it a shine. Yeah, it's awful. It's quite dangerous though, because
Yes, it is. When
you
you're
could
on the boundary.
easily just mistime it and you're done. Your ankle's gone.
James Derbyshire's S&C actually picked the ball up for him. I'd have let him pick it up himself. He could rick his back or anything. Just let him pick it up himself.
Hudson Prentice strides in as Dahl is forward and plays this a silly mid-on.
Oh, and by the way, it's still 21 degrees out there, so describing it as cold.
Is it?
Yeah, this is.
There's a nip in the air, though.
This is very, very warm for where I live. 21 degrees.
Would you have the
We've
fan on
got
in
all
this?
the windows open, got the washing out, everything.
I'd be wearing a hoodie.
I've not brought one.
I know, mistakenly, as in comes Hudson Prentice now, and this is clipped away off the legs by Tal. Beautiful looking shot. He'll only get the single as mid-on comes round to do the fielding. Derbyshire move on to 152 for 5. Yeah, I did pop out earlier, and I was like, whew, should have brought my jacket.
Not at all. That was brilliant from James Coles. He was moving really quickly there round from mid-on. Picked the ball up in 2 hands off the floor. Quite how he could be that supple, I've no idea. Terrific effort from him.
Hudson Prentice to Madsen. Taps his bat and stunts. His forward stays low as the ball does stay low as well. And it's played to mid-off. You'd really have all the windows open.
No.
It's a bit of exaggeration.
No, because I am from the north, and then you keep the heat in the house then for the evening, don't you? You have to put the heating on. Win-win.
Hudson Prentice at the top of his mark, turns, looks ahead as Madsen taps his bat now, and this time a little bit of width as he drives this through the offside. It's fielded at point, doesn't quite connect it properly, mistimes it, and it will conclude the end of the over. 41 overs gone, Derbyshire 152 for 5, and honestly, the things you've come up with today, Fletch,
Well, the fielder at point there was one of the substitutes. There was 2 of them on, 13 on his back. Sorry.
That's Bertie Foreman.
So that's Bertie Foreman. And when he fielded that ball, he's only a very slight figure, Bertie Foreman. He's diminutive, I think, at best. And he fielded it and almost took umpire Ian Blackwell out. It takes quite a bit to knock Blackie over. Always has. And he just about managed to get out of the way, Ian Blackwell, the former Derbyshire spinner, born in Chesterfield. England, having not enforced the follow-on, are 22 without loss, leading by 253. Pointless. Absolutely pointless. Why? Just people don't do it anymore. Here's Coles from the Cromwell Road end, bowling to Anuj Dal. First delivery is pushed back to him. Jack Carson warming up now at backward point, stretching at least. As Coles is in again. That one is on leg stump and clipped away nicely by Anuj Dal. He's going to get at least 2 runs. I think he might stick with 2. Yeah, Finn Hudson Prentice gets to the ball now in the midst of a whole host of juvenile gulls out there, and Derbyshire move on to 154 for 5. They reached stumps at Headingley. Good effort by them. As Coles is in and bowls to Dahl, who clips this backward of square on the leg side. Madsen calls him through for a single. Dahl responds eventually, and Dahl is struggling again with something here. He's not right, Anuj Dahl. He's got his hands on his knees, and he's pulled something as well, I think, now, which is not ideal from a Derbyshire perspective, unless he's kicked his own foot or hit his own leg with the bat or something. But he's in a spot of bother, and Wayne Madsen quite sensibly has walked halfway down the pitch, and he'll go further, as I think he's hit the inside of his leg, the unprotected part of the inside of his thigh. That is painful. 155 for 5. Dal moves on to 44. I will tell you what happened at Headingley before the close of play here, as Coles is in and bowls to Madsen, turns that one into the leg side. They go through for a comfortable single. Madsen moves to 63. 156 for 5. Middlesex are 141 for 1 at the end of day 2 of the game at Headingley. That means they trail Yorkshire by 460 runs, but only 1 down, which is good news for Sussex, I fancy. Morgan still batting, 165 run lead, 416 for 7 against Leicestershire. Coles is in and bowls to Dahl, who pushes this one out into the offside and there is no run. They've also reached stumps in a couple of the games in the first division, in fact 3 of them. Worcestershire 2 without loss in their second innings, trailing Essex by 136. As Coles to complete his over, bowls to Dahl, who turns this into the leg side, and he'll hobble through for a single, which means he's slowed down considerably because he is quick, and he's pinched the strike as well. He moves to 45, 157 for 5 at the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 144 for 3 at stumps against Surrey at Trent Bridge. They trail by 381. Dahl is still down. I think they're going to get the physio on to see him.
He did just signal towards the dressing room. Yeah, he did. He's taking his helmet off now. He looks in a slight bit of discomfort.
Here comes Ali McKenzie, who's been a busy man since tea. He's been out there to check Anuj Dahl's head when he got hit on the head. He's been out to see Wayne Madsen. Then he went back out to see Anuj Dahl again, and now he's gone to see Dahl for a 3rd time. Durham 272 for 6 against Somerset at Taunton, trailing by 220. Lancashire 181 for 7, trailing Hampshire by 208 runs, and Kent 147 for 3. They're still 117 runs behind Warwickshire as they bat for a 2nd time at Edgbaston. And don't forget, you can ask your smart speaker to do something, but the important thing is that all the cricket the counties are playing is live on the BBC Sport website and app. Say hey Google and see how you go, because I can tell you from here it didn't work. So these are concerning moments for Derbyshire, with Anuj Dahl having a bit more treatment. He's having sort of long range treatment at the moment. He's sort of lifting his left leg as though he's pulled something. Will he stay out there and bat? I think he probably will try to. He's just stretching his groin out now, so clearly that's the area of concern. Still waiting to hear from the Derbyshire media team. I'm sure they're still working deep into a Friday evening to let us know which poor unfortunate is going to be thrown out of the changing room to speak to us after the close of play. It wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't a player and it turned out to be the batting coach, Ben Smith, but we'll wait and see. A crow has joined the 3 juvenile gulls who are at point, and a 2nd crow arrives. This could be quite the fight in a minute here. They've obviously found something tasty. 2 of the gulls have gone not too far away and left a solitary juvenile gull behind. That's a bit unpleasant. He's now having something stretched here. I'm going to get the binoculars out to see what he's having stretched. This is taking more time, and Ian Blackwell is starting to get concerned that it's taking too long. He's on his back, Anuj Dahl, and Ali McKenzie has finished stretching things. He gets back to his feet, rubs the back of his head, and takes a drink from the water bottle. And will Ali McKenzie say it might be better if you go off, Nudge, or are you going to stay out there? We'll get an answer fairly shortly, I'm sure. Wayne Madsen shakes his head, and Anuj Dahl may or may not need a runner.
He wasn't the only one having a lie down either. I believe Ollie Robinson's also just having a bit of a lie down as well at mid-on. He's got his hands, both hands on his. It looks like he's lying on a deck chair.
Yeah, he's just having a rest, isn't he? Really, Dahl's just had one of those energy gels. He's behind a crowd of players. It would be better if he were Harry Moore, because he's towering above everybody there, Big Harry. Now, umpire Paul Baldwin has gone in to join the conversation. The umpires are making a note of the length of this delay, which clearly won't count against Sussex in the final reckoning. They were at level, I think. Yeah, they're still at level on their over rate. So Dahl takes another drink, hands the bottle to Nick Potts, one of the 2 12th men, if you can have 2 12th men, 12th and 13th. 2 non-playing reserves, and Dahl puts his helmet back on, gives Wayne Madsen a little fist pump, and we're going to get back underway again. This is all taken an awful long time, but Anuj Dahl is clearly not right.
He only has 7 overs to see off. Hopefully he should be okay. And I will talk you through this over before I'll let Adrian come in and join you, Fletch.
Nyron Donald.
Jack Carson is going to be replacing Hudson Prentice from the C end. And they're just adjusting the field. It will be Dahl on strike. Carson's rolling his arm over to mid-off. And field is still just getting into place. We've got a slip, short leg, and a leg slip. As Carson is at the top of his mark. There's a few paces behind the umpire. Has ball in hand and skips in. Tosses this one up as Dahl is forward and leans into a defence. Very much textbook style. We've got a square leg, deep mid-wicket, a short mid-wicket, and a mid-on the leg side. As Carson in again, and this time Dahl off the back foot, softly drops this just short of short leg, controls it well. Derbyshire 157 for 5. As Carson's ready to go again. Skips in, passes the umpire, floats this one up as Dahl leans into it on the offside as it's swiftly fielded at extra cover. Something's made you chuckle.
Well, Dahl set off for a sharp single and then realised he's not as quick as he used to be due to the injury that he's clearly carrying.
He'd probably still be quicker than some.
He'll be quicker than me.
Then comes Carson again, tosses this up. Dahl is forward, defends once again to extra cover. It's quite rapid as it is, isn't he? We've seen the amount of ground he can cover when he was fielding earlier this morning. Carson in for his 5th ball of his 8th over as this one. Oh, it's caught at short leg. He goes to play it off the back foot. He's hit it with like firm hands. And Alsop at short leg takes the catch. And Dahl, he turns back, head down, and limps towards the dressing room here at Hove. Derbyshire, they lose another wicket. 6 down now, 157 on the board. And Dahl will head back after scoring 45.
It might have been better had he retired hurt, looking back, because he's clearly not right. And losing him at this moment is hugely disappointing. There is no night watchman, incidentally. 92 deliveries he faced in the end, 4 fours only for Anuj Dahl. Caught by Tom Alsop, as Nikki said, at short leg.
He went to work it off the back foot, didn't quite manage to keep it along the ground. And unfortunately that was straight into the hands of Alsop with a brilliant catch. And whilst the new batter makes their way out into the middle, I'm going to play musical mics and bring Adrian back on air.
Lovely. Thanks, Nikki. Yeah, Zach Chappell has come out to bat for the final. I think it's 6 overs, is it? Yeah, 6 overs to go. I'm just telling the studio that, basically. Or saying it out loud so I can type it at the same time.
Yeah, we have a Friday night sports show, and they want something at 6:35. So
yeah, I'm waiting to get further instructions on my input into the sports show from here on in.
Well, we said 7 o'clock, didn't we? We're not going to be far off with the spinner. That was a good catch, by Tom Alsop.
Yeah, it was. It was almost past him, wasn't it?
Yeah, he really is a very fine close fielder. Got a good catch at first slip to dismiss Harry Kane.
Now, he's not renowned as a blocker, Zach Chappell.
Yeah, he looks like he's eyeing up that leg side boundary.
I think that might be dangerous.
Jack Carson over the wicket, bowls to Chappell, who's forward, a little uncertainly, a little tentatively. The ball bounces out into the offside. There is no run. I think if Sussex brought the quicks on now, I think we'd go off because the light is not great.
Well, get him on then.
Yeah, or I wonder if he's just going to go Coles and Castle. I'd have thought to the end of the day. I mean, it's not in Sussex's best interest to be going off here, and it is going to be James Coles who's going to carry on 3 overs for 12.
That's the first time I've seen them show a replay. I don't mind them showing replays, but they've shown a replay on the big screen of that dismissal. Yeah,
okay.
I think it was that good, but they showed them on the big screen at Derby. got a problem showing replays to the crowd.
The crowd that are left, one or two are just sort of starting to drift away and put on. There's a fleece or two being put on down below us.
We are
From our
in the-
soft
we are in
southerners
the
down here.
South, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
Blimey,
Yeah, I think it's getting a bit chilly, Fletch.
No, I might take my t-shirt off to go and do the interviews. I might not. Here's James Coles from the Cromwell Road end. First delivery pushed up towards mid-off, or extra cover really, by Wayne Madsen, who has to stay out there now. Coles bowls, Madsen cuts out towards Crocombe on the point boundary, and they do take the single, which is interesting. Although I suppose he's a sort of de facto night watchman now, Zach Chappell. There is still Jack Morley, Darren Dupavalon and Pat Brown to come. Lots of people gathering on the Derbyshire balcony for some reason.
All Farbrace wandering around the outfield.
Yeah.
Wonder where he's going.
Another helmet required here for another fielder close in. It's going to be a leg slip, in fact. It's Daniel Hughes who's going in at leg slip, so he's so close he's wearing the helmet. Two slips as well, including Ollie Robinson at second slip. He's loving it.
Yeah, I don't normally see him there.
No, Coles bowls to Chappell, who clips this one nicely into square leg. Now Chappell is again batting, as he has done the last couple of times, without a number on his back. I have no idea why this happens, unless his bowling shirt is so soaked in sweat from this morning and this afternoon that he simply can't wear it. He's off the mark, 159 for 6. As Coles bowls to Madsen, who pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Hughes with the fielding. And 2 balls to go in this over, and then 5 more overs notionally, as that one is pushed off the back foot by Wayne Madsen out to Allsop.
A good sign of bad light here, Dave, is when you start to see the
on
lights in the pavilion.
Yeah,
and they're on.
They are bright, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
As in comes Coles again, and that one almost gets through Madsen's defences. I'm not sure he saw the ball turn there, Wayne Madsen, and as a result played a slightly uncertain shot back down the pitch. But he survived, and that's the main thing. We've got 5 overs to go. 159 for 6 now. Derbyshire trailing by 448, which is a lot of runs. Madsen has 64, Chappell has 1. And as is happening up and down the country this evening between 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock on BBC Local Radio, everybody's speculating about stuff that they really know nothing about.
Here comes Jack Carson at bowls, and played onto the onside by Chappell. A tumbling Ollie Robinson saves anything more than a single. 160 for 6. I don't know how much longer we've got on this interview, but
Well, I think speculation on transfer interviews can be sort of indeterminate, can't they?
Carson is just waving Ollie Robinson just a little further back at long on. He's in bowls and defended into the offside, and there is no run. I'm just going to pull the headphones out for a moment because it's very distracting. Slip, short leg, leg slip. Carson in and bowls. Madsen clips the ball, and he's he's hit. I think that's James Coles
Yes,
in
it
there
is.
with the helmet on.
Yeah.
He's sort of hopping around. I don't think got him on the shin or whatever.
He has no protection other than his helmet, does he? So there's no pads or anything, and he's that leg slip, which is dangerous.
Carson in again. Bowls. Madsen forward. Plays forward. In comes Carson. Yeah, good evening. Yeah, it's a key game here at Hove. We're still playing. We've still got another 4 overs to go. The light is beginning to close in, but with the spinners on, I suspect we may get these final 4 overs. It's been a good day for Sussex. Derbyshire 160 for 6. Wayne Madsen, the 40-year-old, is holding things together for the visitors. But in the last over, Sussex picked up the important wicket of Anyus Dahl, who'd batted really well, but he was very well caught by Tom Alsop at short leg for 45. Earlier on in the day, as Madsen comes down the wicket and drives in the air, and it's just going to elude the fielders, and he picks up a single. Earlier on in the day, Sussex making 607 for 8. John Simpson, his 4th century of the season. He was eventually out for 121, and Jack Carson falling just 3 short of what would have been a maiden first-class 100. So Sussex in control here, but we're using the Kookaburra ball this week, which it tends to make it more difficult to take wickets. So Sussex will be mindful of that, and certainly going into tomorrow with Wayne Madsen still there on 65. In the first division of the Championship, another good day for Surrey. They made 525 in their first innings. Nottinghamshire in reply 144 for 3. And in the second Test match, Sri Lanka bowled out for 196 earlier on today. England didn't enforce the follow-on. They're 25 for 1. The experiment of Dan Loris opening seems to have failed again. He was out for 7. But great news for Surrey in that Gus Atkinson, who's in the side primarily for his bowling, hit his maiden first-class century. So congratulations to him. Thank you, Tim.
So a single to Wayne Madsen there from the second ball of the James Coles over, just turning the ball into the leg side. Derbyshire moved to 162 for 6. Comprehensive roundup of the day's play of the way. Well done. Beautifully done.
Thank you, Fletch.
You're welcome. Chappell back on strike as Coles. I know we have to do it. Coles is in and bowls 2. Chappell takes his hand off the bat as he plays that out to square leg where it's fielded by Carson. And the score remains 162 for 6. Derbyshire 445 behind still. As Coles is in and bowls, and that one is pushed by Chappell up towards an Adcat coming around to mid-on to do the fielding. It's far easier to do those updates when you're away from home, I always feel.
Yeah, I agree. Into commentary is...
Yeah, it's a bit awkward, isn't it?
Yeah.
Coles is in and Chappell goes back and punches it into the leg side. There might be 2 here, you know. They've run the first one quite quickly, but Carson gets around sharpish to ensure they only get the 1 run. Chappell moves to 3. Derbyshire 163 for 6. Helmets being removed because Wayne Madsen is back on strike in the field. Spreading a little bit, they'll want to bowl at Chappell. I'm not necessarily sure that's the thing to do, because Zach Chappell has been pretty good this season with the bat. Well, no, he doesn't fancy himself as an all-rounder. I've sort of put him in the all-rounder category. Madsen goes back and pushes this ball into the offside, and there's no run. He got 78 against Yorkshire, 72 against Northamptonshire. So he can bat, the boy. There's no question about that. And the over comes to an end. Surprised me. Coles has bowled 5 overs for 16 now. Derbyshire 163 for 6 with Madsen on 66. Chappell on 3. They trailed by 444. Quadruple Nelson, if anybody is bothered.
Well, I guess from a Derbyshire point of view, they'll be thinking, well, there's going to be another 30 overs in the ball tomorrow morning before a new ball is available, and they'll just be, all they can do is just keep batting, isn't it, and just see where it takes them, and you never know. Slight uncertainty around the weather forecast on Sunday. Sussex firm favourites here, but I keep coming back to the Louis Kimber innings here. You never quite know in 4-day cricket. Jack Carson to bowl the 3rd last over of the day to Zach Chappell, who drives to extra cover, fielded by Tom Clark. There is no run. The fact that Coles and Carson are bowling means that we are hastening through these overs.
Which is good news.
It is good news, and we were thinking 7, maybe sort of 10 past 7, but with a bit of luck, might be sort of 10 to 7 when we're done. Carson in bowls. That turned. Chappell let it go through to Jack Carson. It was a slow turn, but it certainly turned with the spin. Men clustered around the back. There's a slip and a silly mid-off and a short leg, a closish mid-wicket. Dave's going to go and do an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Derby. Casting bowls, Chappell drives down the ground. It hits Daniel Hughes, who's in there at silly mid-off. I like Daniel Hughes. I mean, he may be one of the senior pros in the side, but he's right in there at silly mid-off. Jack Carson just has to shield his eyes against the sun because there is a glimmer of sunshine across the ground. Fletch is doing his update as in comes Carson, bowls, and Chappell defends back down the track. Carson fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. 1 at 63 for 6. Those that have come today have been entertained. It's been a good day's cricket. Carson in again, bowls. Chappell is forward, clips it to short fine leg, fielded by J. Devon Nugcat. And again, there is no run. John Simpson directing matters from behind the stumps. Carson again. In and bowls. Chappell is forward, plays into the offside field by Daniel Hughes. There is no run. End of the third last over of the day. 2 overs to go, 12 balls. I think we'll rattle through those with Coles and Carson in. And credit to Derbyshire here because at 24 for 4, Nicky. They could have easily folded, but they didn't, and largely due to Wayne Madsen, who's batted beautifully here, 66 from 112 balls.
Yeah, it was a good partnership between Dahl and Madsen. And like you said, there was chances that this could have taken a turn for the worse, rather like a lot earlier in the afternoon. So to get to 163 for 6, although still probably not in the position they'd like to be in, it's better than where it looked like it was going. As in comes Coles now from the Cromwell Road end. A slip in place, and this one's tossed up. And Madsen just toes this into the leg side as short leg does a quick piece of work to toss the ball back to Coles, who's ready to go again. This is flatter and angled down towards the leg side, worked off the hips, and deep square leg comes in to do the fielding. They'll take a single. Derbyshire move on to 164 for 6. Chappell on strike, and all the fielders seem to be on the move. In and out, different positions, more batters, more fielders round the bat. As in comes Coles now, and this time Chappell off the back foot plays it straight back to Coles, who bends down and picks the ball up, flicks his hair, and is ready to go again. 2 slips, a short leg and a leg slip, as in comes Coles this time down the leg side, and it's taken swiftly by Simpson, who also takes the stumps and is now currently putting the bails back on top. Fletch is back after doing his updates. I'll complete this over and hand it back to him. Coles in again, and this time defended to mid-wicket, where Unadkat picks the ball up and gives it a little bit of a polish. Chappell on 3. And we're ready to go again. Coles comes in now, left arm over, as this one played into the vacant region out square leg. They will take the single, and that will conclude the end of the over as well. 48 overs gone. Derbyshire 165 for 6, and I shall hand it back to Fletch so that you both can take it through to the end.
Thank you, Nikki. Thank you for all your efforts today. It's been a long day down here at Hove. It's taken quite a while to get through these overs. We had a number of delays for various injuries and bits and pieces. But nonetheless, an entertaining day's cricket. Sussex clearly very much on top and very much favourites to win the game. But Wayne Madsen, when he came into bat, we said, well, he won't give it away, and he hasn't. And he's played beautifully for his 67.
Well, we know we'll be back tomorrow now, don't we?
We do. We'll be back tomorrow. And, who knows? We might be back on Sunday, Fletch. We shall see.
We might have a small wager later on.
Okay. Final over. to be bowled by Jack Castle from the C end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and Madsen drives nicely through the covers. Then Chappell drives nicely through the covers, my apologies. But he picks up a single, which will leave Madsen to face possibly the last 5 balls of the day. Chappell goes to 5, 166 for 6.
About 15 years and a foot and a half difference between the two of them.
Yeah. He's a big fella, isn't he, Zach Chappell?
Huge, Zach. Yeah, huge.
He looks like, you know, he's built almost like a lock forward, isn't he? He's a big fella. The bat always looks like something small in his hand. As in comes Carson Bowles. Well, Madsen's not settling for the close of play here. Well, he sweeps the ball away for 4 runs. Lovely shot. He goes to 71, 170 for 6.
An aggressive shot for the second ball of the 5th of the final over, rather.
Yeah.
But he's a compulsive sweeper, Wayne Madsen.
They've now got, and Sussex will sort of work that out because
I think everybody knows.
There's 6 fielders on the leg side. As in comes Carson Bowles. He's at it again, sweeping 4 more.
It's almost a show of defiance, this, isn't it? Really, look, you've got short left. The leg slip, then there's a man catching mid-wicket, mid-on, square leg, another mid-wicket as well. It's almost like, as if to say, well, that doesn't bother me.
Yeah. Carson in his 11th over. Madsen goes to 75. I wonder whether Carson might get his revenge. He's in and bowls. Down the leg side, there's a loud appeal for a caught behind, I presume. Although
I think it was leg before, I think.
Well, there's no way that was leg before.
No.
I mean, that wouldn't have been another set, I don't think.
No, I think you're right.
I wondered if the appeal was for a sort of a glove down the leg side, but John Simpson didn't take it cleanly anyway. 2 balls remaining in the day. Most people have left. There's a few hardy souls have stayed on for the dying moments of the game. As in comes Carson Bowles. Madsen sweeps again, and that's 3 sweeps and 3 boundaries. He goes to 79. And Derbyshire to 178 for 6. This certainly has, memories of Louis Kimber. It was on a very similar pitch, and we were all saying, "Oh, it's just a bit of defiance here. This won't come to anything." Well, Wayne Madsen has got 1 ball to face in the day, and Jack Carson is in again. Over the wicket bowls, and Madsen is right behind that. No way was he going to get out to that delivery. End of the day's play. 178 for 6, a thoroughly enjoyable day's cricket. Maybe not if you're a Derbyshire supporter, but some hope with Wayne Madsen still there on 79. Zach Chappell is with him on 5. So they're still in arrears by lots. They're still in arrears by 429. So it's a mountain and some that Derbyshire have to climb. But as we said before, the great thing about 4-day cricket is you never ever know. And he's a master player, isn't he, Madsen? 40 years of age, and he's batted splendidly.
Yeah, as he walks off alongside the numberless Zach Chappell. Only Jack Morley, Darren Dupavilon and Pat Brown to come, and if they can mop them up quickly in the morning, they might be tempted. They might be tempted to enforce the follow-on. But this innings has lasted for 49 overs so far. The bowlers shouldn't be too tired, should they?
No.
They've been rotated quite nicely. I mean, Carson's bowled 11, the spinner, but nobody else has bowled double figures yet. So the bowlers are relatively fresh.
I would be amazed if Sussex do get the opportunity to enforce the follow-on maybe before lunch if they don't take it, because you're just taking time out of the match if you decide to bat again. And in this situation, I would have thought Sussex will want to enforce the follow-on.